call this meeting to order. And before we call this meeting to order, we will hear instruction on how the public may access Spanish interpretation.
Thank you very much. Good morning. We're offering live interpretation in Spanish during this meeting. If you wish to hear Spanish interpretation, please click the interpretation button at the bottom right corner of your Zoom screen. You will see a globe icon. If you're joining via the Zoom smartphone app, select your language by clicking more below the three dots in the bottom right corner of your screen. Select language interpretation and choose Spanish and click done. If you wish to hear only the interpreters and not the original speakers, be sure to click mute original audio. Buenos días, estamos ofreciendo interpretación en vivo en español durante esta reunión. Si desea escuchar la interpretación en español, haga clic en el botón Interpretation, que significa interpretación, en la parte inferior derecha de la pantalla Zoom. Verá un icono de globo terráqueo. Si se está uniendo a través de la aplicación Zoom para teléfono inteligente, seleccione su idioma haciendo clic en More, que significa más, o abajo en los tres puntos en la esquina inferior derecha de su pantalla. Seleccione Language Interpretation, interpretación del idioma. Después elija Spanish y haga clic en Done, que significa listo. Si desea escuchar solo a los intérpretes y no a los oradores originales, asegúrese de hacer clic en Mute Original Audio, que significa silenciar audio original. Thank you, and I pass it back to the council.
Great, thank you. With that, we will go ahead and move on to our land acknowledgement. The city of South Lake Tahoe acknowledges the lands we occupy today are the lands and home of the Washishu, the people from here known today as the Washoe tribe of Nevada and California, a sovereign nation. Since the beginning of time and for thousands of years before the arrival of any other people, the Washoe lived here and cared for this place, with values and intention that we can all learn from. On behalf of the City Council, I would like to acknowledge, thank, and honor the indigenous Washoe tribal communities that are the past, present, and future stewards of the Lake Tahoe Basin. With that, we'll call this meeting to order and move to our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And with that, Ms. Blankenship, could we have a roll call?
Of course. Councilmember Robbins.
Present on Zoom.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Jenkins.
Here.
Councilmember Horgens.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Roberts.
Here.
Mayor Bass.
Here.
All present.
Great. Ms. Stroud, do we have a closed session report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We did not have closed session today, and there is nothing to report from past meetings.
Great. All right. And with that, we're going to go ahead and move on to a presentation for the key to the city to Mr. Joe Irvin, our city manager. And go ahead and walk up to the top. We're here today to present a key to the city, which is with a heavy heart because it's very difficult to see Joe move on. However, for the past 6 years, Joe has given our city a tremendous service. And, you know, in my 27 years here in Tahoe, my 7 years serving on council, over a decade of being in and out of city council, I have never seen the leadership and commitment to our community and to our city, truly changing the culture within the city, but always being here for our community members, for us as council members, for really everybody, and integrating yourself into our community like I've never witnessed a city manager do in our time. And also joining our city within a week of the beginning of the COVID pandemic, leading us through one of the most difficult times that we've ever had, into the Caldor fire, evacuating our town for the first time in our history, into the largest snowfall of 50 years. So you've really dealt with the biggest challenges we've ever had and come through them in a stronger and better way. So it's an honor for me and on behalf of our entire city council to present you a key to the city.
The mayor really surprised me with this, and Cody, you were one of the council members that brought me to town, and I'll never forget that, and I thank you for your leadership and commitment to the South Lake Tahoe community. Serving as South Lake Tahoe city manager has been the highest professional highlight of my career. We've gone through a lot of trials and tribulations. We've been punched, we've gotten back up, and we continue to provide city service to everyone in this town. And I wish you and the city council the best of luck as you proceed forward in finding my successor. I'd like to thank all of our dedicated employees. It is a joy to wake up every morning and come to work with all of you and see your smiling faces and solve problems together. So to the community that became my friends, thank you. I'd like to say it's not goodbye, it's just see you later. So if you're driving down the PCH and you want to stop in and see me in Malibu, please do. But I thank the South Lake Tahoe City Council and community for your support. Thank you very much.
Hey, Joe, that key turns on the lifts at Heavenly, so you'll have to come back next season.
Great. All right, with that, we're going to go ahead and move on to the public communications. This is the public's opportunity to speak on any topic not listed on this agenda. Comments shall be limited to 4 minutes. In accordance with the Brown Act, the City Council cannot deliberate or vote on any matter raised under public communications, but may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed. And with that, all right, well, we've got somebody here at the podium, so we're going to go ahead and open it up. Mr. Raymond Morris and Steve Teixeira.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council. I'm here with Steve Teixeira. I'm Raymond Suarez, the Executive Director of the South Shore Transit Management Association, the TMA. And we're here to acknowledge Joe Irving, but before I do that, I want to thank, on behalf of the TMA, the council for the unwavering support over the last several years as we've grown the Lake Link service. It's been an overwhelming success. From what I can tell, we're not only one of the most effective transit solutions in the basin, but we're also the most cost-effective solution in the basin. And it wouldn't have happened without the unwavering support of the city manager and this council. And before we get to Joe, I personally want to thank the mayor for all of his service at the TTD board and in partnership with the SSTMA. It's not been easy, but we are in July, we'll have a citywide transit service. And I also want to thank Mr. Scott Robbins for his service at the TTD board. He does a fantastic job. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to our Steve Teixeira. Thank you.
Thank you, Raymond. For the record, Steve Teixeira, a member of the South Shore TMA Board of Directors. It was 32 years next month that we established the South Shore TMA. Amazing. And here we are. So this is a letter to our city manager, Joe Irvin, that I'd like to read on behalf of the TMA. On behalf of our organization, we are writing to express profound appreciation, Joe, for your leadership and support for the city's partnership with South Shore TMA and the Lake Link microtransit service. Since its launch in the summer of 2022 through January of this year, Lake Link has provided more than 725,000 rides. Innovation in the field of any field of endeavor takes a particular style and commitment of leadership. Nurtured our fledgling partnership through its early years. As you prepare to leave our community to take the city manager position in Malibu, the South Shore TMA partnership is about to enter, as Raymond mentioned, a multi-year partnership which will extend Lake Link service throughout the city. And your leadership was again evident as we negotiated this next step forward. It was another example of your commitment to innovation and partnerships for the benefit of the community we collectively serve. We thank you, Joe, and recognize your legacy contributions to transit on the South Shore, and it's signed Chris Proctor, TMA Board Chair, and Raymond Suarez, our Executive Director. Thank you.
Thank you. And actually, sure, Ms. Borland. It's all right. It's not a worries. Mr. Milham next. Thank you.
Good morning, Council and Mayor Bass. I am Peggy Borland with the Tahoe Neighborhoods Group here today to question recent actions taken by this council in closed session to legally oppose the appeal of Measure T. Evidently, on January 13th, three of you, Mr. Jenkins, Mr. Roberts, and Ms. Horgan, decided in closed session that it would be a good idea to have the city attorney pursue an opposition to the Court of Appeal concerning Measure T. You then decided to not report out your actions to the public. Your secret was out last Friday when we received a notice from the court about your filing. We have since taken the liberty of sharing this information with the press and with our mailing lists. Closed sessions are intended for limited and specific legal purposes, not for shielding policy decisions from the public scrutiny, especially when the matter is of significant public importance. Hiding behind the Brown Act doesn't excuse your lack of accountability or your lack of transparency. By not telling the public what you did, you seem to lack the courage of your conviction. The initiative process exists so residents can have a direct voice in decisions that shape their community. Measure T came about when policymakers like yourself failed to consider the needs of the community, failed to understand the impacts on residential neighborhoods, and then failed to do enough to remedy the problems. Any effort by elected officials to undermine or circumvent that right through closed session legal maneuverings raises troubling questions about your lack of judgment. This council should conduct its business in the open. You should have allowed the legal process to proceed fairly and impartially without your interference. Instead, your actions erode public trust and make us believe you are incapable of fair and impartial governance. You leave us with the perception that the council, at least 3 of you, is prioritizing your political interests over the will of the voters. Your willingness to deceive the public, your willingness to advance your personal beliefs, your willingness to use public resources to achieve those goals, and your lack of judgment is appalling and allows one to believe you lack the integrity to occupy the seats you are currently sitting in. Sadly, you have failed the public's most basic expectations. Okay, moving on, since this is our city manager's last meeting, I'd like to acknowledge him, as others have, for his almost 6 years of service to the city. He has been here through some of the most challenging times. His steep learning curve started on day 1 when he walked into the COVID epidemic in 2020. The very next year brought the Caldor fire and our first citywide evacuation, followed by the winter of 22-23's second highest snowfall in recorded history. His final crisis came last October when the Wallace embezzlement scandal put him on the hot seat trying to explain to news outlets what was happening in South Lake Tahoe. He has been a trooper and worked like the Energizer Bunny in what can easily be described as a thankless 24/7 job. In the scouting world, young recruits are taught to leave their campsites better than they have found them. It can be said that Joe Irvin will leave the city of South Lake Tahoe better than he found it. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Ms. Borland. Mr. Milheim.
Tom Milham, Commander, American Legion, Post 795. On behalf of the American Legion, I'm pleased to invite the community to our annual St. Patrick's Day dinner, which will be held 5 weeks from tonight, Tuesday, March 17th, not May, March, from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. at the American Legion. Davin Kangas with Cash Only Band will be performing with his wholesome American music. Dinner will be served from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m., and tickets are $20 each. Secondly, in more of a personal nature, I'd like to thank City Manager Joe Irvin for his years of service to our community. I've had the opportunity to work with Joe on many different topics during the time I've been commander and found his insight and knowledge to be spot on. I've also had the opportunity to work with many of our city's past city managers, including current city council member David Jenkins, and have found many of them to be of high integrity and professionalism. Joe has shown genuine interest in the American Legion, as well as the rest of the city, and I have faith that he will continue this mannerism in his new job in Malibu, where, I might add, that he will be able, before, during, and after work, to surf to his heart's content. It has been 50 years this month that my family and I moved to South Lake Tahoe, and in my opinion, it was the best move we ever made. Joe, we love you, we honor you, and we wish you nothing but the best. Is this the time the council can offer him a higher salary to keep him here? Good luck in your new home. And on behalf of the veterans in this community, I salute you.
Thank you, Mr. Milham. Yes, Linda.
Good morning, Council. I'm Diane Reese, a local resident and a member of the Tahoe Neighborhoods Group. Before I begin, I would like to thank Joe Irvin for his dedication to this community. You have truly contributed to the well-being of this city, and we will be forever grateful for your service, Joe. Thank you so much. You will be missed. And good morning, Council. My comments today will focus on the closed session decision to not report a majority vote made by this council in January. I'm not here to discuss Measure T, even though I feel our newest council member, Heather Horgan, was not fully apprised of what transpired over the many years that led up to the Tahoe Neighborhoods Group taking action in 2017. Our neighborhoods became party central with unruly tourists, our school population was declining, our hospital was having difficulty filling and maintaining positions due in part to the limited housing options impacted by the influx of vacation rentals. I am here to question this council's behind closed door tactics to instruct Attorney Stroud to join forces with the special interest group she tried so hard to defeat in court for so many years. She valiantly fought to defend the voters' right to live peacefully in their residentially zoned neighborhoods, only to be told by 3 council members, including Ms. Horgan, to reverse course, ignore the vote of the people, and to oppose the appeal made by the Tahoe Neighborhoods Group to see Measure T through to its final legal conclusion. I am by no means saying this to impugn Ms. Horgan's character, but to call out a statement she made in the Tribune saying she wanted to be a stabilizing force and to be careful and thoughtful in speaking and actions. Her actions did not appear to be thoughtful and stabilizing when she voted along with 2 other council members to ignore the majority vote of the constituents when they successfully banned vacation rentals in the residential neighborhoods. My greatest concern, however, is with her lack of awareness when she voted to keep the vote a secret. Ms. Horgan, did you consider how divisive it would be to keep your vote made in closed session a secret? Did you not think about what the lack of transparency would do to this community? There was no fairness involved in that decision. You made a choice, either make the decision public or keep it hidden from public knowledge. You chose to keep it secret. This council's vote is symbolic of the council's decision in 2017 when it prioritized the financial and social well-being of VHR owners, speculation building developers, commercial use of mega mansions, and unruly tourists over the character of our neighborhoods and the well-being of its residential community members. But at least that council's vote was transparent and open to the public. Well, the genie is out of the bottle now, and this community will respond to the unfair and deceptive actions of 3 members of this council. And thank you, council, and the members of the community for listening to my concerns today.
Thank you, Linda. Anybody else here in the room that, yes, Ms. Soderston or whoever, yes.
Good morning, Melissa Soderston, South Lake Tahoe. And I will start with the fun stuff and say, Joe, you have been just a blast to have in here. You've made attending these city council meetings tolerable, which is saying a lot. So I'm gonna miss you a lot. I can't imagine that anybody is gonna fill your shoes the way that it's gonna be tough. Moving on, I am just hearing about this closed session thing, and I am incredibly disappointed. I expect Keith and David to have an agenda. They came in here, we knew that they were just another branch of Tamra. You, as an interim city council member, are supposed to be basically neutral and progressing what this council has been doing. So the three newer members of our council seem to have joined together to really make a disgusting decision to ask our city attorney to fight now. I don't know, it's just ridiculous, not even why I'm here. I want to talk about immigration again. We keep going back to SB 54 or AB 54 as that somehow protects members of our community. It does not. I believe a member of our community did send in something similar to the ordinance that was recently passed in Sacramento. It is vital that we have an ordinance in place that will further protect our community members. This sanctuary state laws are being ignored. I have watched children be pistol whipped in the face. I have watched, DHS was here again yesterday. Jail transfers are happening. These are not violent criminals. These are members of our community that are being picked up for traffic tickets, whatever, being put into the system and are being processed. And we need better protections. To say that this is not a municipal issue is disgusting. These are your constituents. They are your constituents. They voted for most of you, and they need to be represented equally. This is not equal representation of the people here in our community. People are terrified, people are scared, and they don't have any faith in this council to protect them. They don't have any faith in law enforcement to protect them. There are several members of our police department that are well known for profiling people in this community. And I've tried to be pleasant about it. I've tried to be polite about it because I believe our police chief has the best intentions at heart, but these things are happening in our community. And for you to say that these are federal issues, these are national issues is bullshit. It really is, because these are your constituents. These are people that live in our community that are being affected, that are scared. And all of it goes back to federal issues. You want to talk about our cost of living, the reason our housing is such a problem. All of these things are because of federal problems. So to say that anything is separate at this point is nonsense. And all of you need to take a stand and grow some balls and stop worrying about your personal reputations, because very few of you have good reputations on this council already. And what we really need to see is a stand. I mean, David, I don't know how you got elected. Keith, I don't know how you got elected other than Tamra fought really hard for you. And it's gross. And yeah, it's gross. And I'm really disappointed. I'm really offended by all of your statements last time saying that this is not a problem that you need to deal with. Just do better.
Thank you, Ms. Sutterston. Anybody else here in the room that would like to give? Yes, please state your name for the record.
Good morning, council members. My name's Julie Lowe. I'm here on behalf of South Tahoe Indivisible. What the previous speaker was referring to, I wanted to read the resolution that we are proposing that the city council adopt. It's very resolution-y, so I apologize for that. It's not very exciting, but I think that symbolism matters a lot right now. People are really scared in our community. And this resolution was written in response to one of our council members forwarding a post by a troll for a peaceful protest to the anti-ICE march on January 30th. We had high schoolers and a bunch of college LTCC students there that day. We had 600 community members that day, and there was a troll that had put out into the universe on social media a counter protest that conflated our police department and ICE. And so it gets confusing where the line is when our city council members are promoting that or putting it out onto the universe, intentionally or not, whether they realize what they were doing or not. And it makes it scary to go show up and use our First Amendment right, especially when we're teaching our kids, our students, that they do have the right to observe what ICE is doing and to help protect our community members. So that's why this is important, and we would like you to please adopt it at the next possible opportunity. So I'll go ahead and read it. A resolution of the City Council of the City of South Lake Tahoe reaffirming the city's commitment to the rights, dignity, and safety of all residents, regardless of immigration status, and opposing unconstitutional federal enforcement actions and overreach. Whereas the City of South Lake Tahoe, the city, is a diverse mountain community that thrives because of the contributions of residents of many backgrounds, including immigrants who are essential to the local workforce, economy, culture, and alpine heritage. And whereas maintaining trust between the city government, including the South Lake Tahoe Police Department, and all residents is essential to effective public safety, emergency response, and community well-being. And whereas when residents fear immigration enforcement, they are less likely to report crimes, seek medical assistance, attend school, or participate in civic life, which undermines public safety for the entire community. And whereas California Values Act, SB 54, limits the use of state and local resources for federal civil immigration enforcement in order to preserve community trust and focus local law enforcement on public safety. And whereas the city is committed to full compliance with SB 54 and other applicable state and federal laws, and to ensuring the city resources are used to serve local priorities and constitutional obligations. And whereas recent federal actions, including the use of militarized enforcement tactics and deployment of federal agents without coordination with local jurisdictions, have raised serious concerns regarding constitutional rights, due process, life safety, and local authority over public safety. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of South Lake Tahoe as follows. Section 1, reaffirmation of sanctuary policies. The City of South Lake Tahoe affirms its longstanding policy of being a welcoming and inclusive community for all residents. Consistent with California law, no city department, official, or employee shall use city funds, personnel, equipment, or facilities to assist in the enforcement of federal civil immigration law, except as required by law. Okay. Do you want me to
can
finish?
continue.
Yes, you may
Are you sure?
continue.
Okay. Section 2, limits on cooperation with federal immigration enforcement. Except as required by state or federal law, city employees in the South Lake Tahoe Police Department shall not honor or respond to immigration detainer requests or administrative warrants that are not accompanied by a judicial warrant signed by a judge. Provide federal immigration authorities access to non-public areas of city property without a judicial warrant. Inquire into or collect information regarding an individual's immigration status during routine city business or law enforcement activities. Share non-public personal information, including home addresses or work schedules, for purpose of civil immigration enforcement. Section 3, opposition to unconstitutional federal overreach. The City Council formally opposes federal immigration enforcement actions that violate constitutional protections, including the 4th and 5th Amendments of the United States Constitution, or that undermine civil liberties through intimidation, excessive force, or lack of due process. The city attorney is directed to monitor federal actions impacting the city and to take appropriate action consistent with the city's authority to protect the rights of South Lake Tahoe residents. Section 4, protection of city resources. The city manager shall ensure that city resources remain focused on local priorities, including public safety, snow removal, housing, and infrastructure, and are not diverted to support federal civil immigration enforcement activities. And finally, Section 5, community education and rights awareness. The city shall collaborate with community-based organizations and nonprofits to provide Know Your Rights information in English, Tagalog, and Spanish, informing residents of their rights under the United States Constitution and the California law, passed and adopted by the City Council on so forth and such date.
Thank you, Ms. Lowe. We
Thank you.
appreciate it, yes. Anybody else here that would like to give public comments? Yes, Mr. Gooden.
Good morning, council. My name is Jerry Goodman. I've been a local here for 62 years. As my good friend Albert Einstein said, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. 3 members of this council have decided to throw the majority of the local voters under the bus and spit in their faces and bring the VHR ordinance back with the same problems that were voted down by the majority of the citizens of South Lake Tahoe. Joe, in my 60 years here, you were the best city manager we've had. And thank you for all the work that you've done. I'm sorry we haven't played cribbage, but we may still. Another city manager that I have seen over my 60 years here was David Jenkins, who's sitting there on the council, who was one of the worst city managers we ever had. And I also want to say, I hope, been told, this is secondhand information, that you were overheard saying you would not want to live next to a vacation rental. Thanks for your time.
Yes.
John Messina speaking for myself. I really hate seeing people get up here and disparage our fine city council, especially when they are advocating protection for people who have violated the law. But they think they are helping the illegal immigrants by raising a fuss here and making this a sanctuary city. But that's the worst thing they can do for our local residents who are here illegally, because that will just bring the attention of ICE down on us and perhaps federal troops coming in here to collect the illegal immigrants that are here already. You're not helping people by putting crosshairs on them by saying that this should be an illegal sanctuary city. We're doing fine. Why rock the boat? I don't think any of these people appreciate you bringing attention to them being here illegally. And I don't think the city should focus on that. We need to focus on other issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Messina. Anybody else here in the room that would like to give public comments? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move to Zoom.
Yeah, we'll open up our Zoom platform. I do see that we have a few hands raised. First, Mr. Gibson. Mr. Gibson? Oh, they have since put their hand down. Next, we'll go to Mr. Spiel.
Hello, this is Nick Spiel. I just wanted to extend my gratitude to Joe Irvin for his service to the city. You will be missed. Thank you. I'd also like to reiterate the comments of Peggy Borland and Diane Reese with respect to the closed session meeting and Measure T. Whether you supported Measure T or not, this was a citizens' ballot initiative that passed with the majority support of the people. I'm concerned that it seems inappropriate to be interfering in closed session with the appeal of the legal case against it that the Tahoe Neighborhoods Group has now taken responsibility for. I'm not asking you to support Measure T, but just to respect the process with integrity and respect for the will of the voters. The public is watching, and we expect better of you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Ms. Reagan.
Hi, everybody. This is Angie Regan, City of South Lake Tahoe resident. I'm just calling in to advocate for the resolution to protect our immigrants against ICE to go on to the next agenda. I asked last time for all of you to share your voice and your stance, and it was really weak to poor. And I still don't feel like anybody stands for our residents, all of our residents, all of our community. And we spent a lot of time here wasted on DHRs and cannabis and the histories and records of our city council, and not very much time representing our people. I've said this before, but you have one day dedicated to multicultural festival a year, the other 364 days a year. What are you doing for the people of various cultures and identities and sexualities and religions and economies? And what are you doing for the rest of us every day? This is getting old and harmful to many, many, many people. And I wish for you all to have a conscience and a heart for the rest of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next up we have Dr. Malcuso.
Hello. Thank you all for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I want to speak to the short-term rental ordinance, just generally and where we are.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry. I'm sorry. That is an agendized item, and you will need to wait until that item comes up. Right now, it's for items not on the agenda. So just hang tight. We'll be getting to that in just a minute.
But I appreciate that, but I won't speak specifically to that. But I do want to speak to just generally the administrative process of South Lake Tahoe, including the appeals process, which is within 15 days. So one of the things as you're going to be moving forward and evaluating is not just the people's evaluation of how they feel about the ordinance, but the legal liability of the administration of how it was executed. And that's across every department. So this isn't specific to any ordinance, but there are issues that stand within how the city of South Lake Tahoe administrates its appeal process, irrespective of any particular ordinance, which makes it limited to 15 days, which is inconsistent with California law. So right now, as it stands, South Lake Tahoe is having really complicated things happening within its community. They're trying to adjust understandably to things that are moving, but it's not being done well across the board. And it's opening up the city to liability. So I just think I'll address other things when it comes to items, but specifically, I think the city council should be really mindful of what current processes are in place across all of your administrative processes as you're taking on more risky and egregious legal positions and how those things are going to be called into question. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay. And next up, we have Jason Gibson. Mr. Gibson, you'll need to unmute yourself.
Good day, good rising. Thank you for your patience, Council. Jason Gibson here, Douglas County, South Shore resident, 1979 to current. We just wanted to give you all an update. We had a really robust Nevada Assembly meeting on Gregorian Saturday, February 7th, Saturday, and we had the land and soil jurisdiction of the lawful form of governance gathering to build our militia, to build our jural assembly, to improve our outreach education efforts, to prepare people for the new time economy, the release of the heritage dollar, the American-backed gold and silver Federation prepaid currency, the Prosperity Credit Union alternative, the alternative to the dying world system where time is money, the sinking ship doing business as the United States is broke as a joke. Our assembly mission is to repopulate the land with real people, living people, living in the organic order in harmony with one another, and according to 13 moons in motion. Big difference between artificial time, time is money, and time-based art. We are still on Burning Man, Nevada, restoring the American Republic, a Republican form of government that's designed to serve people, not persons, and not fiction. We're filling vacated public offices with real people who are actually serving in their fiduciary responsibilities, not as fictitious folks and under the color of law, but under the national trust and the real public law. We've reclaimed the people's material and intellectual public and private assets. We have a genuine approach towards a new time economy that is rooted in calendar reform that's been on the table since 1933, that takes the form of a planet art network and the discovery of the law of time, making conscious what's unconscious, restores the sanity to a world gone mad. Performing our public duty will remind everyone who is discontent with circumstances that it's up to you. It's governed by consent. If you don't like the ship you're on, jump it and return home to the land, reclaim your authentic identity, and stop being misaddressed by your employees or public servants who are lost in time. We inspire autonomous self-governance in alignment with the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence. Just a few key points, and thank you for the opportunity to speak up here. U.S. citizens are fictitious persons. They are programmed by artificial intelligence in the form of artificial time. They cannot own physical land. They have no rights. They are totally subject to the whims and the warps of municipal codes and other fictitious entities. In all cases where U.S. citizens live in their homes, they only have tenant rights. Even if their mortgages are paid off, you are just a tenant. If property taxes are a thorn in your side, stop paying them. Do so lawfully, do so without dishonor. Correct your political status, find out who you really are, and stand on the land and soil as a real-time American hero. Once a man or woman declares their proper American status on the public record, everything changes. American state nationals are exempt from federal income taxes. Donald Trump is not the president of a country or a nation. He's the president of a dying corporation. And all of those who are worshiping the Title IV flag, which is 13 stripes going sideways, should take a second look at the
All right, thank you,
real-time.
Mr. Garrett. Your time is up. All right, next up we have Mr. Asbury.
Hello, City Council and staff. Eric Asbury for the record. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Joe Irvin for his service to this community. You'll be missed, buddy, and I wish you the best on your future endeavors. As far as I wasn't going to make a public comment, I have a comment on an agenda item, but because I heard some other open agenda item commenters mention sanctuary cities and such, I thought I'd give my perspective as a legal immigrant, brown-skinned individual to this country. My perspective is that there are legal immigrants and illegal immigrants, and the last thing illegal immigrants want and the legal immigrants want is attention drawn to the city for the wrong reasons. And so I know this is kind of a federal topic. I can't believe that it's becoming more and more mainstream for city to have to discuss these matters, these federal matters. But with that said, it seems that there is a small sect of the population that would like to make this city a sanctuary city for criminals and such. And even the people that entered this country, because I talked to them and work with them, they don't want people's help. It's usually older white individuals is what I've observed that are, speaking on behalf of brown-skinned individuals like myself. And we'd like it to stop. If someone comes into this country illegally, they don't want attention drawn to themselves and have ICE raids come and take them from their families and homes. So please respect the fact that people are going to make their life choices, and we don't need, this tourist and beautiful area becoming a haven for criminals. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Asbury. There's one more. Hold on. Okay, next up we have Mr. Miller.
Yeah, I just want to follow up the comments of Mr. Garrett. Now, he was really talking to you, City Council. So if you don't understand what he was saying, you need to do some research and get with the program and stop just doing your illegal thing, just thinking you can do whatever you want. I don't know what happened in the January secret meeting. I have my suspicions, but I don't know the background, so I'm surprised to hear people talking about that this morning. In a way, although in another way, I'm not the least bit surprised, because the City Council has a track record of being outside the law. They are slaves to TRPA under a memorandum of agreement, and doing all kinds of illegal shenanigans behind the scenes, spending taxpayer funds, running their permit programs in a totally illegal manner. And I've documented all this in the record. I've spoken on this many times, And so I just wanted to chime in here and say, it's more of the same, more of the same, and more of the same. And we deserve better as people. And as Mr. Garrett said, we do not need to consent to this crap. And we start calling out corruption when we see it, and standing up for what is right and what is just and what is legal, and not kowtowing to these decisions that are made behind the scenes by self-interested people who are not serving the public interest. And if you keep it up, you'll be gone. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Ms. Kerrigan.
Hi, yes, this is Sharon Kerrigan with the South Tahoe Association of Realtors, and we just wanted to briefly congratulate Joe Irvin on his new position, and to say how sorry we are to see you go, and to just thank you for all of your service. You've been an incredible city manager for our community. And that's it.
All right, thank you. Additional public comments at this time.
Great, thank you, Ms. Blankenship. With that, we're going to go ahead and move on to our city commission reports. Any city commissioners? So,
I think there were some things, I believe there were some things said and implied about illegal activity or votes in closed session that should be addressed. I don't want us.
So, Mr. Jenkins, I can ask the question of the city attorney to maybe clarify what it is that, why the decision was made, and how we're able to see decisions in closed sessions, and maybe as well as if you could clarify that the instruction was given that we were able to tell the way we voted, and that was the only thing we were instructed to say out of the closed session.
Yeah, I don't remember that specific instruction, but I would.
Mr. Jenkins, just let me.
No. But I'm just saying I would like clarity from the city attorney, because I think the public would like it too.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity to respond to some of the public comments that were made regarding the closed session held on January 13th. The Brown Act is generally a transparency and open government statute. We are required to conduct our business in public, except in some narrow circumstances where conducting our business in public would be against the public interest. One of those is when there's pending litigation and the city council has a need to discuss with the city attorney in closed session litigation strategy. That's one of the cases where the vote is not required to be reported out. It's not a final action like a settlement or deciding to appeal where we would be reporting out. It's a litigation strategy. There was nothing inappropriate in the closed session on January 13th. It was appropriate to have that be behind closed doors for the purpose of preserving the city's interest. We are not aligned with South Tahoe Property Owners Group. We are adverse to them. We are not aligned with the Neighborhoods Group. We are adverse to them. That happened when the city council voted not to appeal. That was reported out, and the Neighborhoods Group decided to file an appeal. They are the appellant. The city is the respondent. If there was anything inappropriate, it was that somebody that was in the closed session took it upon themselves to share with an opposing party what happened in closed session. And there are serious consequences for that under the Brown Act, including potentially getting reported to the grand jury or getting an injunction to prevent further disclosures. Thank you.
And Ms. Stroud, could you also explain that we were told and instructed that we were able to say how we individually voted, and that was the only instruction that we were said that was legal?
It's not, so disclosing the discussions in closed session would be an unauthorized disclosure. That privilege belongs to the council as a whole, not to any individual council member. However, it is within First Amendment rights of a council member to say whether they agree or disagree with an action that was taken.
Okay. With that, we'll go ahead and move on to our city commission reports. Anybody that is in the, I see Mr. Gregors, I don't see anybody else. No commission reports? All right.
Oh, wait, you have one.
Oh, sorry, I should have checked with you.
We have Ms. Ballard.
Hi, everyone. First of all, Joe, thank you so much for all the work you've done. I agree with what many people have said. I've been here 30 years. You're the best city manager we've ever had. And I appreciate you going on the wheelchair experience with the city council members to get the experience of what it's like to traverse our city when you're wheelchair bound. So I appreciate that as well. For the record, my name is Stacy Ballard, and I'm here on behalf of the Arts, Culture, and Tourism Commission to provide a brief update on our work and our plan for the coming year. I want to begin by saying how proud I am of the steady collaborative work that this commission continues to do. We work closely with city staff, follow all established guidelines, and remain focused on delivering high-quality programs that reflect our community. One of our most impactful tools continues to be our microgrant program. These grants go directly into the hands of local artists and cultural organizers, and we are seeing real results. Through the microgrants, we've supported many different art forms, including the most visible being the local mural projects that are adding vibrancy and character to our neighborhoods. These are not abstract investments. These are visible, community-centered projects that beautify our town, bring people together, and directly support working artists who live here. In addition, the addition of murals around town in particular has created lasting public art that both residents and visitors can enjoy year-round. It's a tangible way to see public dollars at work. And in a tourist-driven economy like ours, this matters. There are many studies that consistently show that investments in art and culture increases visitor spending, extends lengths of stay, and contributes to overall economic vitality. Public art creates destinations within destinations, places people photograph, share, and return to. Performances, exhibitions, and cultural events give visitors more reason to be here beyond outdoor recreation alone, which we really need more of when we have winters like this. Art strengthens our identity as a creative mountain town, and that identity supports local businesses, restaurants, retail, and lodging. When we invest in local artists, we are also investing in our tourist economy. I want to be very transparent about our budget for this year. We have $18,000 for our microgrant program. We have $4,000 for 2 airport exhibitions taking place April through June and July through September. We have $3,000 for undesignated art projects available if needed to enhance local events and other projects that may come up this year. In 2025, we hosted a successful airport exhibition featuring local artist Blair Latos. Currently, we are partnering with Heavenly Mountain Resorts on their 70th anniversary with our airport installation, which will run for 3 months. These exhibitions highlight local talent while welcoming visitors with a strong sense of place from the moment they arrive. We have also had a wonderful presence at the Multicultural Festival this year, where we hosted a community painting booth. It was a simple but meaningful way to invite the public into the creative process and celebrate the diversity in our community. On the policy side, we adopted an AI policy earlier this year to ensure transparency, in submissions as technology evolves. It's a balanced approach, and we will review it after a year of implementation. Looking ahead, our work plan includes setting up our next micro grant applications, getting the next 2 airport installations scheduled, continuing the development of our Act 5-year work plan, enhancing existing city events through stronger art integration, expanding our presence at the Recreation Center, and preparing our annual report for November. As we have consistently done, at least one of us will be at one city council each month. I'm usually at more, but our focus for the coming year will be to strengthen partnerships, support local artists, increase visible public art, and continue to build a creative identity that benefits both residents and visitors. I ask our community to come to our meetings. We want to hear your voices. You can attend our meetings in person or on Zoom, and we really want to hear from you. Thank you for your time and continued support of the arts in our community. And thanks, Joe.
Thank you, Ms. Ballard. No additional commissioner reports.
Great, thank you, Ms. Blankenship. So with that, we're going to go ahead and move on to item 1. This is going to be a presentation of the Sugar Pine Village tenant selection and compliance. This is going to be Mrs. Jessica Wackenhut-Lomelli.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, staff members. Jessica Wackenhut-Lomelli, Housing Manager with the city, for the record. Today we have representatives from related companies of California, John Stewart Company, and St. Joseph Community Land Trust. They're going to be providing the presentation today. So I'm going to pass it over to Lynn with St. Joseph Community Land Trust. Thank you.
Before I begin, I want to wish Joe a great future, and thank you for all your help. You've been a great friend to our housing projects in South Lake Tahoe. Good morning, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm Lynn Barnett. I'm president of St. Joseph Community Land Trust. We're the local general partner in Sugar Pine Village. With me today is Gene Diaz, our executive director for St. Joseph Community Land Trust, and Nate Hansen from Related California, which is also a general partner in this very important project. Your first priority is ability for everyone who works here to live here. That says a lot. People who have affordable housing have disposable income, they have housing stability, they're able to raise their children in this community, they contribute to the businesses of this community, they support the schools. Once you have your housing under control and stabilized, everything in a family starts falling in place and gets better. Before I hand my presentation over to Mr. Hansen, I want to personally thank the council for your hardworking and talent and your talented staff for supporting Sugar Pine Village and the much needed affordable housing that it provides to the residents of this wonderful community. We are really blessed to have excellent partners in this project and so many supporters, not only here today, but throughout the city. Our board of directors, our staff, our membership, and our residents rightly see this project as the fruit of a successful public-private partnership that will benefit this community for many years to come. And now, please let me introduce Nate Hansen from Related California. Mr. Hansen would like to say a few words before he introduces our property managers from this John Stewart Company. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn, and it is great to be here this morning. Thank you for letting us come and present to you. My name is Nate Hansen. I'm the manager for real estate development and government affairs for Related California. And before we get started, I do want to say Joe came on around the time that we were kicking off this project. And so I feel as though, during the pandemic, we were doing Zoom meetings and meeting with residents and nearby stakeholders. And so we really appreciated your leadership while you're here in support of the project, and you will be sorely missed, and we wish you the best of luck. Sugar Pine Village is an incredible opportunity to address housing insecurity and the lack of permanent affordable housing supply in the Tahoe Basin. Related California is one of the most prolific developers of affordable housing in California, and we develop throughout the state in a whole range of mixed income ranges. Together with our partners, St. Joseph Community Land Trust, we have worked intentionally to build Sugar Pine Village and make it a place where folks from South Lake Tahoe can call home and to address the housing insecurities that they face. I want to thank the council, first and foremost, for supporting the project over the years. I know that this is maybe the first time that we've been here in person to talk with you in quite some time, but we know that items do come before you regularly for the financing of the project, and the City of South Lake Tahoe's initial investments in the first 2 phases of the project were critical to us in our ability to leverage those sources to obtain additional financing to eventually start to construct the buildings that you see now. I also want to acknowledge and thank Zach Thomas and Jessica Wackenhut-Lamelli, as well as Hillary Roverud, who have been with us every step of the way to make these buildings a reality. And also I want to acknowledge the state of California. This is a really complicated project with a, it's cliche to say it takes a village, but this really truly is a village of stakeholders, from the California Tahoe Conservancy to TRPA, to the state of California, Governor Newsom's office, the Department of General Services. We've all worked together to make this project happen. And it's because that in a place like South Lake Tahoe, people roll up their sleeves and they get to work together. We're also very lucky to have a highly capable property management company that we work with here at Sugar Pine Village. The John Stewart Company is also one of the biggest and most respected property managers of affordable housing in California. Related works with John Stewart Company across a number of projects, and we have found that having John Stewart Company's expertise as well as related standards for both development of affordable housing and the management of affordable housing properties allows us to meet the needs of residents, allows us to conduct lease up in a responsible way that adheres with all regulatory requirements, which can be sometimes significant, and to make sure that the people who are living in Sugar Pine Village are those who are most in need and have a place to stay for the long term. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Jennifer Wood from the John Stewart Company to run through a presentation. I will be here to answer questions, as will Zaheen Chowdhury, who's the project manager on the project. He can answer the more technical questions. And we appreciate your time today and hope that this presentation is helpful. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor Bass and council persons. Thank you for this opportunity to give a presentation on our company and on Sugar Pine Village. My name is Jennifer Wood, and I'm the Executive Vice President for the John Stewart Company. We don't generally self-promote ourselves because we are property managers, no one's favorite generally. But someone has to do it, right? Someone has to operate the properties once they are built. We have to collect the rents, we have to maintain compliance with all the programs, ensure that the property is going to operate well into the future. So today we get to talk a little bit about us. How do I change the slide? This thing? All right, worked. I wanted to just let you know that though our company is actually a for-profit company, we work with many nonprofits, quasi-governmental agencies, public housing authorities, all sorts of property owners. And we're actually a mission and value-driven organization. This work is far too difficult to do if you don't care about it. So we are very proud of our core values: compassion, resourcefulness, integrity, service, and professionalism. And of course, our primary mission is to create outstanding residential communities for the people who live there. That's why we do this. Our company has multiple services that we provide. Our primary function is to provide property management services, but we do a few other things as well. In the property management realm, we mostly manage affordable housing for low or moderate income families, senior citizens, people with disabilities, transitional age youth, all sorts of special needs populations. But we also manage some market rate housing, very little, that's a small part of what we do, and some associated commercial spaces that are generally they're attached to those buildings. We do a little bit of new construction consulting and project management. We do some acquisition and rehab of multifamily housing. And then we also have this construction and maintenance services division that includes some architecture work, some construction management. REACT preparation is, inspecting the buildings and making sure that we're ready for all of our annual or semi-annual government inspections where, who lives in our buildings. 42% of our resident population is families. And 19% is seniors, and then special needs is 20%. And by special needs, I do mean folks with disabilities of any kind or transitional age youth transitioning from foster care, folks who have perhaps homeless history. We manage permanent supportive housing as well for folks who were formerly homeless or at risk of homelessness. So that's just a little bit about the type of populations that we serve. Currently, and this number it fluctuates, properties come and go, but currently we manage 34,000 units throughout the state of California. It's a lot of units. We are focused on California. We operate like a lot of national companies in terms of, we try to deliver the very best professional service. We use all of the technical abilities that are available to us today, and we hire experts in our field, but we focus all of our efforts on the state of California. We've got 5 regional offices in California, 2 co-located in Southern California, so we might see you in Malibu, just letting you know. And we also are in San Francisco. We have an office in Sacramento, and then we have one in the South Bay that goes a little, further south. And let me tell you a little bit about what we might do here. So John Stewart Company plays a very active role as the management agent. We facilitate monthly partnership meetings. We meet with Related and with the St. Joseph Community Land Trust representatives to ensure ongoing communication, collaboration is happening at the site level, to make sure that the property is operating the way it was intended to operate. There's always a surprise that comes up after something is built. And so we maintain these ongoing relationships to troubleshoot and, solve any problems that might arise. The outcomes at our buildings are we have stably housed residents. We do not have a lot of move-out activity. Folks make their homes with us. And they have an improved quality of life, creating a sense of belonging, amongst the residents. We have little communities within your community at the buildings that we manage. And we, like people who stood here before us, really believe strongly that you should be able to afford to live where you work. And every community needs a strong workforce. And so we really try to maintain a beautiful space for our residents that is clean, safe, and affordable for them to make as their home. Another of our outcomes, of course, is a culture of strong teamwork among our on-site staff, our regional manager, our corporate staff. Through our teamwork and collaboration with ownership and service providers, we are able to support those who are the most vulnerable in the housing, who might also be a draw on public resources. Because of those higher needs. So housing is a really big stability factor, and we are really proud that we get to be part of it. I'm going to introduce you now to Tracy Esposito. She is the Vice President of our Sacramento region, and she and her team are the ones who are overseeing Sugar Pine Village.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor, council members, other dignitaries here. I appreciate the opportunity to come and speak with you today. My name, for the record, is Tracy Esposito. I oversee the Northern California region for the John Stewart Company, which our local office is in Sacramento. And my region goes from, we have properties in Truckee, we have South Lake Tahoe, and then I have up the I-5 corridor up through like Chico and Oroville area down to Vallejo. So my region is pretty large, but we have multiple properties here that we manage for you all here in South Lake Tahoe. I'm here today to kind of tell you a little bit or speak a little bit about maybe an update for Sugar Pine Village. So Sugar Pine Village, right now we have 2 communities open. We have 128 units now that are in our open and leased. We have another 60 units that are under construction right now that is opening this summer. And then there is also a future phase of 60 units that will come on in time. In total, there'll be 4 communities, and there'll be a total of 248 units. Here, right now, we offer on-site management staff. We have an on-site maintenance staff. These individuals actually reside at the property so that they are available for after-hours emergencies. We do have resident services that are provided for the community through Advance. They have a 24-hour per week on-site in our management office. They do after-school programs, adult education classes, and they do our case management for us, which is working with our residents if they have any crisis management or anything that they may be needing in their daily days. We have laundry rooms, play structures, and indoor bike storage. Although yesterday when we were there, most of the bikes were outside. So hopefully individuals will bring their bikes inside, probably tonight. We have the walking paths that will be put together once, I guess, the ground unthaws, but we will be doing that as well. We are a pet-friendly community. Next phase. So Sugar Pine Village consists of 128 families right now, with 219 individual residents. 106 of those are occupied by South Lake Tahoe households, which is an 85% local individuals that are residing at the property. An additional 20 units were from the nearby community, which were in El Dorado County. Some individuals came from Placerville. A couple of them came from Sacramento. A few of them came from Reno, which also had family members that were here in the community or had resided here previously. 20 households that reside at the property right now were previously unsheltered individuals from the South Lake Tahoe area. So I'm very proud to mention that today, that we were able to provide housing to 20 families that were unsheltered. As I mentioned, we have 2 employee units right now with the 2 phases that are open that have on-site staff. The third will come in the summer, which will also require another on-site staff member. So we'll have a total of 3 individuals here on site that live in the community. Phase 1A and Phase 2A, which are the phases that are open, received 936 applications for our first round of units. 634 applications were from South Lake Tahoe residents, 68%. A lot of those came from, we did some very targeted marketing when we opened the first community. All local resources, radio ads, print ads. We went to some community events. We passed out flyers. So it was our hope and that we would really be able to do outreach to our local community as the ordinance that you put in place last year. We have 233 families right now on the waiting list for the next phase. Just the biggest one, and Jennifer kind of mentioned it, and so did Nate, that we have regulatory agreements for each type of these funding programs that came apart. Each one of those are tied to regulations. And they all have income limits, they have requirements, they have, some of these were homeless individuals that we were needing to reside in the regulatory agreement. So each one of these funding layers, the more funding layers that you place on a property, requires more restrictions. It can be difficult. A little bit about the application process. Now, there's been quite a few questions about the application process and how individuals are processed for an upcoming unit. So right now, there is an application online. We do allow that, an online application for individuals that have internet access. I do realize that some of our residents here in the area may not have access to the internet or solid internet service. So we do provide a paper application. So if anybody would like a paper application, we can provide that. And it's also available in our rental office. Management will set appointments for our applicants. Once someone applies and units are made available, individuals will go through a meeting with our site staff. And during that meeting, they will go over and get all the income requirements, which is if someone is employed, the Tax Credit Allocation Committee requires 3 months of pay stubs. So 3 months of pay stubs that individuals have to bring in. If they're on some type of Social Security, general assistance, SSI, something like that, they would have to bring in a most recent statement of what their income is. We also do asset verification, so it's any type of 401k application, 401ks, bank accounts, any cash, perhaps real property that someone has. All of those are third-party verified. We have to send out documents for each one of those sources of income or assets, which takes quite a bit of time. I don't know if anybody has sent anything to the banks recently, but we have sent things to the banks and it comes back. Hopefully at some point we get it. A lot of times it's very difficult to get income back. We did run into some difficulties getting some employment verifications from some local businesses, and my staff drove to that local business to try and get someone to fill out the application or fill out the employment verification for our individuals. So we did a whole lot of research, a whole lot of running around trying to make sure that individuals were receiving and getting back information that we needed. We also require 2 years of landlord history. So those will go out to individuals that are maybe residing here. We would do the rental history. And that is also somewhat difficult trying to get back. But we do our best to try and get that. If someone is a homeless individual or may not have maybe unsheltered at this time, we do homeless certifications, and Advance, our service provider, does help with that. Some of the minimum requirements here is that we do a background check, a credit and background check. We utilize the HUD screening criteria for any serious felonies that someone may have. I do mitigation meetings. So if anyone did have some type of blemish on their record or blemish on their credit, they can file an appeal, and then I would meet with them and go over what the mitigating circumstances might have been. So it's really our goal to house individuals within the requirements that we have. So we do a lot of outreach, we do a lot of mitigating circumstances, we do a lot of meetings, and we really try to make sure that everyone that applies that meets the income restrictions is able to reside in our property. I did write in here just kind of an example of the 2025 tax credit income limits. So this is for a 50% unit. If we had one person, just to kind of explain, if you have one person in your household, you can make no more than $45,050 per year. And if you were applying for a one-bedroom unit, the rent would be $1,206. So that's kind of the example here. It goes up from there. 2 people would be $51,000, and the rent would still be $1,447 for a 50% AMI. At Sugar Pine Village, we have 60s, 50s, and 30% AMIs. So this kind of just gives everyone a little bit of an example. On a 60% unit, the income limit goes up a little bit, the rents go up a little bit. The 30% units, the income limit would go very, very much down, and the rents would go down as well. To meet the minimum income requirements, we do require 2 times the amount of rent. So one person household would meet the minimum income of $28,944. So it's right here. If one single individual would, at this point, would need to make at least $28,000 almost $30,000 per year. How the process goes: once an individual does apply for the unit, we meet with them. We do all of our income, assets, any time of landlord background checks. Once that all comes back, I do have a compliance department in my office that reviews all of the files to make sure that we meet all of the income requirements, all of the regulatory agreements, that we haven't missed anything. And so this department, I have 6 individuals that go over applications to make sure that we meet the regulatory agreements that and that we have met all of our ownership requirements. Let's see. Also, information on applications, the applicants. If anyone has questions on their application or they need any type of assistance, there's some contacts here for individuals. They can visit our rental office, which is 2058 Lake Tahoe Boulevard. It's a little strip mall there, and we have an office there right next to the pet store right there, right next door. We're right there. They can call our rental office, which is here at 530-578-0013. They can also contact Advance, our service provider partners, if they have any questions on how to apply, if they have any questions on how the screening goes, if they have any challenges getting documentation, our service provider can help us as well. We also, during our lease-ups, had a local community member that was given to us by St. Joseph's, and she has been able to help us with communication with local members and local business partners that we may have not gotten our income verifications back. We've asked her to step in, and she's been very helpful as well. And if you have any questions, you can also contact St. Joseph's Community Land Trust, and their number is 775-580-7514. And that is it. Do you have any questions?
Great, thank you so much. Yes, we will have questions from council. Let's see, I'll go ahead and start. Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you very much, all of you, for your fine presentation of what is a very fine project, or projects, I should say. Would you agree that a key to successful, not just construction, but continual operation is good management of housing? And apparently that's your business. And so I congratulate you on that. I want to be sure, because I know I get inquiries from people in the community who are residents, current residents of the city, or people who are working, and they ask, gee, I'm on a list. Of those 233 families that are on the list, do you, without names, how many of those are local people who work here, or locals in need? And would they be given priority on new housing units as they become available?
I do not have the statistics on the 233 individuals that are on the waiting list right now. That's something that I can certainly come back to the council with an answer. However, yes, our phase 3 has the local preference. So all of those 233 individuals that are on the waiting list currently, all of those that are a current resident or have worked here within the last 10 years will have priority over the, sorry, what?
Let me ask you this also. We are a unique environment in many ways. But the costs are higher generally. People work, a lot of people who make money through tips. Tips sometimes get considered as part of income, which then disqualifies them from housing. And I'd be curious your perspective on, might this city, like some cities do, I can give you examples if you like, seek some special legislation that would give recognition. You know, we're just not the state. We are a special area, bi-state area, that has special housing needs with special income issues. And might that be something, without knowing all the details, or that as a city council we would be advocates for our community to ensure that they get housing from public money spent by the city and by the state to address housing needs in the city. Is that a fair question?
Yes,
Oh,
it
good.
is.
And I'm done then.
So let me address the tips and income first. When individuals apply for an application or apply for an affordable housing unit, kind of what I mentioned here at the 50% income limit, those are set by the Tax Credit Allocation Committee on an annual basis, and by HUD. So HUD puts their income limits out, and then the California Tax Credit Committee also puts information out on income limits. So when we do income verification, it is for the gross amount of income in the next 12 months. So when individuals apply, it is not the income that they've had in the past or the past year. It's going forward into their compliance year when they reside at our property. So when we do that, and any individuals that have income that are additional income through tips, cash aid, cash gifts, sometimes household members will give cash gifts to someone that is for paying their rent or phone bills or things like that. That is actually all considered income, and it must be calculated in the amount going forward. So it is. And what we run into here is there's a lot of seasonal individuals that reside here. And when that happens, we do use, maybe they were coming on unemployment or something like that, EDD during the maybe summer, winter, however that may be. That income is also calculated. So if someone was working working seasonally, that seasonal income would be calculated as their income, so including all their tips or anything like that. And then a certain portion, if they were on unemployment or did not work or something like that, that would be calculated into that income. So we go for a whole 12 months. It's hard to go over each individual cases, but in general, that's kind of how the income goes. It's all calculated as the gross income. If council members can always send letters to HUD or the Tax Credit Allocation Committee to voice your concerns about what may have, what could happen with income limits. But they are posted annually, and they go by area median income. So our area median income in El Dorado County is different than what it would be in Sacramento or San Francisco. So they do take into consideration some of those things. But
in our area, income in El Dorado County is very different from the West Shore to where we are in the East Shore. And so, but your point, and I apologize for interrupting.
Yeah, no, it is difficult, and I being in this industry for basically my whole life, a lot of times it doesn't seem fair to individuals that that are just a little bit over the income limit. I mean, yesterday, I will tell you, we were reviewing a file here at the office, and the family member is $800 over the income limit. It's very disappointing when that happens. It's disappointing for the household members that were applying and getting and wanting to have the unit. It's just very difficult, and having to make those calls that you're $800 over does not seem right. But unfortunately, the regulatory agreements that's tied to the funding that built the property require that. So income limits do go up every year. So we are actually hoping that when the income limits come out for 2026, this particular family member will be able to meet that, because they do tend to go up a little bit. And we're just hoping that is. So that will be my comment and voice to the individual that just applied, is that you're just a little over, but let's just wait. I'm going to hold on to your application. Let's hope that the 2026 income limits that are posted, usually around April, May-ish, will go into effect, and the application would not be done. I hope so. Yeah. Anytime an income limit can go up a little bit. The bad part is that every time the income limit goes up, the rents go up, so it kind of is tied together. But we do our best to do that. There is certain income that can be excluded from a household income. And anyone that is in that situation, we will be able to talk with them and meet with them and talk to that. So yes, thank you
so much, Ms.
Oh,
Horgan.
Jennifer has something to add as well.
Yes.
And just in response to your question, if it's okay?
Yeah, of course.
So as far as, Tracy did a good job of explaining how the income limits work. The tax credit program is an IRS program. It's written into the code. So the definitions of income are very strict, just like doing your taxes. But there are some areas for opportunity, and one of those areas is the area median income for South Lake Tahoe. And I don't know the process myself, but I do know there is a process by which you can ask for a special area median income. So you would want to talk with someone smarter than me about that. I think there are consultants for this. But that is one opportunity that's out there. Another opportunity is through income averaging, and it's a complicated way to build affordable housing. But there are new opportunities through TCAC, for both state tax credits and federal tax credits that allow for income averaging. And in those properties, you can serve people up to 80% of the area median income. Now, to do that, the average for the whole building has to be 60% or lower than 60%. So it means you have to skew some of your units to a much lower income level in order to accommodate people at a higher income level. And then there's some other really creative things I've seen of late. Brand new stuff where I have seen some cities, some developers dividing their buildings using air rights parcels so that they could have 100% tax credit building because it's got its own parcel, but have a floor or two that serve higher income levels that are financed in a different way. So there's lots of creative stuff out there right now to serve people at higher levels of income. 60% is a really hard limit, especially in more rural locations, because the area median incomes don't totally make sense, when you take a whole county. So that's something really that I think is worth looking into. One more thing I want to mention, and then if you have more questions, one more thing I want to mention is that the tax credit program is a once qualified, always qualified program. So you have to be under that income limit to move in, and it's kind of a narrow band because you also have to be able to afford to pay the rent. So it's a fairly narrow band. It's a hard standard, right, to meet, but once you move in, your income can go up. As long as you didn't commit any fraud, you have to be honest at the move-in process. And, if you really had 2 jobs and you only reported 1 job to us, that's going to be a problem. You won't be able to continue to stay there. But as long as there's no fraud involved, your income can go up. Your life can improve. You can continue to make more money and you're not going to get kicked out. It's permanent housing.
Thank you so much, Ms. Horgan. You're welcome.
That was actually my question was, how often is income reassessed? Is it ever reassessed? And then if they end up no longer qualifying, what does that look like? But it sounds like they won't disqualify unless there's some sort of fraud. Right. But is it ever reassessed?
Yes.
Yes. So we do annual income recertifications every year. So that income is done to verify individuals' income. They can go up at that time. So like Jennifer mentioned, your income can go up after a certain amount of time, and you can add family members. At one point, if you get married, or maybe you're not married, or you have a significant other that resides, wants to move in, you can definitely do that after your first year of residing there, because it's the first year is the qualifying year. After that, you can make changes and move people in and out, or however you would like that.
And you can move up to another tier. So if you move in at the 30% of AMI level and you have the cheapest rent, but your income goes way up, that cheapest rent, you don't get guaranteed that forever. So you would move up to the next level that you can afford, so that the lower levels are available for the people who need them.
Just to hop into, while we dig into the financing, I think it's also important to talk about the fact that we do very intentional marketing to outlets that are local, that people are seeing. So they're really seeing advertisements when they come out almost immediately. There's Craigslist, there's South Tahoe Now, right? So we're radio. There are still people that listen to radio, and they're living in our building, and so we like to reach people in those ways. So I think that that's an important thing too. And we can also talk offline about the different, I don't want to get too deep into the weeds on tax credits and, income re-verification and things like that. But we can, schedule a closed session with you guys and kind of talk through that, or we can also do a response to any questions that you might have written, just so that you have resources available to you moving forward.
Thank you so
And
much.
Councilmember Robbins does have a question.
Sure, I'll go to Mr. Roberts. I'm going to wait for Mr. Robbins just till the end.
Okay.
Great. Mr. Roberts.
No, I don't have any questions. I have some comments, and I'll wait till later.
Okay. Mr. Robbins, online, questions?
Can you guys hear me well?
Yes, we
And
can.
if Mr. Robbins, if you can please turn on your camera.
I don't have the bandwidth for it. I have too few bars. I tried a couple times. It'll crap out. So I was under the distinct impression that, I'm glad to hear that. So I was under the distinct impression that if you earned above a certain threshold, you couldn't renew your lease for the next year, and that you would be, if not evicted, but not renewed. And I'm surprised and very glad to hear that that's not the case. I just want to make sure, I want to verify that that is in fact what I'm hearing, and that that's correct. Like your rent might go, if you earn more, your rent might go up, but you'll never get kicked out or have your lease not renewed. That is correct?
That is correct.
Oh, well, that's actually news to me, and that's excellent news. The other question I wanted to ask was, you had mentioned in asset verification about 401k was included in asset verification. And I apologize, I'm looking at a small screen. I didn't see if that was explained in any more detail in the presentation. Could you go into more detail on how 401ks are used as part of asset verification? Because that's retirement money. Using that money comes with enormous tax penalties. It's a 10% early withdrawal penalty on top of income taxation.
Yes, we
so
understand.
could you describe
and
how
agree.
that's used?
We agree with you entirely. It is one of the antiquated requirements that is, the code points to a HUD handbook where we're that tells us all the rules of how we verify things. And if an applicant has, are you using HOTMA or not HOTMA?
No.
Okay, so under a recent law that modified these regulations, if a household has assets in total that exceed $50,000, so in total, in value, then we are required to verify all of those assets. Doesn't matter if it's going to impact their income calculation, it may have very little impact. So when there is a clear earnings amount, we count that. If there is not, we use a passbook rate, and it's an imputed income from the assets. We agree it is archaic, but it's in the federal regulations, and so we have to do it. In reality, it has very minimal impact on most applicants. The assets don't generally add very much income at all. I mean, think about 401ks are a little different, but typical savings account, what are we really earning on that? These numbers generally don't add up to anything that gets anyone disqualified. They're just they're just extra paperwork that we have to do.
I understand. Could you describe how those asset valuations are used as when computing the income qualification? Like if you have I'll give you just as an example, if you have a 401k with say $200,000 in it, just not a lot, but not nothing. How does that adjust the qualification metric for income for housing qualification?
I'm trying to think of the word. So it's not a dollar for dollar limit. So what happens is if you have income and your available retirement allows you to take an early adjustment or early payment withdrawal. Thank you. That portion may be considered in the income calculation, but it's 2% of that value. So if you had a $200,000 life insurance policy or something like that, we would not calculate that because you're not actually going to get it. It's mostly comes down to when you have a bank account, when you're having income earning in that bank account, like we said, a savings account or an interest account, interest bearing, some type of retirement account or something like that, or that earns interest. That is kind of where we land as for income. The most, majority of individuals that are applying may have $5 versus in that asset calculation, or $10, maybe $100 in asset income, but that rarely puts anyone over the income with those types of assets. And then with the new regulations for HOTMA, most of the time anybody under 50,000, we wouldn't even verify that. So we do a self-certification for that. I hope that answers.
Okay, so is 401k then not counted if you're below the withdrawal age? I think it's 59 and a half or something along those lines. I can't remember exactly. If you're below the withdrawal age, are they not counted as income? And then if you're above that age, is the idea that it's counted at 2% of the assets? Is that correct?
Yes, and then what we would do is be verifying. So what we would need is that 401k information, because a lot of these types of accounts have different requirements. So we would certainly look at that. We would ask them to bring in any 401k documentation that we have, and then we would review and see what may be available to them at whatever time that may be available.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I had.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Jenkins has one more.
Just one more question. A widowed person finds that their daughter or son moves in with them temporarily or for a longer period of time. Does now that calculation of income include both the widowed party and the sibling, or the child? Or does that get counted into what is the allowable income?
Yeah. Yes, they would be considered a household.
Okay.
So if an individual moved in by themselves and then a year later there was some change in, maybe they lose their income and they have someone else reside with them, then that would be part of the household. They would apply, we would do their income, we would calculate both household members, and it would be one household member. They don't have to be, individuals do not have to be related or by any means. It's just individuals that are applying.
Thank you.
So just a quick related question. So in my household, we're aging up. My teenagers are becoming adults. They're starting to work. At some point, does their income have to be considered if they continue to stay in the unit?
Yes, their income would.
Yeah, everyone who lives in the unit, their income is counted. The only exception to that rule is when someone is a live-in caregiver and they aren't a tenant and they don't have the right to remain there when the household leaves. So, in some cases, an older person might find that they need live-in care, and a non-family member or a family member could provide that care. And so if that person moves in as a caregiver, exclusively as a caregiver, and they do not plan to remain there after the resident is gone, then their income wouldn't be counted. Thank you. Yeah, and there are more rules around that, just so you know. There's a qualification process.
Great, yes, thank you so much. And, yes, Mr. Roberts.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it's all very interesting how detailed all this is, and it's impressive how much you've got on the tip of your tongue. I just had a simple question on the 128 households that are occupied now. And I know they didn't have this in place in these first two phases, but how many of those 20 households from El Dorado County, Sacramento County, and Reno lived here previously?
I know, I will have to refer to Rachel if she knows, but I know 2 individuals that resided in Reno did previously live here. So that's 18 left. So there's 18 families that did have some tie to this community, maybe family members or had moved here. Most everyone had someone, but would not have been in the matrix for the 10 years and the current resident or working here. So there's 18 left. You're welcome.
Yes,
Yeah.
Ms. O'Malley.
I just want to clarify for the record too. I know Councilmember Jenkins, you asked about when the local preference policy will apply and to what phases. I want to clarify that it's not the phase that will be opening this summer, but it will be phase 2B, which is the fourth and final phase. And
my hope is that the company that manages this will, in spirit, enforce a policy that the council adopted well before the construction of the first phase. So it sounds like you're doing that. You're making that endeavor language operable and giving preference to locals in need. And I congratulate you for that, because that has been an issue of some interest by a lot of locals. Thank you.
Yeah, we certainly did an extensive amount of local targeted marketing prior to opening. So, and although the ordinance wasn't in place at that point, I know that there was discussions about that and it was in the works. So we certainly made every attempt to do a lot of local marketing, but we do have to follow fair housing laws and things like that when it's required to by the waiting list and things like that. But I was very happy to see that 85% of the community, that lives there, 106 individuals were from here. And the rest of them, 18 individuals did still have some type of community tie. So I very glad to hear that. And we will certainly make efforts as we can within what we can do.
Great, thank you so much. Any other questions coming from council? And with this being a presentation, are we going to public comment and back?
Yes, Mayor, we need to take public comment.
Okay, great. All right, and yes, great presentation, really great information. I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much. With that, we're going to go ahead and open this item up for public comment. This is item 1, our presentation from St. Joseph's Land Trust. Anybody here in the room that would like to give public comment? Mr. Messina.
John Messina speaking for myself. The sugar pine always seems to be clouded in generalities. They began this presentation with a very nice pie chart, but it wasn't for Sugar Pine Village. It was for the statewide occupancies. I'd like to see that specifically for Sugar Pine Village so we can see who's occupying it as taxpayers who are helping to fund this. I'd also like to see a chart of the income levels of the occupants. This does not violate their right to privacy, which is the answer I normally get when I ask these kind of questions. We have a right to know the income levels of the people that we're subsidizing. And I'm also concerned that they're more interested in making a profit than providing their actual original goal. This was supposed to be workforce housing for South Lake Tahoe. And yet, I don't see, they talked about a few statistics here. I would like to see a chart that shows how many are actually workers here in South Lake Tahoe. And I'd like to see the chart that describes how many people came from South Lake Tahoe and other places. I don't see these charts anywhere, and if I could get a copy of them, I'd appreciate it. I think we have a right to know how it's being used. The main problem I see is that if they put somebody in this housing who's not a worker, that unit is gone permanently because there's no evictions. That means that future workers are deprived the opportunity to obtain affordable workforce housing. And keeping it full may make them a bigger profit, but it deprives future employees the opportunity to live there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Messina. Anybody else here in the room that would like to give public comment on item 1? Seeing none, we'll go to Zoom.
Thank you, Mayor. We have 4 hands raised currently. First up, we have Ms. Ballard.
Hi, everyone. I'd like to speak out as one of the people who are living here. No, we're not all working. I am disabled. We have seniors living here. I'm so grateful to have this place. I am low income due to health issues, and I've lived in some pretty crappy places for the last 30 years. And unless you've, lived in some of these places and had my income, you have no idea what it's like to live in some of these self-owned little houses that are just crap holes. So I'm very grateful. And no, it's not all work housing. Our seniors are here. Our disabled community is here. We have families, and it's like a little, my building is like a little community. And I'm very grateful for it. And so, yeah, I am one of the people who are living here. Most of you know me, Stacy Ballard. And so I'm very grateful that 85% of the people living here are from our town. That's pretty damn good. And I'm very grateful, and hopefully we'll continue. The paperwork, all the crap we have to go through to get into these places is a nightmare. We understand the management has been wonderful, but it's just shit you have to go through, all the red tape. And so I'm very thankful to the management and the maintenance here. Everyone's wonderful, and I'm very thankful to live here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ballard. All right, next up, we have Judy.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Judy.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I have a question. I have a very dear friend who was 72 years old and moved into the first building there in Sugar Pine. She was put on the third floor. She's a little overweight, in fact, probably a lot overweight, and had some, walking problems, but at that point was not considered to be totally disabled. And so there is no elevator in that 3-story building. And she had to, navigate walking down and up 3 stories, and she would have to sit at each level. So I am wondering, she did try and attempt to resolve these issues with the management there, and was never resolved. And ultimately, she finally had to move to a place where she could live without sitting at each landing. So I'm wondering how the management of Sugar Pine or the trust or whoever's in charge, how many complaints have been received since they opened, and how these complaints are resolved. What is the navigation process for the complaints, and how are they resolved? Because as the previous speaker said, there are people that are seniors, and speaking for myself, 3 flights of stairs up and down is not an easy task also for folks that are our age. So I look forward to hearing their response.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Mr. Ehrlich. Mr. Ehrlich?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I'm very glad to hear that the increasing income levels may increase the tenant's rent, but not lead to non-renewal of the lease. Once income levels are exceeded and rent increases, are there modifications in the designation of any available vacancies to keep the same percentage of units reserved for the lower income categories?
Do you have any additional comments? All right, thank you, Mr. Ehrlich. All right, next up we have Mr. Asbury.
Hello, City Council and staff. Thank you again for this opportunity to speak to you guys. So regarding this topic, some in this population in the city of South Lake Tahoe that live here full-time or part-time think that there is some type of housing crisis. I don't agree with that assessment. However, there is definitely a need for workforce housing. So the definition I'll give to workforce housing would be people that currently reside here, live here full-time in some capacity, and are struggling, because Sugar Pine development doesn't allow for subsidized housing because they make too much money. However, they're kind of stuck in a spot where they're making too much but not enough to kind of have the housing that they want. So it's nice to see people get placed in housing, new housing especially, and the comments by like Miss Ballard, that's great that she found housing that's suitable for her and some other people. But where I've seen, and I've done a lot of investigation, talked to several people that currently live at this Sugar Pine Village, and none of them, I repeat, none of them have lived here before Sugar Pine. I know there's requirements, so in the past decade, they can go ahead and curtail some type of records that allow them the privilege to go ahead and live in this Sugar Pine, but it does nothing for our workforce housing. So I realize that anytime that there's state and or federal funding utilized, that there are certain requirements. Basically, to summarize, it's for those that don't know, that you can't discriminate. And it's kind of unfortunate through all the presentation that there's misrepresentation on terminology. So again, maybe for the city council that knows or doesn't know and the listening public, Sugar Pine by definition is welfare housing. And so welfare housing doesn't need to be a negative thing. However, Sugar Pine Village is being misrepresented as being anything but welfare housing. And so the reason that Sugar Pine is by definition welfare housing is because there's no working minimums. I know there's this AMI that keeps being mentioned over and over, but there are no working minimums to obtain housing for Sugar Pine Village. So by definition, no working minimums.
All right, thank you, Mr. Asbury. Your time is up. No additional public comments, Mayor.
Great, thank you. We'll go ahead and bring this back to council. So this was just a presentation only item. We're not voting or having any, but if there's any other comments, feel free. Anybody that would like to make a comment?
I did have a comment.
Yes, Mr. Roberts, go right ahead.
I hope it's not off the agenda topic, but it's in answer to Mr. Jenkins' comment earlier. He kind of sparked in me having my whole career in the back of the house of restaurants. He kind of sparked that whole centuries-long debate between the front of the house and the back of the house. I'll give you, so I think your idea about not counting tips as a suggestion probably to review in the future. I think it would be unfair to do that, and let me explain why. So I get started as a prep cook, and I get hired at minimum wage. I work my way up, I become a line cook, I get a couple dollars an hour more. The servers get minimum wage because they make significant amounts of tips. But if we take the tips out of the equation, now the server who takes home a significantly more money than I do has preference over me. So I think you're missing that part of that equation.
Sometimes these things. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Ms. Horgan.
I'm just hoping for comment around accessibility for residents who need to get to their units. I think if somebody from our presentation could talk about how you would handle if someone moved in and found out that going to the third floor was a hardship for them, how we make accommodations, ADA accommodations.
Right. So there are a few options available. A resident who has a disability-related need, such as climbing stairs or not being able to climb stairs or needing a modification to their apartment, can request a reasonable accommodation or modification. And an accommodation is an exception to our rules or policies or procedures to give them equal access to the housing. And while we might not normally allow someone to transfer during the middle of their lease term, if someone has a physical need, we would allow them to transfer to a first floor unit. So that's an example of a reasonable accommodation. Obviously, one of the challenges is we may not have a first floor unit available. But we could accommodate someone in perhaps the next building if they're able to wait for that transfer. Physical modifications are also possible, and not just possible, but required. We're required to provide physical modifications. We don't do modifications that are structural. That's sort of beyond what's considered reasonable, or that are financially infeasible. Like, we can't add an elevator to a building that wasn't built with an elevator, but we can do things like add ramps, grab bars, automatic door openers. There's a lot of different kinds of features that we can add to units as a physical modification. The resident who has that need just needs to ask us. And then this is actually a very simple process that we go through compared to the income qualification of just verifying that they have a disability and that they need the thing that they've requested and that we can actually do it.
So I thank you, and I just want all residents to know that they can ask for a reasonable accommodation if they have any sort of limitation. And this is whenever it occurs. If you need a reasonable accommodation under the ADA laws, you should ask for it and advocate for yourself. And if you have an issue, you should reach out to me as well. I would be happy to assist.
Great, thank you so much, Ms. Horgan. It does raise a question for me. Are we not looking at holding those first floor units until the very end of the application process so that we actually have them available for somebody that is ADA in need of an ADA unit?
So I really appreciate the sentiment, because I think that we all have the best intentions of wanting to match people with the apartments that meet their needs. There's some laws around this. So when a unit is specifically designed for a person with mobility impairments or sensory impairments, then we have to give preference to people who require those features. But when a unit is not designed that way, and it's just a standard unit, it is open to the general population, and we have to allow residents to choose where they want to live. So you might be surprised to know that sometimes people with disabilities don't want to be on the first floor. They want the second or third floor. They may feel safer on a higher floor. We just have to give that opportunity to each applicant to choose the apartment that meets their needs. And so it has to do with what's available when people apply. Unless, of course, it was specifically designed as a mobility impaired accessible unit.
And I guess that kind of brings up a second question on Phase 2B, which we haven't begun to construct. I know it's probably designed, but did we take into consideration maybe making one unit with an elevator so that we have units on 2 and 3 that are also ADA accessible?
That would be a question for our developer. Is it okay if Rachel adds something about the last answer?
The processing for the first floor. Hi, I'm Rachel Vargas. I'm the regional manager. When we process for SBV 1A and 2A, specifically we asked if an individual needed a first floor unit. And we asked them to go through that reasonable accommodation process to make sure it was fair. So every unit on the first floor got a reasonable accommodation for the need to be on the first floor. Anybody that needed a first floor after did still continue to go through that process and were placed on a wait list and offered into the second phase. And some of those have denied and asked to wait for the building that they're currently in. Okay?
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Could I follow up on that question that the mayor had? The mayor, I thought I heard him say, are there some units built or some buildings built that have elevators to the second floor, so that any of those units on the second floor might be accessible? Yeah, I'm not putting words in his mouth. I'm just.
Sure. Yeah, and just from the development team on the design side, so we are required to have mobility units as part of our tax credit and also the building code. So each phase of the project has roughly 15 mobility units. So those are designed for folks with disabilities, and we've also we have a CASP, which is a design consultant that specializes in designing for mobility needs, both on the architecture side and then also at Related, we have an owner's rep CASP consultant as well that confirms and checks the work of that CASP consultant that's working on the architecture side. So that's very important to us. It's a critical piece of our financing requirements, and so it's something that we take seriously. Lease up is a separate matter from that, but we are designing the buildings to be able to be accessible for that perspective. In terms of elevators, this is a 3-story walk-up building, large family designation. So generally speaking, when you have a senior affordable housing building, it has a different program requirement. that's required. So those are usually heavy on studios and one bedrooms. And then you're required to have an elevator because of the population. This is a large family building that accommodates people from across the range of ages. So you have children, you have single folks, some folks who happen to be seniors as well. But I think that there was a lot of discussions also in the public comments about who is living there. And there are a number of folks who happen to be seniors, but then you also have younger single people who might be working in like a hospitality service. Many of the folks who live there do have jobs. These are people who are service economy primarily. So that's something that's important to kind of respond to in the public comments. In terms of an elevator for these phases, we have submitted for building permits. I believe Zaheen on the for phase 1B. And so that phase is designed, and generally it adds significant cost to create an elevator for a 3-story building. So it doesn't really make sense here, given the financing environment. But it's always something that we can talk about if we have greater concerns or want to talk about mobility features or accessibility in the future.
Great, thank you so much. All right, with that, thank you again. Great presentation and great work. Good things for the community. So thank you. All right, with that, we're going to go ahead and take a break. It is now 11:05. We will come back at 11:15. We're going to go ahead and call this meeting back to order. We are going to be moving on to our consent agenda. So with that, I will go ahead and ask any council members if there's any items that they would like to pull or any questions that they would like to ask on the consent agenda.
I just have to recuse myself on item 9 for living in proximity to the project.
Okay, great. Any other questions, recusals? Mr. Robbins, online, do you have any questions or items pulled or items you need to recuse?
Yes, I'd like to pull the AI item.
Okay, that is going to be item number 3. All right, so with that, we will go ahead and open this consent agenda for public comment besides item number 3. So anybody in the public that would like to give public comment on anything but item 3? Yes, Mr. Moser? All right.
I'd like to address item number 5, which is a rebate acceptance from South Tahoe Public Utility District in the amount of $15,000 for turf reduction landscape improvement projects at Ski Run Boulevard, Park Avenue, and Pine Boulevard, and in depositing the funds. I would just, this is, you're getting paid for turf buyback. They didn't get any turf to buy back. What you did was just threw dirt on top of the lawn area there, and then put large chunks of wood there. It wasn't really, bark, small bark. It was big chunks of ground up stuff. And it first rains, which I sent you pictures of, first time it rained there, because if it's a slope, just washed it down into the street and into the drains and stuff, and created more of a problem. So, should have been torn up. If you're going to do turf buyback, at least tear it out, which I saw down by, I don't know if it was I don't think it was city property, but down by the keyhole there by Ski Run Marina. They actually took some of the grass out. I don't know if that was the city doing that or not, but I don't think you own that property. But it wasn't taken out and should have been, at least removed, because it's just growing back up through the dirt, and you had to put more wood chips and stuff on top of it and everything. And that whole project from day one was, number one, those ponds was a bid rigged project. City was just about broke at the time. And it was, like I said, it was bid rigged and wasn't done properly. And hired 2 gals from Reno to do the landscaping. The landscaping was never really done correctly and thoroughly for what it needed and what was necessary. And they came over, and I was living across the street in the house across the street from there at the time, and wanted to use my garage and keep their equipment in to have, so somebody in town, they didn't have to come from Reno, somebody in town they could hire to do the lawn there and stuff. So that's the extent, and from day one, it was kind of ill-conceived. And if you look at it, the landscaping around it is very poor. It's in fact ugly and eroding, so it was never done properly. But as far as for the lawn area here, that at least the grass was growing some. Would see people sitting out on the lawn there, and the state law of mandating is a lot has to do with water and water restrictions and lack of water in a lot of parts of the states and drought. We got 1,600 feet of water sitting out there, so we're really not in the same boat as a lot of other parts of the state. And everything, so could have afforded to keep watering that, but to get $15,000 to buy back the turf when you're not taking the turf out.
Thank you, Mr. Moser. Appreciate the comments. Anybody else here in the public that would like to give public comment on the consent agenda, minus item 3? All right.
No additional.
Oh, well,
I'm sorry.
yes, sir. Go ahead and just state your name.
My name is John Disa. I'm here to discuss the 150-foot buffer.
Disa, that'll come up on our next agenda item, so we'll get through this consent, and then we'll call you up for public comment on that item.
Okay,
no worries, yep. All right, Ms. Blankenship.
No additional public comments, Mayor.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and bring this back to council for a motion minus item 3.
Motion to approve items 1 through 11 minus item 3.
I second.
Great, we can go ahead and vote.
Councilmember Robbins is out of the room, I'll be doing a roll call vote. So Councilmember Robbins,
Yes.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Roberts. Councilmember Horgan
Yes, recusing on 9.
with the recusal, and Mayor Bass.
Yes.
That motion carries.
Great. All right. So we are going to move on to item number 3. This is the artificial intelligence policy. I'll go ahead and open this up for questions. Mr. Robbins, you had pulled this item, so I'll open with you for any questions you may have.
Yeah, I wanted to propose an amendment to the materials to include clarification on the use of AI citations as well. So
Okay.
that's why this, because I wanted to suggest a change.
Okay. So when we come back for the discussion, if you'll go ahead and bring that back. Any questions, though, that you'd like for staff?
Well, I've read through the materials and through the proposals. I don't have any particular questions other than my suggested. Just have the suggested change. If anyone else has questions, though, I don't know if there was a plan to do a presentation.
Yeah. So Mr. Reb is here to be able to give us a presentation or answer questions. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to him.
Sure. So, good morning, City Council, Mayor Bass. I'm Gabe Rabb, Senior IT Analyst with the city, and we just been working for the last 6 months to get this policy pushed through. We know that AI is being used by our staff, and we don't have a policy in place. So that's the primary reason why we put this together. So I don't know if you have any specific questions for me, or I didn't really have a presentations prepared, but.
All right. So with that, if there's no questions from council, we may have some when we bring this back for discussion after public comment. But yes, Mr. Jenkins, questions.
My understanding is that for law enforcement, state law has a requirement that if AI is used to prepare a report, an incident report, that the department, and I'm not saying we're not doing it, but is that covered under this policy that they have to disclose?
Yeah, they adapted their own policy, but it does cover that area. Yeah.
Great. Any other questions? No? All right. Thank you, Mr. Reb. So we'll go ahead and open this item for public comment. This is going to be item number 3 on the AI policy. Anybody in the public? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and move to Zoom.
No public comments on Zoom, Mayor.
All right, great. We'll go ahead and bring this back to, this is item 3. Mr. Robbins, if you would like to go ahead and propose the amendment.
So before I do that, Mr. Jenkins's comment raised a question I wanted to follow up on. It lists prohibited use cases as critical decision-making in legal, law enforcement, or financial matters. But it sounded, I wasn't clear on the answer to Councilmember Jenkins's question. Does the police and fire department have their own AI use policy, or is this policy going to cover those departments as well?
This is unique just to city staff. The police department has adopted their own policy. Fire would fall under this one, though. But they are complementary, and the language is, largely the same.
Okay. Well, then, just as an aside, I'll ask staff if they could, and at least to me, but I think everyone might be interested in reviewing the AI policy for the police and fire department. I would like to see a copy of that. You can email that to me. My particular item was that in the rules of AI use, it mentions you have like a do and do not. I like the way that's structured. It's very readable. It does talk about thoroughly review and fact check all AI generated content. One of the concerns that I have with AI content is that it'll often, while it will often include citations in the generated responses, sometimes those citations don't support what the AI has reported, especially if it's like hallucinating, which is a real thing that can happen with these systems at this time. So I would like to clarify that that the policy should say that you actually have to click through and review citations for the generated content and not simply rely on the fact that it has generated a list of citations. Rather famously, the federal administration, the health administration in their MAHA report included citations that were generated by AI that were completely hallucinated. And I would want us to avoid that same sort of example of incompetence. in material that we generate. So my proposal is that I'm generally fine with it, but I would like to adopt it with a clarification that simply checking for the existence of AI-generated citations does not count as fact-checking AI. And that's a thing that we've seen happen in government this year, or in this last year, I should say, in the last 12 months, at the highest levels of government, no less. So this is not a hypothetical thing that is unreasonable to expect to happen.
No, I agree with you there. In our proposed solution, we're thinking about rolling out GovAI for the organization. It's a site license, so it'll be available for all city staff to use. Within that platform, there is quite a bit of transparency for us as an IT department to see what's going into the AI, what's coming out of it, the data that it's ingesting, and what citations it's using. So while the end user might not be doing that on the regular, us as an IT department would be able to see that.
Well, what I'm saying
if you
is,
want that clarified in the policy, yeah.
I would suggest that, that the policy should say that users should actually click through the citations and review the fact check that, because a lot of times AI will generate where it got its facts from. Google's AI does this rather notably, but if you don't actually click those links and see what's there, you can't actually verify that it understood those citations correctly, because sometimes it'll generate a link and say, hey, this is where I got this information, and the information is saying the complete opposite, or it doesn't support what the AI generated. So I just want to, my recommendation is that we say that when you say review and fact check, and fact checking means actually reading the references.
Okay.
Right, not just seeing that a reference was generated. And then the other thing, I assume that, and I talked with staff about this yesterday, I assume this will come with some kind of training modules, that'll be, annual or some other periodic training to teach or to review with staff as to how they're going to use AI tools. I don't think I saw that in the policy.
Right. So we will be providing ongoing annual as part of the cybersecurity training that everybody has to do. You'll get one that are more AI focused. And then as part of the onboarding of GovAI, they'll include a training for IT staff and the back end use, a general training for all of staff, and then for departments to discover specialized use cases, they'll provide more in-depth training for that as well.
Okay. So I don't know if other people may have additional comments and questions, but from a process standpoint, if I wanted to, make a motion to approve this with the qualification that staff will amend the rules of AI use to include a specific requirement to verify the content of AI citations.
That
that's
qualification to be done by IT, or for it to be done by the end user who's ultimately
by the
using
end
content?
by the end user. In other words, you can use GovAI and say, GovAI, tell me what this regulation says, and it'll say, the AI system will say the regulation says this, and here's the link to it. It should be a requirement for the end user to click that link and verify that that's actually what's there, because sometimes these systems just won't. It's one of these things where 9 times out of 10, or 90 or 95 times out of 100, it'll be right, but the problems come when it's wrong infrequently.
Is that a motion, Mr. Mayor? Is that a motion?
Well, let's.
So my question was, is that for staff? If I put that forward as a motion, is that sufficiently well formed?
Yes, it is, and I would say that what you're asking for is. On page 2 of the policy, under the limitations, the second bullet, it states already, all AI-generated content must be reviewed for accuracy, tone, bias, and context before content may be published for the city. And add a sentence in there saying that the user will be required to review and fact-check all sources.
Yes, that would be good. If can I make a motion to say approved with that?
Sure, I would just ask the city attorney.
So I don't have to repeat.
Yeah, just, Ms. Stroud, is that going to be okay to go ahead and pass the policy without addition today?
Yes, because this is by resolution, so
Okay,
changes can
great.
be made.
Perfect,
such
yes.
as changes like that.
Mr. Robbins, if you'd like to make the motion.
Very good.
Oh, excuse me. I'm so sorry, Mr. Robbins. Oh, wait, we did take public comment. I'm sorry.
Okay, there
Yes,
just wasn't any.
you're good to make the motion
All
if
right,
you
perfect,
would
thanks.
like to make the motion. Go for it.
I'm trying to pull up the actual requested motion here. Hang on one moment. It is executive summary. I move to pass a resolution adopting the AI policy governing the use of AI technologies by city employees, elected officials, and contractors, with the addition, as indicated by City Manager Irvin, of the requirement to fact-check AI citations in it additionally.
Second.
Is that sufficient? Okay, good. You guys good with that? Is that the staff?
It's fine.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, that's good to go. Thank you, Mr. Robbins. We got a motion and a second, and we can go ahead and vote.
Okay, I will do a verbal vote. Councilmember Horgan?
Yes.
Councilmember Jenkins?
Yes.
Councilmember Robbins?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Roberts?
Yes.
Mayor Bass?
Yes.
That motion unanimously carries.
Mayor, I just want to thank Gabe for putting this policy together. It's important work that we have. The world's changing, and so thanks for pulling us all together and getting it through.
Yes, thank you. Great. So with that, we're going to go ahead and move on to item number 13. This is going to be the South Lake Tahoe, this is item number 12. Ordinance amending vacation home rentals regulations to remove the 150-foot buffer and make other changes. This will be the first reading of version 1. We also have some other options there, but we will go ahead and open this up with Mrs. Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Heather Stroud, City Attorney. So this item is kind of a redo from the meeting that we had on October 21st, where we had a split 2-2 vote that resulted in no action. So as background, on June 17th, 2025, City Council adopted Ordinance 2025-1200 to amend the VHR provisions in the South Lake Tahoe City Code. In conjunction with adopting that ordinance, Council requested that staff bring it back a report on September 9th to get an update on how the permitting process was going at that time and to discuss potential further amendments. On September 9th, Council passed a motion by a vote of 4-1 with Councilmember Robbins voting no, directing staff to bring back 2 versions of the ordinance, amending the one adopted in June, and the 2 versions that are in the packet today are based on that council direction and request. On October 21st, council considered both versions, but ultimately were unable to pass a motion to make any changes and directed me to bring this item back once a 5th council member was appointed to fill the remainder of the former Mayor Wallace's term, which has now occurred. So today, council may either vote to hold a first reading of either version 1, version 2, you might take no action, or you might want additional changes which would require coming back for a first reading at a future date. So I'll just go through kind of what's in version 1 and version 2. Version 1 removes the 150-foot buffer, and it replaces it with a cap of no more than 1,200 VHR permits in residential areas. It establishes a minimum age of 25 to rent a VHR. It would allow attached condominiums to get VHR permits unless the applicable homeowners association rules prevent VHRs. It would require advertising platforms to include family-friendly language for VHRs in residential areas. So here that's drafted to just make sure that they know that there are more strict requirements in residential areas regarding noise, parties, hot tub hours, and that kind of thing in residential areas. Appeals of permit denials would go to an independent hearing officer instead of to the Planning Commission as they currently are. And then commercial and recreational areas would be regulated with the rules applicable in the tourist core, and the residential area would be kind of carved out to be given that special treatment with more strict rules. And then room night reporting would also be required so that we have data on occupancy. Version 2 has all of those same changes, except the 150-foot buffer would be removed and replaced with a prohibition on properties with VHR permits being adjacent to each other. And the way that is defined in the ordinance is if they have a shared parcel line. So properties across the street wouldn't be considered adjacent, in other words. In addition to the changes requested above, staff has made several other edits that are included in both versions that are consistent with these changes directed by council. To complement the cap, provisions were added to establish a wait list once the cap is reached. The prohibition on permit transfers is clarified to match existing practice, where a permit can be transferred into a family trust in which an owner is a trustee for estate planning purposes. And the preferred application period provision has been deleted from both versions because that period has closed. And then since this item was last before City Council in October, staff has several other observations, mostly from code enforcement, that might warrant additional changes. They could either be requested now or be brought back later. Specifically, code enforcement staff has received complaints from some residents that the exterior signage posted on properties isn't legible enough from the street. This might happen where the house is farther back from the street. The current provision in the code, 3.50.440J, exterior signage, requires a clearly visible and legible exterior sign posted in a location visible from the adjacent right-of-way. And it has to have certain information on it, like the phone number to call if there's a problem, and the property manager's name. However, it doesn't have specific size requirements for the type. So there's a little bit of subjectivity there, and some of them have passed inspection and might not be visible from everyone from the street. So that is one change that could be made to have a lettering requirement. And then just to update on how things are going in terms of numbers of permits issued and citations issued to date. From July 2025, when we started issuing permits under the new ordinance, through January 22nd of this year, there were 562 permits issued. So that brings the total permits in the city, including the tourist core and all other areas, to 1,069 permits total active. And then under the 2025 ordinance that was adopted in June, 270 permits were denied because the property was within the buffer of another permanent property. Since July 2025, there have been 9 citations issued for nuisance type violations like trash, parking, noise, and overoccupancy. And by comparison, in 2018, there were 139 citations issued for that type of violation in the whole year. So I did my best lawyer math to try to convert the time period so far to 1 year and the number of permits issued. Currently, we have about 1 nuisance type citation for every 59 permits that have been issued. In 2018, that number was a lot higher, with 1 nuisance type citation per every 12 permits issued. So you could look at that data and draw conclusions for what it's worth, that maybe our current rules are working better than they were in 2018. However, I take that with a grain of salt, because some of the permits issued might not have been currently up and running right away. So with that, I'm available if you have any questions.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Stroud. Questions from council. Mr. Jenkins.
Mr. Stroud, this might be a question that the chief of police does. In your view and the view of the department doing the enforcement, is enforcement working?
From my view, it seems to be, but I'll defer to the chief on that.
Summarily, yes. Great, thank you. Questions, Ms. Horgan? No questions? Okay, Mr. Roberts, any questions? Mr. Robbins, online, any questions?
Yes, you mentioned the number of citations and the number of up and running permits, but do we have any data on how many nights have actually been rented out since the permit program was started, got up and running?
No, that kind of data would come from the occupancy reporting that isn't currently required, but would be under both versions that are under consideration.
So I take issue with the notion that we have meaningful evidence to assert that the program is working, because if we don't have data on how many people have actually been using VHRs, how can you assert that it's working if we don't know if the VHRs have been rented out?
That's the grain of salt that I mentioned, yes.
Yeah, we've all, it's not just that we not just that they may or may not be up and running, but we haven't had any snow. We've had like 1 snowstorm, and it's only been running for the winter. So I don't know I don't know how we can reasonably draw that conclusion, but okay, thank you.
Yep, council asked for data last time, and now that we have had more time passed, we only have the data that we have. I'm sure we'll have more information after the summer, which is usually the busiest season.
Great. Mr. Roberts.
Yeah, since a lot of these new permits are in the tourist core, and I just wanted clarification on the complaints. So 15 total complaints, and 65 resulted in citations. How many of those are in the tourist core and how many of those are in the residents?
That is not data that I prepared. Is that from one of the public comments?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe the chief has more information on that.
I do not. Great. Any other questions, Mr. Roberts?
No, thank you.
Great. It brought up a couple questions just when you were talking through. We actually amended the current ordinance that had been on the books prior to Measure T when we added the current regulations. Is that somewhat accurate? Because we had the tourist core commercial have always been legal to have VHR permits, even after the passage of Measure T.
Yes.
Okay, and then that ordinance we made amendments to in June, which came into effect in July, that created these new permits. Is that accurate? We didn't create a whole new ordinance for.
No, we were amending, so when Measure T was overturned by the court last spring, we had kind of an automatic reversion back to the pre-Measure T 2018 ordinance, and so that's what we were amending.
We made
in June,
amendments to
was
that.
the 2018 regulations.
Okay, and I guess that kind of brings up the second question, which I hadn't thought about it this way before, but we're in, of course, an appeal. We don't really understand or know any outcome of that until we do. If it were to go one way, in a sense, the same way that they just kind of ruled when we reverted back, but they also said you immediately need to void the qualified VHR permits that had been issued. It was an order from the court to do that like that day. Do we not think that the same type of situation would happen in the case that the court comes back, disagrees with the lower court's ruling, that they just put back in place what had been in place from the day of that lower court's ruling? And I'm only asking that because it opens up liability questions on creating more issues, right? Because we don't know, and I know I'm kind of asking questions that are like a lot of assumptions because, of course, we don't know the outcome. But yeah.
No, it's always hard to guess what a court is going to do. Even if you think you know, you might not know. But if the Court of Appeal reverses, the only issue up on appeal really is whether the qualified VHR provisions were severable from the rest of Measure T. If the Court of Appeal reverses on that issue, presumably it'll get remanded back to the trial court in Department 9 in El Dorado County Superior Court, and they will fashion some kind of remedy. I'm not sure what that would look like, but it seems unlikely that the court would want to rewrite the ordinance. That they're not usually in the business of being like the legislature. They determine what's legal and what's not. They're not going to write legislation, which arguably would be required if Measure T were to try to be reinstated because it was amending an ordinance that no longer exists.
Sure, yeah, and I guess it just opens up questions of whether they say, well, the amendments you made were illegal because you did them past the point, and therefore the amendments no longer apply, and that gets into the question around, okay, if the amendments no longer apply and we go back, right, again, and these are like unknowns, I thought it was kind of, when they said you just immediately have to void QVHR permits, to me that was like, wow, well, you're just creating a lot of damage to the people that obviously it applied. They didn't give us any amortization period for those permits.
Well, that was a little bit of a different circumstance because the QVHR permits were exactly what was determined to be unconstitutional under the Dormant Commerce Clause. So continuing to have those operate would be a continuance of the violation that had been found. And the court didn't specifically order us to rescind them. I think we gave people some amount of time to stop operating. I think it was about a month.
Okay.
And that was within our discretion to do in compliance with the judgment.
And it's all very complicated. I get it. When we dealt with this with Measure T, it was different because Measure T explicitly said we had to give the 3-year period, and that kind of gave us a little bit of cover, I guess you could say. But anyways, thank you so much. Mr. Jenkins has some questions, and then Ms. Horgan. Sure.
Madam City Attorney, Measure T that was overturned by the court no longer the ordinance that was overturned no longer exists. Am I correct? I mean, it's because it, subsequent to the overturning, it's been amended. So, so we're not dealing with the same topic, are we not? I mean, we're not dealing with the ordinance pre-Measure T. We're dealing with new ordinances that have since been adopted. Is
Correct.
that a fair?
Yeah,
Just following on the mayor's.
I am not sure how a court would decide Measure T goes back into place because it was specifically amending provisions of the ordinance from 2018 that now City Council has amended.
Yes.
Again, so those provisions don't exist anymore. It would have to be rewritten essentially to be effective. I'm not sure how a court would do that.
Ms. Horgan.
Yeah, just clarification on version 2, because I just thought of it when you said something about across the street. In version 2, could I feasibly have a vacation home rental on all 4 sides of me? Across the street and next to me and behind me, but then that would essentially mean there would be a ring of properties without, but I could be surrounded on all 4 sides.
If it was a grid where it was exact kind of like squares without overlapping, yes, you could be
Okay,
surrounded.
thank you.
Great. Any other questions before we go to public comment? Mr. Robbins, we're good? Okay. We're going to go ahead and open this item up for public comment. This is item number 12, the ordinance amending vacation home rentals. Anybody here in the room that would like to give public comment? Yes, please just state your name if you could for the record.
Hello, my name is Lauren Parmenter. Good morning, Mayor, council members, and city staff. Mr. Urban, congratulations on earning the key to the city. It's well-deserved, and our community is going to miss you. Thank you all for the time and care you put into serving this community. I want to begin by acknowledging something that matters deeply to many of us who live and work here. The effort this council has made to ground its work in data, research, and long-term impacts, not just emotion or isolated incidents. That commitment is not easy, and it deserves recognition. When conversations about vacation rentals come up, it's understandable that the most vivid stories rise to the surface. People remember the unfortunate moments, the behavior that crossed a line, or the disruption that left a lasting impression. Those situations are real, and they're not acceptable. No industry is perfect, and vacation rentals are no exception. But they are also not the whole story. What we don't hear enough about are the thousands of families who come here every year and do exactly what we hope visitors will do. They respect our neighborhoods, they teach their children about our forests and our lake, they create meaningful memories, and they spend their money throughout our town, in our restaurants, our shops, and with local service providers who rely on that income to stay here. We also don't talk enough about how travel itself has changed. For many families, renting a home has become the preferred way to visit places like South Lake Tahoe. It allows them to stay together, cook meals, and experience a community more deeply. That shift isn't unique to Tahoe. It's a national and global reality. Communities that don't adapt to it risk unintended consequences for their local economies. There are also lessons from other tourist communities that are worth remembering. Some places move quickly to restrict or eliminate vacation rentals, only to later face losses in jobs, small businesses, and tax revenue that supported essential services. Those outcomes weren't always anticipated at the time. I've heard people say we need more public discussion on this issue. Respectfully, Lake Tahoe has had extensive discussion, workshops, ballot measures, regulations, enforcement changes, and years of public dialogue. The conversation has been long and at times painful, and our community has worked hard to recover from a difficult public narrative. What feels important now is continuing forward in a way that strengthens our community, our workforce, our economy, and our relationship with the people who visit here. I would encourage us to reflect on how we view those visitors. Are they strangers or even adversaries? Or can we see them as partners, people who care about this place enough to spend their time here, invest in homes here, and return year after year? In my own experience, they are not others. They are families like yours and mine looking to enrich their lives, learn about this environment, and be a part of something special.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your
Thank
comments.
you.
Thank you. Anybody else here in the room to give public comment? Yes, Mr. Messina.
John Messina speaking for myself, and I substantially agree with the previous speaker, who is much more elegant than me. The city must recognize it's really a large business. And for a city to prosper, it must evaluate its resources available and how to manage them to provide the best prosperity for the entire community. South Lake Tahoe does not have manufacturing, tech centers, minerals, cannot grow crops. The only resource we have available really is tourists. And we must recognize that tourists are our most beneficial resource and must manage the city, I'm repeating myself, sorry, manage the city in a manner that provides them with an experience that motivates them to spend their money here rather than somewhere else. One thing that tourists really want is to be able to stay in a VHR. We need to make this possible for them to do so. If we try to force them into hotels and motels, they might as well stay in Reno, where it's a lot less expensive. When I travel on business, a hotel is generally sufficient. But when traveling with friends, we prefer a vacation home, and it is often less expensive. VHRs make South Lake Tahoe a tourist destination, and we need to recognize and support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Messina. Anybody else here? Yes, Ms. Soderston.
I don't really care about vacation rentals. Like, it's your people's property. The problem is the enforcement is a problem, because I've got people that show up at 11:30, they show up at 1:30 in the morning. They're out there with snow blowers at 4:30 in the morning, snow blowing in my yard. And who do I call? I can't call enforcement every single time. Then I'm just a problem. It's loud. Everybody acts like having families in our neighborhood is a good thing, but when my kids are in school, I don't want to be listening to other people's kids screaming in the street all day. I don't know how to be a good neighbor with a VHR, because all I want to do is go out and scream at people all day long. It makes me a bad neighbor. I shouldn't have to deal with them snow blowing into my yard. It used to be a long-term rental next to me. It was a quiet family. Now I have construction workers there regularly. As soon as people check out, there's housekeepers there. As soon as the housekeepers are gone, there's people checking back in. It has been constant, like a 3-day turnover. And I don't know how to report that without just being considered a pain in the ass. The person that I used to see regularly when they had people living there, I haven't seen since it's been a vacation rental. It's just random people all day long. And I don't have to deal with my neighbors coming in and out of their house to get stuff out of their car all day. They're not getting in and out of their car, going to this place, going to that place, coming back, changing, then going here. It is chaos, and it is torture for the people that live there. And the numbers are never going to be accurate for reporting, because we just simply don't report it, because there's no point. It's just noise. But it's not normal neighborhood noise. And I don't care if it's a family, it's added additional noise in our neighborhood, and there's no fair way for us to report it. I would be reporting almost every day. There is a reason to report the people next to me, almost every single day. And it might be the way our neighborhood's set up, because it echoes off of my garage, but we don't take these things into consideration. And we know that occupancy and tourism is down across the board, across the country, that these numbers are gonna get worse. And I just don't know. There's no good answer, but the enforcement needs to come from the people owning these places. The vast majority of them do not even bother to drive past their properties. So they can pretend like it's all sun and games and fun and flowers and roses for all of us, but it sucks. And I would encourage you to maybe just spending some time next to a vacation rental and listening to the crap that we have to deal with.
Thank you, Ms. Soderston. Anybody else here in the room that would like to give public comment? Yes, Mr. Mosier.
Good morning. Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe.
Yeah, first of all, start out with that this should not even be on the agenda. And I can understand why the three of you want to have it up there. Until the appeal process is completed, like I said, this shouldn't be on the agenda. You shouldn't have started with new ordinances, new rules, new regulations, issuing permits, and whatnot. So, as far as like version 1 with a 150-foot buffer you want to remove, to have any sense of sanity to the process, it should be at least 500 feet, in my estimation. Otherwise, one on a block is plenty. That's there's nothing. If you were going to do it, one is about the max of per block is about what could be standing can be tolerated. Also, no attached condominiums shouldn't be allowed, or duplexes. You have places that are two on a property, two separate units on a property, housing units, and that one could be used for a full-time rental, but they're not. You had at one point up to 54 or 55 of them, that could have been used for housing. Supplied at least 40, 45 housing units that were affordable, and but using as VHRs. The appeals process even is a joke. Whoever appoints the officer, the council, I presume, is going to appoint, or the city manager will appoint the officer instead of the planning commission. So you have one person that's appointed that will probably be not exactly neutral. So that's the biggest joke of all this. You haven't enforced the illegal ones. All the whole time Measure T was in effect. Everybody handing praise out here to Mr. Irvin and stuff, but the whole time he's been here, and during Measure T being in effect, it wasn't enforced. The police department says there's 197 illegal ones. Well, what was done? Just a handful or so of things coming before the Planning Commission. There's many of them still right now that are operating illegally and without a permit that have been for years, not being enforced. So tourist anarchy is what exists here. People say, oh, well, the tourists want these. Well, of course, and the problem is they get everything they want here. They get to ride scooters where they want and how they want, e-bikes, zinging around, and they get to park wherever they want. It's basically tourist and even local anarchy here. So it takes away from being a pleasant place to live and to visit. But the biggest thing is that these VHRs create, which I argued since its inception 2003, is the effect on housing and effect of housing prices. It goes up, and we went up 27.5% in the first year from 2003 to 2004, and still continues to rise. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. Yes, sure. Yes, come forward and state your name for the record.
I'm bringing sunshine and rainbows. I'm sorry. Mayor Bass and council members, I'm Lisa Underwood, Tahoe Keys Resort. It's been approximately 6 months since the first permits were reissued under the new ordinance, and we sincerely are grateful for that progress. In a tourism-driven community like South Lake Tahoe, a healthy lodging mix must include options. Not everyone travels the same way. Families, multi-generational groups, and extended stay visitors often have needs that are better served by a vacation rental than by other forms of accommodation. I've worked in both. I know this. We understand that VHRs are not for everyone, but they do, and they do not need to be. A balanced lodging mix provides choice, and choice is what allows a destination to remain competitive and inclusive. We appreciate that you have restored that choice to South Lake Tahoe. We respectfully ask that you move forward today and advance the first reading with the proposed changes, replacing buffering with a manageable cap. Doing so will allow prior permit holders who were buffered out the opportunity to attempt to regain their permits. The priority group were subjected to buffering late in the process due to an offhand remark made by former Mayor Wallace, without a full understanding of the long-term consequences. The resulting hardship has been significant and in many cases deeply frustrating. I represent several owners affected by this, and I understand their concerns firsthand. Repealing buffering would provide a path forward towards fairness and resolution. We also support allowing condominium owners to pursue permits at the discretion of their HOAs. With increasing HOA fees and assessments, many condo units are not viable long-term rental or primary residency options. Providing flexibility within that segment is both practical and economically sound. As you deliberate today, we ask that you allow the data to guide your decision. Complaint levels remain low. VHRs will not solve long-term housing demand, as rental revenue is not the primary motivation for most of those home purchases in that market. I don't encourage people who want to have an investment in South Lake Tahoe to buy a vacation rental. I've been in this business since 1992. I never have encouraged that. It's not economically viable. A well-positioned cap can help bridge gaps in TOT revenue, preserve traveler choice, and support essential community services. With balance, this truly can be a win-win for residents, visitors, and the city alike. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much, Mr. Underwood, for your comments. Anybody else here? Yes, please.
Hello, thank you. My name is John Zisa. I'm here to discuss the 100-foot buffer. My goal here is to protect the city, the council, and taxpayers with my remarks. Members of the council, I'm here to speak on the 150-foot buffer for vacation home rentals, focusing on its legal vulnerability and potential to expose both the city and city council members to legal liability. My purpose is to provide guidance that protects the city and taxpayers from unnecessary risk. The 150-foot buffer functions the same exclusionary ban that the court struck down in Measure T. Courts focus on actual effect of rule, not its label. Because the buffer mirrors the prior restriction, it could be viewed as bad faith circumvention of the court's ruling, which carries legal consequences. The rule is arbitrary. There is no evidence that a rental at 149 feet creates harm, while one at 151 feet does not. Meanwhile, it threatens otherwise identical property owners different. Meanwhile, it treats otherwise identical property owners differently, permanently excluding some while allowing others, raising serious constitutional concerns regarding equal protection and due process. For many property owners, this buffer effectively removes a significant economic use without compensation, which would construe a regulatory taking. Enforcing this rule exposes the city to litigation costs and potential liability, which would ultimately fall on taxpayers. Continuing to enforce restrictions that mirror laws that mirror a law already overturned or an ordinance already overturned increases exposure not only to the city but also potentially for individual council members. Courts do not allow cities to do indirectly what they were prohibited from doing directly. And this could result in civil rights claims, taking claims, and significant attorney fee liability. Removing the 150-foot buffer now protects the city, city council members, and taxpayers. Adopting a clear evidence-based lawful framework achieves the city's legitimate goals while avoiding unnecessary legal and financial risk. In short, the buffer is vulnerable, arbitrary, and could seem as a bad faith circumvention of a ruling. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you for your time. Yes, Mr. Salmon.
I think it's afternoon now, so good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Mark Salmon, and I've lived and worked in South Lake Tahoe for over 30 years. I want to start by addressing something personal because it's become part of the public conversation, that those of us who support short-term rentals are often vilified as if we arrived here with a silver spoon, skipped the hard years, and somehow got a free pass into home ownership and success. That assumption couldn't be farther from the truth. I came to Tahoe at age 20 with no job and no financial safety net. I slept on a couch, I shared overcrowded apartments, I worked minimum wage jobs, I held multiple jobs at the same time just to stay here. To make things more interesting, I had my first child at 22 years old, ended up raising two daughters in this town, both born and raised in Tahoe. They went to college, they graduated, they chose to come back. Today they work full-time jobs here and struggle to make rent just like so many others. This housing conversation is not abstract to me. It's a major part of my family. Working and living in Tahoe has never been guaranteed. It has always required sacrifice. And that is no different than any other elite destination anywhere in the world. Tahoe also exists in the shadow of enormous regional wealth. San Francisco, less than 4 hours away, has an economy of roughly $1.2 trillion, equivalent to the entire GDP of Saudi Arabia. And that economic gravity is only growing with AI. That is the reality locals are competing in when it comes to housing, whether you like it or not. Which brings me to the core point. We don't solve Tahoe's housing problem by trying to make market rate homes affordable. That would require crashing property values or stripping rights from the people who fund our economy. The only real solution is to protect the visitor economy that pays local wages, then use that revenue intentionally to subsidize workforce housing outside the market. Housing cannot be built on an unstable or shrinking economy. Restricting short-term rentals does not meaningfully increase affordable housing supply, but it does push away the very family visitors we rely on while leaving the income and price gap untouched. And this is the broader point that keeps getting overlooked. If you undermine tourism, you undermine the workforce you claim to protect: jobs, wages, and housing stability. I'll start with a healthy visitor economy. Now, bringing this back to the motion before you, Measure T passed in November of 2018 and was overturned last March, nearly a year ago. Since then, we have not finalized a replacement ordinance. This motion was voted on 4-1 months ago, and the underlying data has not changed. We have shown you why buffers do not work. We have shown you why, with mapping and mathematical precision, why the targeted permit count under a buffering model was never achievable, and why permit totals will always fall short of the revenue required to fund enforcement. That outcome was predictable based on data and mapping we repeatedly shared, and is now playing out exactly that way. I strongly support advancing version 1 to a second reading so the city can finally put short-term rental policy on stable footing and move on to the next hard conversation: affordable housing. And I'm willing to contribute my time and expertise towards finding solutions there.
Thank you so much, Mr. Salmon. Anybody else here in the room that would like to give public comments? Mr. Teixeira.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, staff, ladies and gentlemen, for the record, Steve Teixeira on behalf of Tahoe Chamber. Let us not engage in the policies of vilification. I agreed with what Ms. Parmenter had to say about how the actions of a few tend to obliterate our view of the good and the many. And I also feel like the business community gets vilified by some of these discussions that go on before you. The business community is a lifeblood of this community. We provide services, we do all kinds of things for this community, and yet we're categorized by some as a special interest group. We are a special interest group in that we care for this city and we serve this city. And when we step to the podium and say we support this or that, we are called by some a special interest group. Well, if that's what we are, then we're proud to be a special interest group because we believe in this city and we believe in policies that are not based on the vilification of people of any sort. So, having said all that, we're excited about what's going on in the city. In a couple of months, we're going to open up the multicultural generational rec center, and that's a family-based situation. So we shouldn't have policies that prevent some families from coming and staying in vacation home rentals. So I don't think that the data shows that there's a big problem, even though that's highlighted by some. So we think that what you should do today is pass version 1 of the ordinance and move on to a second reading and let this community prosper. You have, I think, a well-heeled, a well-organized enforcement group right now. It's probably the best it's ever been. And let's go with that, and let's stop vilifying people who want to come to our community and spend money. And if they choose to be in a vacation home rental, that's what they should do. The buffer does not work, and even adjacency doesn't work. How do you measure it? That's a problem. So let's fix the problems that we've been facing by passing version 1 today and moving it on to the second reading. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Teixeira. Anybody else here in the room? Yes, Mr. Fry.
Dear Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Caleb Fry. I'm a local resident, business owner, and nonprofit director. Mr. Irvin, congratulations, and thank you for everything that you have done for our community. We wish you all the best. The current VHR ordinance reflects significant collaboration and enhancements over many years. However, some issues continue to cause problems, undermining the city's intent for this program. The 150-foot buffering policy was expected to produce 1,288 permits, enabling complete cost recovery for the program. Previously shared analysis in combination with updated permitting info shows that number remains completely unrealistic. In the first 2.5 months, 1,104 permit applications were received. In the 4 months since, only 152. That's a 90% decline in permitting. Buffering appears to be dramatically slowing permit activity and remains blocking at least 77 preferred members who went through an awful permitting experience. Since June, nearly 70% of all VHR complaints were for illegal rentals. During the busiest period from Christmas Eve to January 24th, only 5 nuisance complaints were recorded. Again, only 5, an exceptionally low number compared to the economic value to our business community. In response to Mr. Robbins, in 2019, with a full force program, 85% of VHRs never had a single complaint filed. 95% never received a citation from an observed violation, and only 1.5% of VHRs represented 36% of all complaints. Data then and data today suggests VHRs are not the terroristic nuisance some claim them to be. And effective enforcement, not buffering, is the proven way to address bad actors. VHRs play an essential and irreplaceable role in our small businesses that make up the very fabric of our community. Beyond buffering, this motion cleans up other key issues like clarifying rules for commercial zones, condo eligibility, and more. I urge council to stand with the local small business community, pass version 1 of this reading forward, and with commitment to ongoing program oversight and strong enforcement. Thank you all for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Fry. All right, anybody else here in the room for public comment on this item?
Mr. Mayor, since this is a public hearing, I think everybody should be here, so maybe we can take a quick bio break.
Yeah. Okay, then we'll go ahead and take a 5-minute break, or we'll call it 6 minutes. We will come back at 12:20. 12:20, so we are going to go ahead and call this back to order. I should just check, Mr. Robbins, that you are with us.
Yes, he is.
Okay. All right, so we are going to go ahead
I
and
think
bring this
so. Can
back
you guys
to
hear me?
order. All right. And we are, I believe we are moving to online public comments on Zoom. Unless we have anybody here in the room that didn't get to give public comments on item 12, seeing none, we'll go to Zoom.
Okay, yeah, we will go to Zoom in just a second. I want to note for the record that we did receive, and I distributed to council, public comments from Alan, Asha, Association of Realtors, Benedict, De La Rosa, Fry 1, 2 parts, Gordano, Coletta, Keffler, Poet, Roberson, South Lake Tahoe Property Owners Group, and Young. And first up, we will call Judy.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to address the city council today. I'm going to tell you that I have been in South Lake Tahoe for 36 years. And years ago, I actually did have a vacation rental on Butler Avenue over in the Tahoe Island area. And I never had a complaint. I never had an issue or anything else. But I got rid of that, and I've been on Fountain Avenue for the last, 35 years. At any rate, my daughter has a cabin in the Tahoe Sierra neighborhood, and she has done vacation rentals in her very darling cabin since 2016 until Proposition T passed, which case then it was stopped. When Proposition T was turned over and they gave priority to previous permit holders, she applied and received priority status. But the mystery VHR organization sent her a calendar in which to pick a date for her inspection. So she picked the date of February the 5th, 2026, and came up from Southern California. I came with her to help and worked very hard to meet the 2.5 pages of requirements to meet this inspection. So on February the 4th, that is the day before her inspection date at 8 a.m., she received an email from the VHR department canceling her inspection because they issued a permit to somebody else. I just think that is very sloppy management. And I am very upset about it, as is she. So at any rate, she has never had a complaint. I would really implore the city council to go for version number 1 and to eliminate this buffer, because apparently the permit that was issued in front of her by a vacation rental that's never held a permit before is in her neighborhood within that 150-foot boundary. This is really not fair. It is very lack of integrity, and I have actually written to the council and said so. Now, I'm going to tell you that I have a next door neighbor, I've in my place of 35 years, that I had to call the police and the fire department for many, many times because this person was the worst person, and it was not a vacation rental. Fires that were unintended. The guy must have been a bartender, got off work at 1 o'clock and invited everybody over to have big loud parties outside, which I'm sorry, I could not sleep. It's very close to me. So I'm just saying that, this 150 buffer.
All right, thank you, Judy. Your 3 minutes
Yes, thank you.
is up. Thank you. Okay, next up we have Eric Asbury.
Hello, Eric Asbury here for the record. Thank you very much for taking my call here. Sorry, I'm losing my notes. I'd actually like to express my opposition to the current 150-foot buffer zone and to advocate for a more equitable and effective alternative. I strongly urge the commission to recommend option 1, fully removing the buffer, but with strategic shift towards neighborhood-specific density caps, similar to the model used in Douglas County. my concerns with the buffer zone is legal liability, affordable housing impacts, and lost TOT revenue. As stated in the city's goals from the last year, they want to promote business, and so this coincides with that. There's been very low, with the new regulations in place, there's been very low complaints from said short-term rentals, and this kind of stimulates, growth in South Lake Tahoe. So I would also like to say that, comments by Salmon and Fry were on point. As for the reasons that we should get rid of said, the buffer zone and encourage future business in the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next up we have Mr. Miller.
Hi, Alan Miller. I want to comment on issues of process and procedure and lack of ethics, kind of following on the comments of Mr. Moser. I reviewed video from the City Council's October 21, 2025 meeting, a lengthy meeting where much public comment on both sides and certain council member comments focused on the need for greater consideration of public input, suggesting workshops and other public meetings with forums to facilitate public discussion and data collection and dissemination. And nonetheless, Mr. Bass quietly directed the city manager not to do any public outreach in response to being asked by Mr. Urban. So Ms. Stroud, the incompetent and corrupt attorney who serves at your pleasure, was tasked to bring forward the present draft amendments. So there was no public outreach, and this is her work product. I've testified with others about how the city is piecemealing its way through these requirements, again, following on Mr. Moser's comments, blindly under the guidance of Ms. Stroud, who led the city down the disastrous path to Measure T litigation that will cost the city millions. Now we've got the five of you to rubber stamp the city attorney's draft. I testified previously that the city council and now the planning commission should not be delegating appeals of VHR permits to hose of the city, these hearing officers, so-called persons employed to serve the city, not the judgment of a body as now. It's one more step to remove accountability, and I predict it will go badly, and it's going to cost the city a lot. There's support for removing the 150-foot buffer, clearly. However, that will fix the other deficiencies developed in the dark and without public input and awareness. And so I think that's about all I have time to comment on today. And I've provided a lot of previous comments, and so have others, and they don't seem to be taken very much into account. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Robin Hockey. Robin Hockey?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
You can hear me okay?
Yes, please go.
Okay, thank you. My name is Robin Hockey. I'm a South Lake Tahoe property owner who has operated a compliant 5-star hosted short-term rental for the past 2 years. Like many responsible hosts, I followed the city's process and submitted my application at 9 a.m. exactly as requested with the intent of transitioning into a full permit. Before I applied, I reviewed the city's eligible map, and my property appeared clear under the 150-foot buffer requirement. Despite acting in good faith and meeting the submission timing, approvals issued ahead of mine later than triggered the buffer and blocked my application. This highlights a broader issue. The buffer creates unpredictable outcomes for applicants who comply with the rules. This is not just my situation, It affects compliant hosts who relied on the city guidance and submitted within the required time frame. My request today is that the council consider removing or replacing the 150-foot buffer as a primary limiting tool and instead manage permits through a defined cap system. Under that system, applicants who submitted within the established time frame, verified by time-stamped documentation, should receive priority, placement, or waitlist position before any new applications are accepted. Additionally, continuing a system where outcomes depend on administrative timing rather than clear order or criteria may expose the city to ongoing disputes and legal challenges. Moving forward toward a transparent, priority-based cap system could help reduce that risk, improving fairness and public trust again. I respectfully ask the council to direct the staff to evaluate this approach and provide a fair pathway forward for responsible hosts seeking full permits. Thank you for your time and service to our community.
Thank you very much. Okay, next up we have JD Macuso.
Hello. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. My name is Dr. Joe Macaluso, and I strongly encourage option 1 with some clarification around tourist core boundary areas, specifically related to Ski Run Boulevard. I'm the owner of 3667 Aspen Avenue, and I'm here because the city's current handling of my vacation home rental permit exposes the city to avoidable legal risk, and because the way the city's tourist core boundary is applied along Ski Run Boulevard needs clear council direction. This is not a typical VHR application. My property previously operated underneath a city permit, which expired in July of 2020 after the measured T transition. The recent court rulings established a new ordinance were intended to restore this fairness to owners like myself. But when I applied under the new framework, the city accepted my payment, confirmed in writing that my application was deemed complete, and directed me to proceed towards inspection. Under the ordinance, completeness establishes filing priority. Despite that, my application was later displaced, not because of any deficiency, but because another applicant reached the inspection sooner. The ordinance does not clearly authorize that outcome, and it places the inspection specifically scheduling on the obligation of the city, not me, the applicant, inside the code itself. But the broader issue here is this. Both properties sit immediately adjacent to Ski Run Boulevard within the city's own tourist planning documents that describe it as a tourist corridor and a transitional area. The current tourist core boundaries cuts through corridors mid-block, resulting in similarly situated properties being treated differently and inconsistently. This ambiguity is now driving inconsistent staff decisions around the buffer, relating to which is creating greater risk. So the solution is simple, and it's conservative, it's avoidable. First is that the city can determine that the course boundary is determined at the logical intersection. That's an easy way. It shouldn't stop mid-block. And in the tour zones, the cap that we're creating, the 1,200, should not apply to those in the tourist zones. We shouldn't be penalizing the tourist areas against those that do want to have it. I'm not asking you to revoke another permit. I just am asking you to direct staff to clearly designate the properties on Ski Run Boulevard, along Ski Run Boulevard, to actually be within the tourist zone, and also to make sure that we allow the cap to be increased. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next up we have Andrew Pierce.
Good afternoon. I'm Andrew Pierce. I'm the attorney for the South Lake Tahoe Property Owners Group. I just wanted to comment, our group leaders have already spoken. I just wanted to comment on adjacency requirement, or the difference between option 1 and option 2. If you outlaw adjacent units, you're going to run into the same problems you have with the buffer zones. It'll violate the state laws requiring uniformity within each zoning area. In many instances, 2 properties that operated historically and with no problems that happen to be adjacent, only one of them will be able to get permit. More broadly, if short-term rentals aren't allowed to be adjacent to each other, then they will be adjacent to more non-short-term rentals. Certainly having 2 adjacent to each other, it's easier to enforce. It's easier for owners to clean and monitor them. The signage is easier, everything's easier. There's little or no data I've ever seen anywhere that clustering actually increases the problems, and for several reasons it would appear that it might decrease. In addition, many people who were operated successfully before Measure T and have not been able to get permits because of the buffer zone, they should be given some priority if we are going to have an adjacency rule, although we are opposed to that. Finally, I would note that noise complaints coming from VHRs are actually a tiny fraction of overall noise complaints in the city, well under 1%, and that by my best estimate, there's a valid noise complaint about a VHR for every 10,000 or 20,000 guest nights. These numbers are tiny. With that, that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up we have Blake Herschel.
Hi, my name is Blake Hershaft. I've lived in Tahoe for 8 years. Prior to moving into Tahoe, I was in a similar position as y'all. I served on a planning board in Ocean Beach, San Diego, dealing with this short-term rental issue. It decimated our beach town and was a really difficult thing. So total pain in the butt. I'm sorry you have to deal with this the past few years. After I left San Diego, I saw a need for a market-based solution. For that reason, we are launching this year the nation's first housing-forward Airbnb alternative. We are called Fairway, stayfairway.com, operated out of Tahoe. The types of units we allow are specific. Mansions and lakefronts worth at least triple the median home value of the region. They are not workforce housing, and they are allowed on platform and can host big families. We allow primary resident units, whether hosted or otherwise. Condo hotels that have never been housing, they typically have pretty high HOAs. They are also allowed. If you happen to be listening and operate one of these units, differentiate yourself by listing with us. The first dozen signups in a region get no platform fees for a year, and I know Airbnb just bumped theirs up. If you operate a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, because you outbid a mountain town nurse like my brother or a mountain town teacher like my wife, we're not the platform for you, but good luck with your business. I urge you to maybe sell that house to a nurse or a teacher and buy something bigger or closer to the mountain that would be even more enjoyed by your guests. Just wanted to let you know we exist and there is a market-based solution out there. Good luck with everybody's decision today and all your businesses that are on the call.
Thank you. Okay, next up we have Jacqueline Todak.
Thank you, Mayor Bass and council members, for the opportunity to comment. I would like to express my full support of the removal of the buffer and instead regulate permits through a cap, which is a more rational and predictable tool that directly addresses scale and community impacts without making arbitrary decisions based solely on proximity or timing. After many years of visiting Tahoe as often as possible, in 2021, I was able to go halves on a home in the Sierra Tract with a friend. By being a half owner of this property, I'm able to spend about 100 days a year here, which I am incredibly grateful for. I personally maintain our property, am close with our neighbors, involved in the community, and have made a lot of great friends here. I am not a corporation with hundreds of properties trying to prey on locals. We purchased this property knowing the restrictions of Measure T, but I want to spend time here and have never intended to turn our home into a full-time Airbnb. I did, however, want to offset some of our costs while leaving an available room in our house, so we obtained a qualified VHR permit in 2022 and rented out our home for up to 30 days a year until Measure T was overturned last year. In response to that ruling, under Ordinance 2025-1200, this council established a preferred application period for applicants whose qualified VHR permit was in good standing and became void in April 2025 because of the court's judgment in the Measure T lawsuit. We applied during the preferred window, but were denied because, and I quote, our QVHR was not established during 2021 with the Measure T and was created in 2022. Therefore, it did not meet the requirement of the preferred group. That interpretation is in direct conflict with the ordinance that was adopted by this council. So despite that, we applied again during the open application period while continuing attempts to contact the VHR department about their wrongful decision. On the day of our inspection, as with someone else who previously commented, we were notified that someone within 150 feet of us was issued a permit, so our second application was also denied. Because our attempts to contact the VHR department about the first application failed, we contacted the planning department to initiate an appeal, but By that point, several weeks had passed, and so we had no recourse on the initial decision because we now know there is a codified 15-day appeal period, and we had no grounds to appeal the second period because there is currently no exception to the buffer. So the city's misinterpretation of its own ordinance thus resulted in our permit denial, and despite our compliance with both Measure T and Ordinance 2025-1200, we have been buffered out and on the left in a position that's even worse than it was under Measure T. So with the specifics of our situation in mind, I do not believe permit eligibility should be lost because of an administrative error by the city or even because a nearby property owner happens to receive a permit first. This buffer does not reflect an outcomes-driven approach to reduce community impact, nor does it encourage good faith participation in the city's VHR program, which is intended to balance the need of both residents and visitors. I thus encourage this council to eliminate the buffer and implement a perfect cap as outlined under version 1. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Okay, next up we have Jeff Bryan.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Jeff Bryan. I'm a resident here in South Lake Tahoe. I am not a vacation home vacation home owner, but I am in full support of removing the 150-foot requirement for short-term rentals. I understand the intention behind this rule, protecting neighborhoods and the character and reducing the density of VHRs. In practice, it has created unintentional consequences that many responsible property owners are subjected to. The buffer effectively removes the ability otherwise compliant homeowners have to participate even when they meet all of the noise, parking, and safety requirements. Two properties can be nearly identical, yet one qualifies and the other doesn't, simply because of a measurement of a map that doesn't always reflect the actual neighborhood impact. Short-term rentals contribute to local tourism, and reminding everyone that South Lake Tahoe is basically a tourist community. It brings revenue, property maintenance standards. Many homeowners rely on the income to afford the rising costs of taxes and insurance. Responsible operators who follow the rules should have a fair path to obtain permits. I encourage the council to consider option 1. This option would still protect neighborhoods while allowing flexibility and fairness. Thank you for your time and consideration. Have a nice day.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Lorraine Jackson.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I've owned my Tahoe home since 2001, believe it or not, before there were even any regulations. For more than 20 years, I had no complaints, no violations, no issues. I followed all the rules. I stayed compliant. I acted in good faith throughout the process. When Measure T came along, I also followed the rules. I turned away grandparents who had been bringing their children to South Lake Tahoe to ski for years. They took their tourism to Colorado. The list of local restaurants I recommended on my fridge had fewer visitors. My local handyman had less work and was struggling financially, and I had to let my cleaning person go. Though I had been previously paying thousands annually to the city, no revenue came from my guests or the city to the city anymore in the form of TOT or permit fees. They don't to this day. By the way, my neighbors previously appreciated the fact that my house was a vacation rental. Unlike some of the narrative spoken before, in fact, my next door neighbor rented it, and when he had family in town, he was grateful there was a place to accommodate them next door. He no longer can. When permits first became available, I was told I was in the preferred group and eligible to apply. I submitted on the first day. However, my application was delayed by approximately 4 weeks because I had put my house in a trust. I'm a single person and I didn't want my daughter to have to go and deal with probate. So this 4-week administrative delay, which was because the city asked for my deed 4 weeks later, delayed the process of me having my home inspected. And that unfortunately caused another person on my street to apply, and I wound up being behind the gun by a month. I spent over $5,000 complying with all of the aspects that were needed, putting a pan under my water heater at the cost of $2,400, buying the required decibel meters, putting up signage I had professionally made. Unfortunately, 1 foot of my property, literally 1 foot, the left corner of my lawn fell into the other person's buffer zone. On the same day I passed inspection, I received a form letter denying me my permit. I was crushed. It was all on my credit card, the thousands of dollars, and I had no way to rent my home. I still have to pay property taxes in South Lake Tahoe, and I have them coming due in April. I want to be very clear. I'm not asking for special treatment. I'm asking for fairness, fair treatment. I complied with everything. I waited patiently. I invested time and money in this city, and yet I was denied based on circumstances that occurred when my application was in process. What I'm asking is simple and reasonable. I feel option 1 is a good choice. I think priority should be given to applicants who have already gone through the process, passed inspection, and were denied solely due to buffer conflict.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Your 3 minutes with council is up. Thank you. Okay, next up we have Mr. Smith.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. My name's Duggan Smith. I came here as a J1 in 1998, and I've made a life here. And just like a lot of other people speaking today, that involved working lots of minimum wage jobs and sharing rooms and sharing houses and struggling. But now I'm making a life here. My Barton babies are in 5th and 8th grades. I'm asking you today to prioritize restoring all the permits to these priority people that you've heard so much from today. Mostly this was the buffer that you've heard about. It was flawed from the start, as we tried to say. There's very few permits have been issued, and new permit applications are way, way down. And on top of that, the available permits for the buffer now are going to be more and more in Sierra Track, the Y and Bijou, and these more affordable neighborhoods. Removing the buffer will allow an appropriate number of permits and will direct them more to second home neighborhoods that aren't great for local housing. I wasn't buffered out. I was affected by the treatment of multifamily in the ordinance. I had permits on a duplex starting in 2012. In 2016, the city stopped issuing new permits on multifamily, but out of fairness, they allowed a small number of us who had permits to continue renewing. We lost our permits only because of Measure T in 2021. There'd be a very small handful of us left who haven't sold and still want our permits back. I'm guessing 5 or 10 at most. The current ordinance redefines multifamily as attached dwellings, not the definition accepted by real estate law, utilities, insurance, and mortgage companies, which is more than one dwelling on a parcel. This strange definition suddenly turned condos into multifamilies and made them ineligible for permits, but it made a duplex, which is multifamily, consisting of separate cabins, eligible. The ordinance did allow previous permit holders of condos to reapply, but it did not extend that privilege to me and a handful of others like me with attached multifamily. To add insult to injury, their permits were allowed on duplexes that were not attached. There's no difference in nuisance risk or housing supply concerns between my duplex and the condos, detached multifamily, or any other similar sized properties that the ordinance did allow. Please replace the flawed definition and close that loophole. Please also allow me and all previous permit holders, buffered, multifamily, or otherwise, to renew their permits. All it requires is a simple line in the code to exempt them and make sure they're given priority. It's similar to what was in there for multifamily in 2016 and for condo multifamily in 2021. There'll be no negative effects, and it will right the wrong and be a huge positive impact for families like mine and the others that you've heard of today. It sounds like there's only 77 applicants that were buffered out, and I'm telling you there's probably 5 to 10.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, next up we have Nicole Ladd. Nicole Ladd, it's your time with council.
Hi there. Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, perfect. Sorry about that. I got my Barton baby in my arms. Thank you, council, for reviewing this issue again. Welcome, Heather. Excited to have a fellow mom and a fresh face on the council. Are you having fun yet? Nicole Ladd here, proud owner of Summit Tahoe Vacation Rentals. We manage about 30 homes in South Lake. I do not consider myself a special interest group. I'm making a modest living for my family, nothing extravagant here. Little bit of background, like many of us before me have stated, moved here about 15 years ago with nothing but my dog and whatever could fit in my Volkswagen. I lived in a dining room for a few months when I first moved here. One of my walls was a tapestry. I've rented for probably about 10 years up here, various, roommate situations, one bedrooms, you name it. I've rented with a pit bull for those 10 years, so I know the struggle of not only not being able to afford it, but having a dog. Now I own a very small 700 square foot home, which I bought 5 years ago. Again, I live a pretty modest lifestyle. First thing I wanted to say is I just wanted to apologize for the way the meeting started. I think the tone was just very negative, and I don't think a lot of us agree with some of the accusations that were made and just kind of the harsh words that were used towards the council members. There's a lot of us that appreciate you guys, and we know it's not easy. So I just wanted to say that first and foremost. But back to VHR. So I'm obviously a local small VHR manager, so I'm pro VHR, but I'm very pro restriction. I would like to see the first version of the ordinance in discussion approved and move forward, and go back to a cap. My reason isn't so that I can, take on hundreds of homes and be this multimillionaire. My reasoning is that because I've been in this industry for so long, I have lots of friends that were buffered out, locals, local people that have a second home here that, prior could rent and now they can't. Not to mention the prior permit holders. And it just seems like the only way to reinstate their permits is to go back to a cap. So again, I'm not doing this to fill my own pockets. I'm just speaking on behalf of those owners and friends that I have in the community as well as in nearby cities. I just think the cap gives people
All right.
just a glimpse.
Thank you, Ms. Ladd. Your time
Thank
is
you.
up. Thank you. Okay, next up we have Stuart.
Hi, my name's James Stewart. I actually am owner and have held a VHR since 2017. Never had a complaint, never any violations, and obviously I was impacted by Measure T. Like a lot of other people on this call, I was impacted by the 150-foot barrier and buffer. I put my application in as soon as it opened. There was a request for additional paperwork that would verify my ownership, which I've owned it the entire time. It never changed. But because of that, delayed for a day and a half. And of course, somebody else was Johnny on the spot, since this was kind of like a Thanksgiving, Black Friday, doorbuster sale. One of the person down the street had gotten theirs in before me. Ironically, I actually own a hosted rental, or have a hosted rental permit that is within the 150-foot barrier. Not that that's the issue, but I wanted to highlight the fact that we've never had an issue never had a violation. And when I went to the Planning Commission for an appeal in December, actually recommended that as maybe some additional preferential treatment for the folks that have had hosted rentals that could transition their hosted rental into a full VHR permit. But that was one of the things I talked about. They saw that there was some merit with that, especially for folks like me who've had it and have actually had both types of VHRs and currently have a VHR permit that I just renewed last month. So I would be in full favor of eliminating the 250 or the 150-foot barrier, and then also potentially preferential treatment for those that currently have a hosted rental. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay, next up we have Jamie Wages.
Hi, you should be able to hear me.
Yes.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Julia Wages, and thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I wanted to express my concern about the additional restrictions on vacation rentals in South Lake Tahoe and to share how the current system has impacted responsible homeowners and vacation home renters like myself. We purchased our home in November of 2021, and since then have been a qualified vacation home renter and a hosted home renter for 2 of our bedrooms in our 3-bedroom home. We've had that for 4.5 years, and during that time, we've done everything that we can to be respectful members of the neighborhood. We've established friendships with our neighbors and actually have had our guests complain about long-term renters next door to us because they've been partying late into the evening. We found in our neighborhood that oftentimes the biggest disruptions have actually been from long-term renters rather than the short-term renters for the vacation home rentals. We've had no complaints and no enforcement issues, and we've built positive relationships with everyone around us. We take pride in maintaining the property and ensuring that our guests follow all the local rules. We do have a bear bin to make sure that bears are not getting into our garbage. We are not absentee investors running party houses. We only have one house in this area. I do not support when there are large industries that are buying up all the homes and raising home costs and trying to create entire neighborhoods of vacation home renters. We were unfortunately buffered out during the application period. We applied originally during the priority, and we were told that we did not qualify because we were not vacation home renters before Measure T went into place. That goes against what your regulations currently are. We resubmitted again. We were told that we were good to go, and then we were told, no, this was denied again. In the 3rd attempt, it was finally accepted, but at that time, someone else buffered us out before we were able to get our inspection in place. We have not been able to get a refund for this, despite your guys' regulations also saying that we should be refunded the money for the application. There currently seems to be no process in place for that, so we've been out that money for the last 6 months. With this, I strongly encourage that we remove the 150-foot buffer and go with your guys' option 1, amending it. We were effectively pushed out of the system, which is going to affect whether we can continue to own our home and have our cost offset to be able to live there. With that, I guess I don't have anything else to share, but I do appreciate you guys' time on this.
All right, thank you. Next up, we have Lisa Brennan.
Hi, Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'll be brief. I have owned for 30 years, and I was a prior BHR permit holder without any infractions for several years. And I applied for the priority permitting. I was able to see that I was within the 150 buffer, and my application was accepted. My fee was processed, and as I went through the process, less than 24 hours before my inspection, I was buffered out. I received an email saying the inspection was canceled, and it was very upsetting considering the expense and that I met all of the other requirements and that I was a prior permit holder with no infractions. So I am here to move forward and voice that we go with the version 1 and oppose against the 150 feet buffer. And I would suggest that, we just really work on the monitoring of the infractions, and you should rescind permits that are given to anybody that has 2 or 3, and just make it steep and critical that people perform and that their tenants are aware, if that's going to be the issue. But I don't think that the 150 feet is a very good solution. As many have said, it makes one house able to do it and the other one not, even though they look very similar in their makeup. So that's all I'd like to say. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have Nick Spiel.
Hello, this is Nick Spiel. At the risk of sounding like a broken record, I'm calling in again to say that this doesn't seem like the right public process for such an important issue that obviously affects so many in our community. We've heard from a lot of different people today with, I would say, nuanced situations, right? There's a lot of different situations people have gone through here, and it seems like an impossibly hard challenge for you all on the council right now to try to summarize all of that and move forward with a policy that will make everybody happy. What I have been asking for, and I think would avoid us having to come back to this every couple months, is a proper public process where staff can engage with the community on the different nuances of the buffer, of the condominiums, of each of the different proposed amendments here, and find balance, find things that work, and then move forward on some policy that has consensus. So once again, I'll ask you for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Haley.
Hello, this is Haley Fuller. I work for a local company for doing vacation rentals. I just wanted to say that I support the option number 1 of removing the buffer and allowing condos to be left up to the HOA. We've had a lot of condos that wanted to apply, and they can't do that, even though, as someone already mentioned, some of them are townhomes as well that have their own APN and are actually considered a single family home and not a multifamily home. So I think that would be one great addition with the option number 1. I also want to bring up that there's currently no rules in place to have a reinspection done on any of these homes. I know that's not really in this option, but something to be considered, because right now people are just getting their first inspection done, and then what happens after that? They're just good to go. There's no one to go back and make sure that they are meeting all of the requirements that they need to be met. And also updating some of the verbiage in the good neighbor contract that everyone's mandated to sign whenever they check in, because there's been some confusion and people have gotten citations for things because it's not clearly stated in that good neighbor contract, and the guests were not aware of what they were actually supposed to be following. Yeah, I think that's it. Thanks for letting me speak.
All right, thank you. Okay, next up, we have Bob Poet.
Now, okay. Hi, that's Bob Poet, and I am a realtor. I'm licensed in California and Nevada both. However, I'm calling now as a neighbor. You can hear me, right?
Yes, Mr. Poet.
All right. All right. I'm a neighbor. I live next door to a VHR. And there's another one catty corner to us that's on and off as a VHR. And that's like 50 feet away on the diagonal. A third VHR is within sight of our house. And there's a fourth one that's nearby that I can also see from my living room window that's been off and on the market. So the new buyer may be able to make that also a VHR. I'm fine with all that. I recommend that you remove the buffer and give a priority to those people that had earlier had a clean slate. 1,200 limit is fine with me. But what's different from the others that have called in is I have some ideas to make it work. This is what we do that helps. One, get to know the owners of the VHRs. And I know that a lot of them don't visit very often, so call them, get to know them. Also, try a property manager. They make a world of difference. They can. Now the people that are right next door to us, they do their own, but they are on also a website. They communicate with other VHR owners. They do it right, and they get a lot of tips from those property managers for free. Okay, third and lastly, tell on the goodies. In other words, we get some people that come in there, they're really nice, and sometimes we engage with them, sometimes not, but they're quiet, they're good. And We call the owners and say, hey, the people you just left, that just left now, they had a great time. They're good people. Invite them back. Invite them back. Well, if you can do that 50 times, you got 50 returns, you don't have a problem. So consider that. So anyway, those are the three. So thank you so much for listening. Good luck to all. Bye.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Stu.
Council members and city staff and our soon to be departing Joe, I will miss you. I encourage you to approve the first option and the reading today. I want to focus a little bit on a community concern that has come up in regards to housing, and it always does. In every market, it's come up here as well. The city's direct experience with Measure T, the Lease to Locals program, and now the reintroduction of VHRs actually provides us the experience, and it shows the VHRs have a very small impact on the availability of housing. That's the supply side of our housing challenge. Everyone knows this housing challenge is very difficult, but let's look at the demand side, or the people, what's it take to actually afford a house? So I hope you'll consider that, this workforce income. VHRs actually provide a consistent income to their employees, year-round stability, high wage potential, and even pathways to self-employment. You've heard today from people that are in this industry that started renting a home with a tapestry wall and now own a home. So this is a industry that actually provides good jobs with lots of income and great career potential. So the homeowners and professional management companies directly employ hundreds of full-time employees and income to live and work in South Lake Tahoe. As careers advance, many of them now are proud homeowners. In addition, hundreds of contractors for construction, cleaning, snow removal, landscaping, maintenance, and small business providing professional services also are creating jobs for our industry and even for our guests. We have secondary income, which is the guest spend that comes into all these businesses. So when the discussion of housing comes up, please look at vacation rentals not as a house that isn't available, but as a stimulus to the jobs market, providing good paying jobs with career opportunities to live your best life in South Lake Tahoe. Now, I've sent this information on to the council as well, so you'll see that in your packet with some more details about the kind of money that is generated. But rather than review that with you today, I want to switch to another topic that came up today, and that's the idea of waiting for an appeal to a 7-year battle on Measure T. You know, it's likely that appeal will never come to fruition. And even if it does, you could be looking at another 7 years. What you have in front of you today is an improvement on the ordinance. And I think everyone agrees we should continue to improve on the ordinance, not delay the ordinance, not delay improvements, make the improvements we know. And you have that in hand today. So I really encourage you, pass what you have today in the first reading so that we can come to a second reading and make these improvements quickly.
Thank you, Stu. Your time with council is up. Okay, next up we have Lynn.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This is Lynette Edwards. I've been a South Lake Tahoe property owner since 2004, and many years I operated a vacation rental here that was well-rated, compliant, and accepted by the community. I support reasonable regulation of vacation rentals and understand the intent behind the 150-foot buffer zone, but in practice, the buffer isn't working the way it was intended. The buffer doesn't measure impact. It doesn't look at noise, parking safety, or how a home is actually operated. It only measures distance, and because of that, it creates a competition between neighbors instead of better behavior. In my case, the city reviewed my application, accepted my ownership documentation, and issued a permit. I relied on that approval in good faith. Later, that permit was taken away because a neighboring property appealed solely to gain access to the buffer space. There were no complaints about my home, no safety issues, no neighborhood impacts. The issue wasn't behavior, it was proximity. Which made it worse is that this outcome was triggered by a city process failure. A permit was issued, relied upon, and then revoked because of how the buffer system operates. Once the city issues a permit, homeowners should be able to trust it. I also want to be clear about the real world impact. When a permit is issued and then taken away, it directly affects my ability to afford and keep my home. I made financial decisions based on the city's approval. Losing a permit after the fact isn't just frustrating, it threatens long-term ownership for reasonable owners like me. The buffer zone turns permits into a zero-sum game. For one owner to succeed, another has to lose. That encourages appeals driven by competition, not community protection. It also creates instability that makes it harder for long-time owners to plan, invest, and stay in the community. If the city's goal is to protect neighborhoods, there are better tools, enforce noise rules, enforce occupancy and parking, and others that you've heard. I respectfully ask the City Council to remove or rethink the 150 buffer zone and move towards regulation based on behavior and performance, not distance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No additional public comments, Mayor.
All right, great. So with that, we're going to go ahead and bring this back to council. I'm going to put it to council. Well, there's a few clarifying questions. It is now 1:10, and we either can take our lunch break here, because I think this is going to take quite a while, most likely, for us to deliberate on.
So Mayor Bass, I would recommend that if people need to eat, we take a short break and get food and keep going, just to avoid any appearance that council is deliberating out of public eye.
Okay, so, and then if we're going to go ahead and do that, then I guess we could ask clarifying questions when we come back, or would you like me to do that now?
You could take a short break whenever is convenient.
Okay, so then why don't we do that? It is 1:11, 1:12, probably give us till 1:30, just so everybody can adequately get lunch.
Actually, I think that's probably too long of a break in the middle of a public hearing, so we should probably just take a 5-minute break to go get food and come back with it and eat here.
Well, okay. Yeah, so, all right, well, I have to take it.
I have to.
Yeah, there's
other things that come into play.
So yeah, we'll go ahead and take a break till 1:20. Thank you.
I'll just reiterate, I think that the city attorney's message is just make sure there's no talking amongst each others and no talking with the members of the public on that matter.
We're going to go ahead and bring this item back. We are on item number 12, and we are coming back for council deliberation. I should check to make sure Mr. Robbins is with us. And yes,
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. All right, just wanted to clarify that you're with us. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and bring this item back. I think before we do and open this up to deliberation, there may have been a couple clarifying questions that should be clarified before we move into that. I think one of them that came to mind, we have 562 total that were permitted from this ordinance with 1,069 total. I just think for the public's efficacy, the additional ones that, let's call it 537, were authorized and most of them intact prior to us passing this ordinance in July. So I think there's just for public's understanding, tourist core and commercial area VHR permits were able to be issued and valid before the passing of our ordinance, just so there's a little clarity for the public to understand that. The other thing that I think should be corrected here is that when we passed the buffer, and this, maybe I'm wrong, but from my recollection, we were told that the buffer would allow 735 available permits, not the 1,200. The 1,200 came from the cap. Is that the recollection?
I believe the estimate, if they were completely spaced evenly, which, we knew would be like the maximum amount that was not realistic, was 1,100 and some.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. Let's see, the other ones that I saw. For the appellant ruling, I think one of the things that did get brought up here to clarify in that ruling, the only thing that the appellate court, or excuse me, not the appellate court, Department 9 and Cameron Park, they only ruled that the the qualified VHRs were the illegal portions of Measure T. They upheld, or the appellate court upheld, the other portions of Measure T.
That's not exactly right. The third appellate district sent the case back to Cameron Park with the finding that the QVHR provisions facially discriminated against out-of-state residents and violated the Dormant Commerce Clause. So it was sent back to a trial on remand to determine whether there was adequate justification to meet that strict scrutiny, and the court determined that there was not. So they determined the QVHR provisions violate the Dormant Commerce Clause and they're not severable from the rest of Measure T. So that was the full ruling. And then the judgment struck down Measure T in its entirety.
Okay. All right. And I guess the only one else that I had written down was just the tourist core zone and kind of explaining that we didn't change the zoning of what the area plan amendments are. That's already preset. Yes, this ordinance does define those zones, but we didn't do any changes in this process to redefine any of that.
I had a question though related to that.
Yeah, and so I think that's just a clarity point that I wanted to bring forward. All right, so let's see. With that, I guess we'll go ahead and bring this back to council. I'll go ahead and open it up for council member deliberation, and first on my list is Mr. Roberts.
Thank you, Mayor Bass. Just to segue off of the appeal thing, Ms. Stroud, correct me if I'm wrong, but if the current appeal does come through, it doesn't take us back to Measure T, it takes us back to the drawing board.
If the Court of Appeal reverses the trial court and determines that the QVHR provisions were severable and the rest of Measure T was therefore not unconstitutional, then it would be up to the trial court to determine what the remedy is. So I don't know what they would do. I'm not sure how, again, any remedy could be really drafted without rewriting our ordinance that has been amended in 2025 and now potentially in 2026.
Okay. So when I questioned earlier about, I put some numbers out there, and Ms. Stroud, you corrected me saying that must have been from a public comment, so implying that it may or may not be accurate. That's a fair comment. Ms. Stardestam said the same thing, that you can't trust data that's out there. So on that, Mr. Irvin, could you give me off the top of your head what closest data is on total applications, what's pending, what's rejected, and whatnot. Do you have that off the top of your head, or? Probably only a week, a couple days old, if anything, so it's closer anyways.
So for the information from June 23rd, 2025 to February 6th, 2026, total applications received have been 1,281, 593 permits issued, 273 buffered out, 486 rejected.
And a handful of them pending, right?
Pending is 5 of them. Yes, sir.
And is it not correct that of the permits that were permitted, isn't a large portion of those in the TCAP?
The TCAP does have
A lot of
383 of the 593.
More than 50% of them.
Yes.
Which leaves us in the 300s for how many are in the residential area. So even if we've buffered out almost as many have been permitted. And those buffers are obviously only in the residential areas because there are no buffers in the TCAP.
The buffer applies everywhere outside the TCAP, so that's
Right.
residential and commercial and recreational areas.
So even if all of these that have been buffered out became permitted, we would still be way below the 900, which was at the time when we picked this ordinance, was acceptable, except for Mr. Robbins, of course. He doesn't want any of them. That's fair. So I think the buffers is not getting us to where we had planned to get to. Of this 1,200 applications that are in, wasn't about 800 or more of them in the first couple months, and the applications have slowed down considerably.
That's correct.
So that we're not going to be seeing the growth of these permits is not going to get anywhere near what we had hoped and what some of us agreed on would be acceptable. So I don't believe at this time we need more time to think about this. I think there's enough data there to look at it. There's been significant numbers in the enforcement. A lot of the illegal ones have been captured and cited, which is awesome. I think that is disappointing to anybody on either side of this issue. I also noticed very few of the VHR owners and the management companies are complaining about the additional ordinances that they've been asked to take care of. So I think we should let our chief and his team do their job. People should be letting them know, Ms. Stouderstam, it sounds horrible what you're claiming you're going through, and I think you should be calling in. And the chief, 2 reasons, I think the chief would be frustrated not knowing if there's legitimate complaints out there and not being given the opportunity to do his job. And also, if they're legitimate noise complaints, then we need to fix it. We need to help you and get rid of it.
Hey, Ms. Sutterston, please, if you don't mind, from the audience, thank you.
As my opinion, I think we should approve number 1 on this.
Great, thank you so much, Mr. Roberts. Ms. Horgan.
Okay. You have had a chance to hear everyone up here speak on this except for myself. I was appointed in December, and the last time this was before the council was in October. So I wanted to make a statement so that I didn't lose any of my thoughts on this and make sure people were aware that I was thinking quite a bit about it. This has been written and rewritten several times. It's been an iterative process, and even from tonight, I have additional thoughts and comments, or today, feels like night already, that I'd love to add, but I'm gonna go with the original writing. Just so you know, a lot of this has already been said today, but I wanna make sure that I don't miss anything. City of Protocol allows me to make a 5-minute statement, and I timed this to be just under. I was acutely aware when I was appointed to this council that all eyes would be on me in terms of this issue. Immediately prior to my appointment, the Council of Four was indeed split on this item 2-2. I sit here in gratitude to all the constituents that have shared with me by email, in person, and by side chat, and there were many. I am driven by a desire to reach consensus on this item. I would like to see us get as close to that as possible. Last May, the council decided to use a buffer rather than a cap, for sound reasons. Thinking of their original intention, I have spent countless hours, not an exaggeration, thinking of what it would look like if we were to lower the buffer. I've been in and out of the GIS map looking at my neighborhood, Tahoe Keys neighborhood, Mr. Roberts' neighborhood with smaller parcels, and neighborhoods closer to the Chorus Tour as well. If you've not taken a minute to look at your property on the site, Google VHR Property App South Lake Tahoe, and please share your initial reactions with me, but I will leave mine out. From my research, buffers are a common tool used in ski towns. Regulation is implemented in this manner to prevent clustering, maintain neighborhood character, and spread visitor impact more evenly. After looking at this map, I think lowering the cap could be a good compromise. But also, given all the other statements said today, and in looking at the cap and what already exists, I also think we could look at a cap, but something below 1,200 seems more appropriate as a middle ground. Now that you've heard what I think, maybe what middle ground looks like for consensus, I want to share what I've heard. I spent the last week focusing my effort on conversations with families. A lot of discussion has happened in this room on behalf of families, but I want to be sure you're not distorting our voices. To be honest, from my research, you know what I've not heard families are worried about? Actually, noise and trash and having short-term rentals in their neighborhood. The families I've spoke to are worried about their paycheck. They're worried about their partner's paycheck. They're worried about work. Some even depend very specifically on the income that comes from VHRs, either working with VHRs or the income of visitors who are staying in VHRs. This surprised me, honestly. Parents shared that many use VHRs for their own travel and see them as part of our economy. However, they did also share concerns that many of us have around housing options for the workforce. So what are my thoughts about how VHRs impact long-term rental availability? And this is the most complex and nuanced, and was indeed one of the goals of Measure T. As many times argued by my esteemed colleague, Councilmember Robbins, more VHR means loss of rental opportunities for locals, namely our workforce. This argument is hard to square and a passionate position of Councilmember Robbins, so I'm hopeful to share my thoughts about this to bridge discourse. I've been a renter for 30 years, and I have to say, for the most part, long-term rental options are unstable housing. Several times we've had to move based on homeowners deciding they no longer want to rent or as a consequence of them selling the property. Many homes that are owned in the basin were purchased for retirement. There are at least 2 of those on my street as income properties, long-term or VHR, and mostly held vacant as a second home. These were never conceptualized as workforce housing. What we truly need and should be investigating and investing in is stable workforce housing, dedicated housing without possibility of turnover for the reasons aforementioned. We need to focus more specifically on our strategic plan that all that work here can live here. To address concerns that we wait, get more data, allow for final appeals to resolve, we are asked to consider this now, and that is why I think we should try to find the middle on this issue and move on to other things. We can bring this back after summer, allow for more data on room nights to be generated and data on enforcement as well. But let's do this from the middle now. Frankly, right now with a 150-foot buffer, I don't think that we've reached a threshold where we would have a lot of enforcement issues or even economic stimulation. Finally, let's get this agenda item moved forward and let's prioritize strategic item efficient government. This issue has been consuming my thoughts, my inbox, and our public comments, and it has been said on this before. Let's not allow perfect to be the enemy of good. Let's find common ground and move things towards a win for everyone. Let's discover lowering the buffer or reducing the cap in the spirit of consensus. And then just a couple other thoughts. You mentioned, Ms. Stroud, about the signage. This did come to Planning Commission, and they had a very good discussion about ADA not specifically ADA, but fonts, colors, and sizes, and something that we could ask Planning Commission to advise us on. So I would suggest that might be something on that item. And then I think Mayor Bass already mentioned the tourist core and how it intersects with the residential zones and how we're handling that. I wasn't really sure. And that's all I have.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Horgan. Mr. Jenkins.
First, I'd like to thank those who have presented comments, whether I always agreed with them or not. I appreciate that they are engaged on the issue and are comfortable making those comments, even if sometimes we are uncomfortable with hearing some of them. In the year that I've been on the city council, this item has had an enormous amount of time devoted to it, an enormous amount of discussion, enormous amount of public input, an enormous amount of deliberation, I guess you would call it. I agree, and I have a few points. I think this city is doing its part in affordable housing, and I'll say again, and I think my one colleague would agree with me, that the region has to do its share. We're doing our part. I'm pleased, I'm proud of the work that the police department is doing in enforcing existing regulations. That's something that did not occur before. And that's in part, some people say by design, but it is now. The other thing is, I am too concerned. I've listened, I've been at a planning commission meeting hearing appeals, and people go through the process, they pay a lot of money, they get in line, they think they have a priority, and then they find out they're not, somebody somehow got through. I don't think they should have to pay twice. If they don't get a permit, I frankly think it should be reimbursed. My position on the 150-foot rule has been consistent. I believe the 150-foot rule, as opposed to 149-foot rule or 175-foot rule, I think it's arbitrary. I think it picks winners and losers, and it depresses a local economy that needs revenues, workers, businesses, et cetera, to survive. In particular, 150 rule, I think unfairly discriminates against large landowners with one residential unit who are unfairly impacted if another VHR is within 150 feet, even though it's at their property line. I think that's totally unfair. I support strict but fair enforcement of the rules, and people who do not obey the rules need to be made to obey or remove their permit. That's strict enforcement, strict but fair enforcement. Whatever revisions, if we make revisions in the and approve option one, which I tend to favor, I do favor, actually, that the rules should be widely publicized and all rules to second homeowners made clear in communication with second homeowners. There should be direct communication with all second homeowners and holders about what the rules are and what will happen. Well, let's put this in a positive, that we expect them to obey the rules, and if they don't, here's what's going to happen. I think that this idea that people who own property are somehow bad people, they are investors in our community. They are people who contribute to taxes, fees, charges to our economy. They are people who can be advocates for us on issues, even though they don't live here full time. They can be advocates on policy issues that we are dealing with, so that our population, while it is 20-some thousand, that we have a whole pool of people who care about us and want to help us. So we have to think of it those way. And we're also a tourist-based economy that needs jobs, and in order for people to afford housing. So that's why I favor option one. And if that doesn't work, then that can be changed later, but we haven't tried it. So, and really we're talking ourselves to death on this stuff. And let's do something and see what happens, and then we can fix it if it needs to be, or we can move forward otherwise. And by the way, I never said to anyone that I wouldn't live next to a vacation rental. I wish people, when people are told that they'd call us and ask us.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. I will. Yes, we'll go ahead and go online. Mr. Robbins.
You guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Robbins. Go ahead.
Thank you. So the consensus that seems to be forming is we need to get rid of housing so that people can afford housing. And it is the kind of inane midway point, the compromise between sense and nonsense. And I'd like to direct some attention to someone we did not hear from today. The last time we had this conversation, the last time this issue came before us, we heard from Jonathan Stein, Haley Clark Stein, and baby Kai Stein, two locals that had been here for over a decade, who had worked in the local economy, and who were being evicted from their home because their house was being turned into an Airbnb. And we did not hear from them today because they're gone. They have been evicted. They have had to leave Tahoe, not because they wanted to, not because they chose to, but because the housing they had was pulled out from under them. It used to be rental housing that they could afford with difficulty, and two incomes and a professional career job in restaurant and restaurant management in our tourism industry. But their landlord thought they could make more money if their house was an Airbnb. And that happened because of 3 votes on this city council made the choice to prioritize the profits of real estate investors over locals who live here and work here. It's sad, and it's a little more than a little bit pathetic. This idea that the VHR industry representatives here today are somehow not a special interest group is pretty hard to square with the fact that those voices also included a literal advertisement for an Airbnb-like platform in public comments. So who is being represented here? Whose actual interests are being represented here? The idea that we are going to lose tourists by the boatload if we don't give up our housing stock has already been proven false. During the time that Measure T was enacted and enforced, we did not have any meaningful reduction in TOT, tourism tax revenue. None. The tourists still came. They stayed in hotels. They stayed in the Airbnbs in the tourist zone where they're supposed to be. And just last meeting, we approved another 30-odd Airbnb units in the tourist core. We are not short for housing options for tourists, but we are very short of housing options for residents. And everything we do to retreat on Airbnb limitations and restrictions is an advance in the elimination of housing for people who live and work here. Right? There are plenty, we are not actually short jobs, we are short places for people to live. And the hardest thing to do is to hire reliable workers because they have nowhere to live. So, we keep moving around the edges on this issue, and we have a special meeting coming up next month to discuss why it is that we're so far behind schedule on and so far behind on agenda items we need. This is the 6th time that we've had this issue before us, and we keep bringing it back up because the special interests keep demanding it. And that seems to be the only people that get attention in this government. And that's a travesty. So the 150-foot buffer is about preventing the clustering problems, which I used to have myself, where I had an Airbnb across my, adjacent to my backyard, and another Airbnb on the just across the street from me. And we want to eliminate them so that we can have Airbnbs to our left, right, and center. We haven't even had a full year of the program that we approved, 4 or 5 months ago. And we're already making changes specifically to favor the realtor interest groups, the special interest groups. And I'm glad to hear Steve Teixeira admit in no uncertain terms that he represents a special interest group, because that's exactly whom whose interests we are representing. So, the answer here, the right thing to do is to leave the buffer in place. And if we want to look at things again a year from now, look at things again a year from now, but have at least a complete season to see how things shake up. We haven't even issued all of the permits that we're going to issue under this current system. We're still issuing them. But if we eliminate the buffers, it's just going to mean more people evicted from their homes, like the Steins, like Jonathan Stein, like Haley Clark Stein, like baby Kai Stein, who are not going to go to school here, who are not going to work here, who are not going to contribute to the economy here. We've heard from them in person, and we are on the verge of deciding that no, the realtors lobby and the people who buy properties with the intent of commercializing them matter more than the people who live here and work here. And that's not our constituency.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. All right, so we'll go ahead and bring this back to me now. Real quick, just to clarify, because I got a little confusion in one of, I believe it was Mr. Roberts' questions. So we're up to 1,069 roughly. That may be a little off, but the area of the tourist core prior to this ordinance had around 500, because most of those are like Zalanta and overnight. I think even the Marriott holds them for owners of those timeshares, right? And so what I was confused on in the response to the question was that the ordinance permitted 300 new ones in the tourist core, because the tourist core had always been able to be VHRs. So I just got confused on how the 300, because I thought that when the 500 plus that we've permitted through the new ordinance were in the residential zones, because we already had 500 plus prior to the June passing of this. We already had those permitted, I thought. Is that not?
So there's a few things going on. One of them is that in the June 2025 ordinance change, we removed timeshares from needing to get a VHR permit. So they're still operating as short-term rentals as timeshares, but they don't need a VHR permit. So that has reduced the amount of active permits, both in the tourist core, and there's the Sierra Shores property outside the tourist core. And then so the permits have a 1-year term. And so that number of the 1,000, the 500 and some that have been issued since July 2025 includes the renewals as well. So that's probably a lot of the numbers in the tourist core were renewals.
I see. So,
but it's under the new ordinance. That's what it was intended to be.
It's under the new ordinance, but we're total still up at that 1,100, we'll call it. I don't have the right.
Yes, and I would say that number is going to go down as the timeshare properties come up for renewal and then won't need to renew to get a VHR permit.
Right.
They'll just be regulated as timeshares.
But then it is more accurate that we're closer to the 500 number in the residential zones that happened from June to now.
So we don't have exact data, so this is an estimate because it requires going through permit by permit, but in the commercial and residential zones since July, it looks like about 382 permits are active currently.
382 in the commercial, okay. And then how many in the residential?
I don't have that broken out, but so this is commercial and residential is outside the tourist core. That's the categories we have are tourist core and outside the tourist core.
Okay. I'm confused a little bit, but that's okay. I can figure this out later because I'm confused on the fact that we had the 500 plus in the tourist core, but we reduced it, but now we're up to 1,100. So that's where I'm like, how do we get to 500, reduce it by a couple hundred, and then make ourselves back up to 1,100? But I don't need to.
It's been difficult, I think, for the permitting staff to track the data just because we've changed we've changed what properties need a VHR permit, and then we've changed the regulations, like Measure T classified residential areas separately, but then the 2025 ordinance that council adopted treated the tourist core differently and everything else outside of it. Right. So it's kind of apples to oranges.
Yeah, we can get to the bottom of that. It's not necessarily going to change my point today, but it just is. I'm wondering where the 300 plus VHRs in the tourist core ended up at from. If we had to, if we didn't allow timeshares or need the permits, then we added 300 new ones just in the tourist core is what it would say.
Those aren't being added. I think those are renewals of existing. For the most part.
I'm not gonna, we can, again, like I just said, it's not gonna change my decision, just got me some confusion, and I'll try to clarify it.
Please, when I can.
Yeah, let me just finish up my
Oh, please,
comments,
I'm
and then
sorry,
I'll come
Mr.
right
Mayor. I
back to you,
didn't-
no
I didn't
problem.
know you were finished.
So for me, again, I am not against VHRs. I think that a common, sensible regulation to try to find the middle is really our most important job here and the council. I think that we do have to look at, regardless of what the lower court said in 2018, this did go to a vote. And regardless if it may have been a small group that brought it to a vote, over half of our community and constituents that put me here did vote for this to fully remove VHRs. Now, getting that to me means that, okay, there's a real reason to find middle ground, right? We can't just look at one side of this issue or the other. And I think that's the most important job of us up here to try to do. For my biggest goal is to make sure that we don't end up back at another initiative, that we don't have the groups that create this such divisive part or issue in our community. And I think that we can do that. I think we really, in the first passing of this, we're closer than it's ever been for this issue to be at a middle ground. And so I think that's incredibly important because we've seen what this creates when we're not at that middle ground. I think that it's really important to think about where we are with what has been issued. And I think that going forward, when we make changes, it's really important that we make those changes based on the data to make the changes and to make sure that we're looking at this in a way that we're creating what is a sustainable market, right? If we don't make data-based decisions and we're just off the cuff to say, look, we need 1,200, but we don't know with what we have permitted at this point, we don't know the utilization, meaning we don't know what is the occupancy. Are we at, with the 500 we have permitted, are those renting 50% of the time, or are they renting 70% of the time, or are they at 30? Because that data massively makes a difference. Because if we go add 500 and we are only at 50% occupancy with the 500 we have, now we've brought that occupancy utilization to 25%. Now we've created an unhealthy market for the ones that exist out there. And I think there is a real, that is something very, it's very important for us to pay attention to. And the other side of it is that our ordinance, and it really wasn't our ordinance, it was prior to that, but it does allow for VHRs in the tourist core commercial that don't hold these restrictions that exist in the residential zone. And I think that's a very important thing because that gets down to zoning and what we allow in particular zones and what we don't allow in zones. And that makes a lot of sense to me. I think as a city, zoning is our most important planning document. It defines the uses we want to have in particular zones. And I think it does make sense that VHRs can be right next to each other in a tourist core, same way motels can be right next to each other. There's no difference. However, in a residential zone, we don't allow motels. And we don't also, in our current passings, we're trying to say that, look, VHRs or overnight rentals shouldn't just be next to each other. For me, I'm in support of making changes. I'm just in support of making changes on data. Also, generally, when an ordinance comes back in my 7 years here, I've never passed an ordinance and watched it come back 6 months later. In my own business, we passed an ordinance, we waited over 2 years. Generally, also, when an ordinance is to come back, you will put together a committee that is going to go do this work to bring us back the work. So we're not sitting here trying to do that work here at the dais. I think it's incredibly important that in this situation, when we've had the issue go to a vote and we found it, literally 50 votes is what determined it. So we were half and half of our constituency. Therefore, that means to me that Citizens Advisory Committee should have both sides giving input. So again, I'm not saying that we don't need changes. I know that there's major changes needed here, but I do want to see those changes be fully flushed out. I want also all of the changes. We don't need to be back here in 6 months. We don't want to be back here every 6 months changing ordinance. At the very minimum, to me, that should be like a year so that you have a year of data, you have the ability to fully make all the changes that we need to make. And I think there's many more than are on option 1 or option 2. And yeah, so again, today, if I can't support the changes, I want both sides to know it's not that I don't support either one of your sides. It's more to me that I think it's, and I'll go into the appellate thing very quickly. For me, I've been through many in my history, a lot of litigation and a lot of things. And as Ms. Stroud said, we have no clue what the outcome of this is going to be. And I think that us creating more permits today, when we are still waiting on a ruling from the appellant, it either creates more harm for those that were permitting or potentially the city. The fact is, we did just amend an ordinance that was in place before. We've made those amendments. If the court comes back and rules against the lower court's ruling, in my viewpoint, they would probably say, well, any amendments you changed are no longer valid. To me, that's what they would say. And then we're back at, okay, what happens in court? Please provide us a remedy on how to deal with these issues that are now no longer legal. The court has said those amendments you made prior to the ruling are rescinded. So anyways, that's why so many unanswered questions here. I think it's only responsible for us and to do grace for the permittees that they don't end up with harm that could potentially come out of this ruling from the appellant. So again, I just want both sides to know I'm not standing on one or the other. To me, it's about doing what's right and practicality for the city. And I think with that, I've pretty much answered or made statements to most of where I'm at with it. I will bring it to Mr. Jenkins for more questions.
First, I want to say that there was an issue raised about a family who had a young child and was evicted, or was concerned and was evicted from their home, and that in fact occurred. That's tragic. I understand that our staff, when that issue was raised, endeavored to assist that person find housing, as they have done with other people who live in Senior Plaza when they were evicted. And so I want to say it's not that someone did not do something. And if I'm incorrect, Mr. Thomas can correct me. That one comment also was made is that TOT revenues are up. Of course they're up because the cost of rooms are up. They're enormous. Go somewhere and try to rent a hotel room. It's outrageous, as many of you know who use those. The other point is this issue of some concern about signage. That's a staff matter. Let the staff, with the advice of the Planning Commission, decide what the standard should be. We don't need as legislators to be dictating every single detail of this. Let the staff do that. Use the Planning Commission rather than tell them they can't or can do something. Let them give input and revise the standard to something that works. I think my year on this council has indicated to me that we do not use ad hoc committees of the council enough. That there are some matters that are not administrative. They're not just internal. They're matters that involve major policy issues, and that's for policymakers. And that's why I think that ad hoc committees at times can be very useful, that are temporary in nature but look specifically at issues. However, I still do not support the buffer. I think it picks winners and losers. I think it's unfair. I think it's arbitrary. And I think that we have data that enforcement, and we have direction from the city council that enforcement works. That, we've hired, 5 CSOs, I think? We've hired 5 CSOs. And I guess if we hired them for what was determined to be the limit, I guess we're not going to have as many CSOs if we don't move forward. But I see that as a real advantage, having enforcement. And I'm proud of our police department. I'm proud of our people who are enforcing. And yes, please, if you have a concern in a neighborhood about a vacation rental, report it. That's just good. That's just good governance. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Ms. Horgan.
Okay, I'm feeling a little pushed on this. So I want to make sure I understand the 1,169, that includes tourist court. That would not be part of a 1,200 cap. Because it's
Or would be
residential.
outside the cap. The cap as proposed, which is what council requested on September 9th, only applies
To the residential area.
areas.
Okay, I'm just driving that point because we're somewhere around 300. And if you look at the app with the buffering, it does look like we have quite a few. Even in my neighborhood surprised me, and in some neighborhoods even more. I urge some discussion around 1,200 being the cap. I'm not opposed to a cap, but we were at 1,400 with problems. Why 1,200? What I understood, and I watched so many of these meetings over and over and over again to make sure I understood, is with a model that could draw the buffer around the property. And remember, the buffers overlap. They just don't overlap a property. So when you look at them in my neighborhood, almost all the buffers are overlapping. They're just not overlapping the house. It was 1288, that if you correctly drew every single buffer so that the buffer didn't encroach on an actual property building, and they were equally, drawn, that you would get to 1288. Lots of public comment on that. Really, we're probably going to be closer to 700. And fair that panned out, and maybe not even 700. If we were comfortable with 700, if we were comfortable with 900, how did we get to 1,200? 1,200 was a number that came from a model, a computer model. And so I think you have support from me in terms of a cap possibly, but one, I don't think we would get to 1,200, but also that number seems really also very large to me. Going on about housing and converting housing from long-term to short-term, other communities have looked at housing mitigation fees. If you're pulling a long-term property and you're putting it into a different use, we should consider at some point some sort of mitigation that you pay when you're pulling a home that family have been in, that they've used in order to live and work here, and now you're doing another use. Perhaps we have some sort of fee associated with that. Anyway, I think that's it.
Great, thank you so much, Ms. Horgan. Mr. Roberts.
Yeah, great comments. A couple quick comments. Just because we've never done something before, although it may be a great perspective and a great point of reference, it's never a good reason to not do something. This issue touches our entire community. It's important to every single person in our community, and we should be looking at it and bringing it back as often as needed to make sure that it's right and to continue fixing it. I actually made those statements at the beginning when we did back in June, that's what we need to do, is keep our finger on it and make sure it's functioning as we hope it would be, as we envision it to be. The talk of who the two evils are, is it the residents or is it the vacation homeowners or management companies? We're forgetting the third element, our small business owners. We're bringing one of the reasons these VHRs are needed is because of our small businesses are suffering. So it's not just a two-sided issue here. And our job on council is to do the best we can for all of them, not just one side or the other. And I think Mr. Robbins has said in the past, don't let perfection get in the way of progress.
Great, thank you, Mr. Roberts. And let's see, Mr. Robbins online. Any questions or follow-up comments?
Yeah, two items I didn't really get to in my first comment. The first thing I want to address is the notion that rental housing is unstable housing. And in general, that's going to be true. It's always going to be less stable than ownership. But ownership in the Tahoe Basin in the last 5 years has become functionally impossible for almost everyone who works in the local economy. It is, it's not zero, it's not completely impossible, but it is very nearly impossible with the absolute crushing prices of housings that has exploded since the pandemic. We went from being borderline manageably affordable to being comically unaffordable for people who live and work for almost everyone who lives and works in this local economy. That means most of our workforce is going to be not our business owners, but our actual workforce is going to be renters. And part of the problem with hand waving away the instability of rental housing, saying, you know, and we get this from all over the place, that, oh, well, you know, these renters got evicted as their home turned into their Airbnb. It's their fault for renting. Renting is unstable, so that's not our problem. Part of the problem is we have voted to make renting more unstable. We have voted to give property owners and property investors alternatives to renting to make money, and an incentive, a proactive financial incentive to evict their tenants and turn their homes that they are renting into Airbnbs, because that is more profitable, or at least it's perceived to be more profitable. So part of the reason that renting is unstable is that we have acted to make it more unstable. And that is absolutely not what we should be doing. That is contrary to our stated objectives, but it is exactly the objective of people who make their living by investing into real estate. And that is not in the interest of the community as a whole, nor is it in the interest of the small businesses who need to staff those businesses. And in order to find quality staff, you need quality, stable housing. And in this community, that means stable rental housing. As to the question of, well, what we need to be doing is taking the profits from the tourism and real estate investment industry and then building more housing. Well, we've tried that. That's what Sugar Pines is. And it is a drop in the bucket relative to need. And when Measure N came before the voters last year, the same people now who are fighting tooth and nail and showing up to advocate for evicting tenants and evicting locals and turning their homes, their investment properties into Airbnbs, were the same people screaming their heads off against Measure N, which would have provided the funding to actually build affordable housing. We can't build affordable housing without money, which we don't have. And to Councilman Jenkins' comment about the surrounding communities, the surrounding jurisdictions not doing their fair share, you're damn right they're not doing their fair share. We have been after them for years to do their fair share. But here's the problem with that analysis. They've said no. They've had all the time and all the opportunity in the world to do their fair share, and their answer has been to tell us to go pound sand, is to tell us to piss off. They are not going to do their fair share. The county couldn't even come up with pocket change to help fund the buses, to help fund the JPA, right? There was $20,000 something that we asked for them to help fund transit for their residents, and they said no. They claimed poverty on $1 billion budget. So help from outside will not be forthcoming. It's not a question of fairness. It's hugely unfair. But it is the reality of the world in which we work, and we can either choose to deal with reality, or we can choose to watch more and more locals get evicted and kicked out of their housing as the rental housing becomes more unstable and more expensive, as landlords convert their properties from long-term rentals into Airbnbs, which is exactly what we've seen happen. And lastly, to Councilmember Roberts' point that, you know, I wish such and such a person, I think it was Ms. Sotterson, say that, then please complain, to please file a noise complaint. The problem with that is the problem with the whole enforcement concept in general, which is that it places the onus not from the city, but it places the onus on the residents. It's up to the residents to do policing. It's up to the residents to call in the complaints. It's up to the residents to follow up and make sure their complaints have been addressed. It's up to the residents to deal with the issues and to be the police officer. And that's unfair to residents. Residential areas are not places you put hotels. Yet that's exactly what we're doing. And the consequences of that are exactly what led to Measure T. I have never once heard from someone at City Council that come up and says, hi, I'm one of the Airbnbs that had violation after violation. It's always I'm Mr. or Mrs. Innocent Snow White landlord. And it's nonsense because if that were actually the case, if there were never any complaints or problems, we would have never had Measure T in the first place. Yet a majority of the public voted for it. And here we are telling the majority of the public to pound sand.
Great, thank you, Mr. Robbins. All right, so coming back to me, yeah, Mrs. Horgan's comments definitely resonated with me of kind of how did we pick 1,200 and where does that come from kind of, and what data does that decision based from? And I actually don't know the question of that either. So I think it's important though that when we look at a cap, what is the definition of why we're finding that number? And again, I go back to utilization. If it's 380 in the VHR, excuse me, in the residential zones right now, what is the utilization there, right? If it was up at 75%, well, then I go, okay, we could definitely double that, right? Then we're going to be about 37% occupancy utilization. If we triple it, we're going to be at 15. And then we've got an unhealthy market in our residential zones. We've got housing that potentially may have become long-term that is now a VHR that isn't penciling out because they're only renting it 15% of the time. So that is, to me, why these data decisions are incredibly important for us to make. And without it, it's hard for me to say we need 1,200, 900, 30, whatever that is. When I look at the issue around the buffer, why did we do that? Well, I was here in 2016, 17 when the Tahoe Neighborhoods group decided they needed to go to a voter initiative because they were not being heard from the previous council, not our council. But one of the biggest issues at that time was clustering. It was a few properties that were literally surrounded on all sides by VHRs. And I think that I could imagine if that would be infuriating. I don't think that's every property, and I don't think that's in every neighborhood, but it absolutely existed. And so that's where it came from. And if we're going to remove it, I don't think we can just ignore that issue. We've got to see, okay, what are other remedies that we could figure out and think about to just not open that issue back up? Because if we just remove it, those folks that were surrounded most likely are going to be immediately surrounded. And here we are again with major adversaries against each other. And that's, again, I think a really important part for us to figure out. How can we try to not let that happen? Understanding, yes, you're going to have upset people most likely on both sides. We're not here to make every single person happy. That's usually the good policy, is not everybody walks away happy. Everybody gives a little to make a good policy. So thinking about that, I think that more thought before we just remove it entirely should be given to what are other ways to help address that clustering problem. I'm just thinking out of the box right now, and I don't think that that should all be done here at the dais. I think it should be both sides creating an ad hoc. What are these things that we could do to put in this ordinance to try to find middle ground? I think of it just out of the box, thinking like, maybe if it is within 75 or 100 feet or 150, maybe there's an exemption that can be given so long as you have the other owners within that radius, signing off, saying, hey, it's okay, we're all right with it. Well, then maybe an exemption could be given, right? I know that there may be some legal issues, and that's why we would need to vet this and not just do this at the dais. So I think that that's what we would do to try to strike middle ground. I think that there's also other issues within that need to be gone through. I think finding out our utilization is, to me, incredibly important. Getting down to the number, I think there's a lot of confusion on what's in the tourist core, what's not. So for me today to change things, I don't support that only because I want more data. Not that I don't support changing it, not that I don't support seeing that there's issues in our current ordinance that need to be changed. I just like to do things based on a full data thing. And real quickly, just to address why it is that we don't just every 6 months revisit an ordinance, because you pass an ordinance, then it takes months to implement. Then you have your staff creating a program, and you generally give that time to find out all of your issues. If we're every time 6 months back, you're creating something, implementing it, then going back to the drawing board, then telling your staff to re-implement what you've just created new policy for. So it generally does take more than 6 months of time for that data to come back and to make real changes to an ordinance. So again, that's my points. I'll leave it with that for other council members. Ms. Horgan.
Well, I do want to say that I did look at Airbnb for this holiday weekend, and there are very few available. And when I looked weeks ago, there were many. So that's anecdotal occupancy, but definitely it's a holiday weekend, and pricing would also show that there's some competition for what we have available. And so I wanted to make sure, I added that I've also been looking at the platforms and how many people have been signing up to come and use these for this holiday weekend. Can I ask, if we did change the cap, could it still go to first reading?
No, any substantive changes will come back for a first reading at a future meeting.
Okay, so then one final thing to say is, all eyes are on me. I realize this is 2-2. I knew that this would be a position I would find myself in. I think everyone sitting in the audience is wondering if I'm going to go with 1,200 cap in option 1 and we all go home and it's going to be, business as usual, or if I feel compelled by my members who I very much agree with their stance on everything in terms of housing and data and all of it. And so it's a very challenging position to be in. That being said, I don't like the idea of letting the toothpaste out of the tube, meaning we go for 1,200 and then it's very difficult to scramble back. So it's hard for me to just on that say, oh, option 1, 1,200, go home. And then suddenly we are back at a citizens initiative where, even the mothers and families and folks that I've talked to have said, oh, I need the work, I need the hours, I need the income. I don't think that we would get to 1,200. I'll just be honest about that. But I don't think that I could support moving the ordinance, moving the needle that far. So I guess that's what I have to say in conclusion.
Thank you so much, Ms. Morgan. I don't see any other names, Mr. Roberts.
I just wanted to chime in on, the oversaturation issue. I understand where you're coming from, and on the surface it makes sense, but we don't write ordinances to prevent people from putting up a pizza shop just because there's 3 of them next door to them. We let the entrepreneurs make those decisions themselves, and I don't think we should be making ordinances that do the same here. Let them decide their own saturation rates and make them decide where the market sits for them.
Great, thank you so much, Mr. Jenkins.
Just one last comment, and there's this is good because it's called deliberation, which we should be able to do more of, and not be told every time that we can't deliberate. So this is good. I don't think our approach to affordable housing in the region, I believe we're doing our part. We cannot be responsible as a city to handle a problem in the region of affordable housing that they refuse to do. I think to date we've tried to be nice, we've been cordial, we've gone along to get along. In my opinion, that day's over. And I think we have to take a very different approach with our regional people. And we're either going to have one set of rules that govern the region, or we're not, or we're going to have those matters decided in another forum. The other thing is I'm concerned with lack of action, because now what we're doing, I'm not saying that those who are opposed to moving forward don't want to do something sometime, but I don't think it's the court's place to decide what we do and what we don't do. They make decisions. That's the judicial side. We're elected to take action on matters. The third part is a lot of the decisions on how the ordinance is crafted, who's crafting the ordinance, the input, is probably something that long ago we should have had some expert advice on from we hire experts to do all kinds of things, but maybe that would have been helpful in coming up with ideas that have some factual base. I still remain committed to giving our enforcement a chance to work, and in order for it to work, we have to know what the impact would be if we had was 1,200. If it was 1,000, that's fine. But we have to. We're doing something, and this council did something that other councils in the past did not do, and that is we are actively enforcing. And so That's where I see the difference is unless we try it, we can't do analysis paralysis. And that's what I feel sometimes with this process is well-intentioned as everyone is on all sides, that we're kind of in analysis paralysis. And I'm not in favor of that.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Robbins, is there anything else online any comments? All right,
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Sorry, I couldn't get my thumb to the button quick enough. Um, you know, I don't think I have a problem with analysis paralysis on this one. I think my analysis is pretty clear about this as an endeavor. I don't think we can look to, as much as it's unfair, I think, looking to other jurisdictions to solve our housing crisis is just not going to work out, right? We have no leverage over any of them to make them do anything, and they have chosen because the jurisdictions they represent do not have their population centers here. They have all of them chosen to ignore the problem. We are the only jurisdiction that has that represents a population center here in the basin. Every other jurisdiction, has their population center outside of the basin. So they see the basin the way I think the realtors and the way the chamber sees it as a source of money to exploit and as a revenue source, not as a place to live. And that seems to be the underlying dichotomy here before us, is that, this is a problem of second homeowners renting out their homes and a problem of commercial real estate investors looking to make a buck. None of that has to do with the fact that people here need a place to live. And every time we make it easier for investors and either big or small to make money out of housing, that's what's going to take priority over long-term rentals at every step. And I agree with the comments from Mayor Bass that we want to make changes. There's this desire to make changes here and there. We don't even have a full we don't even have a full winter season yet. We don't have any data on occupancy yet. We don't have any data on summertime utilization yet, because we haven't even had a summer of this. We are only a few months into the actual program, and we are already looking to weaken it, to weaken the regulations, to weaken the restrictions, and to weaken enforcement by making more and more units show up in residential neighborhoods rather than where hotels are supposed to be. And as to the point that, we don't tell, pizza shop owners where to open, of course we do. That's what zoning is. That's one of the central missions of local government in this country, is to say where certain types of businesses can and cannot be. That you can have areas that are designated for commercial, designated for industrial, and designated for residential. And because those utilizations have poor compatibility in many cases, that you should separate the land by usage. You don't want to have a pizza shop necessarily. You don't want to have an industrial zone right next to a residential zone necessarily. For that reason, for the same reason that you don't want to necessarily have a residential zone right in between two other pizza shops. That's exactly the kind of thing that local government is supposed to do.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Any other comments? Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
Sorry, yeah, you can't see my face, so I understand. So I urge that we drop this and then return to focus on things that we actually need to be doing. This takes up a huge amount of our time and public comments and attention and lobbying time, and is not moving the needle. It's not moving the ball forward in the many other areas that demand attention. And this is a special interest issue. So my recommendation is to vote no. If you want to create a subcommittee and have public engagement meetings where we can hear maybe, just maybe, from more than the realtors, because that's the people who show up to these meetings because they have a moneyed interest in the outcome, then I think that might not be a bad idea. But at the very least, this is not something to move forward on here.
Great, thank you, Mr. Robbins. All right. I see your name there, but before we bring it back, so it seems like, and Ms. Stroud answered, if we're gonna be changing anything in this, that we're really gonna need to come back for another first reading, which will be at our next meeting. And so if we're gonna move in that, I think we're talking more direction to staff for those changes rather than the ordinance proposed.
Yes, and I would just clarify that it wouldn't be at the next meeting because those materials were already due, so it would be the March 10th meeting.
So March 10th, thank you for the clarification, so.
It can be presented when the council wishes it to be presented. There, I think we set policy. That isn't something that staff does, and I understand there's a workload, but I also understand from the other side, as being one who used to get direction to do things, that we do. If they're going to be there, we do things in the time frame that the policy body wants it done. Not what's convenient for all
In addition to
staff.
the workload issue, this is a public hearing that needs to be noticed in the paper, so there wouldn't be time to do that before the next meeting. So March 10th would be the earliest.
Okay. Ms. Horgan.
I guess that answered it. I really want to see this move forward, but I really want to see the cap closer to 900. So.
Let's see, I don't see anybody else's name up here.
Or lowering the buffer to 50 feet, which would essentially be the every other parcel or 60 feet. But anyway, I'd like to see this happen. 1,200 for me, no one could give me the reason why 1,200 was the number, so that's problematic.
Understood.
It's not 1288 came from a model, and that wasn't ever going to be achieved. So,
If Council, question on her, just a question. You're saying that you would be in favor of reducing the buffer to 100 feet? Is that what you said?
even lower than that, so that it, it's up for discussion, like 75 feet.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you for the comments, Mr. Robbins.
If I remember correctly, the reason we got to 1,200 is because it was previously at 1,400. And in the interest of making compromise, we struck out with 1,200 being the target. And that's why when they said the 150 buffer, it came out at 1,100 and change. We thought that was right on target. Unfortunately, that was inaccurate. But if I'm not mistaken, that's how we came up with the 1,200.
And that puts me back at 900 because it's 1,400 minus 500, which seems like a compromise.
Understood. Mr. Jenkins, if there's nothing, so I think that for me, if we're gonna go and make some changes, which it definitely sounds like we are, and we can't have this back by March 10th, I just think that there's other things from both sides. Like, I think there's probably things that the VHR operators see that we need to change more, and I think there may be some other things from the other side. And I just hope that we can encapsulate all of those changes that we know we need now, rather than just kind of some of the one-offs and things that are proposed. And so I know that it's really quick to try to say that between, now and let's just say February the 17th, because we would need all of the changes incorporated to the city attorney to get public notice and to get it back by the March 10th. But is there the ability to quickly get together a group of, from the realtor side, from the VHR side, as well as from the neighborhood group side, to try to get everything that we want to be considered, so that when we come back March 10th, we're ready for a first reading?
Mr. Mayor?
I would just suggest that if you're going to convene a advisory group of citizens, that's going to take a lot of time. It's going to take time even just to schedule the meeting. If council wants to do that, that's fine. We can do that, but it's going to slow things down.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
And this
question.
package that's before you did include everything council wanted. It's not just getting rid of the buffer and putting in a cap.
Right.
It has a lot of changes in it throughout that you can see in the red line, and a lot of that came from public comment that we heard over the multiple meetings we had since
So
May.
just exactly my point is that if all we wanted to do is reduce the buffer, not the buffer, the cap, and keep all the other language, would there be a way to get it back sooner?
March 10th would be the soonest because it does need to be noticed, but that can be done easily. If any changes council wants to direct to be made today can be brought back March 10th.
March 10th. Okay. Mr. Jenkins, yes.
Without mentioning names, when I was running this last time, two people who I considered friends we had a conversation. My wife sat in with me, and when this topic was one of those that came up, and the question that was posed was, is there any compromise here? The answer that was given is no. So if you go in to have discussion, that discussion has to be with people who are willing to have that discussion in good faith. And again, I'm not going to mention the names. I could, but I think they said there is no compromise. It's this way or no way. And to me, okay, that's fine. So I just say that as a reference. Those people weren't elected. We're elected to make decisions. So that's it.
Okay. All right. So we're coming back. So yeah, I guess, do you want a motion with the direction, Ms. Stroud, or with his direction? Okay.
I would request a motion.
Okay. So if you want to go ahead and make the motion, you're more than welcome.
I'd like to make a motion that we bring this back for, did you say March 10th? Same ordinance as written with a 900 buffer, a 900 cap.
And
excuse me, so without a buffer and a 900
Without
cap.
a buffer. Ordinance amending the vacation home rental regulations to remove the 500-foot buffer and make other changes as the first reading of option 1, changing 1,200 cap to 900 cap.
Is there a second here? All right, so that motion fails for a second. So we'll bring it back, and I can either look for another motion. I think I've already stated I'm going to most likely not being voted, but you did bring up an interesting point, which was the 75-foot, going from 150 to 75. And I know we don't have any math today on that total number of cap. Where I kind of somewhat agree with that more than just going up to an arbitrary 900 is that at least that creates not next to every single house situation. Again, I think that when I look at this, that's probably the number one complaints when this was back before. So again, I don't know. I'm just putting that point out there. Yeah.
That's how I originally written my statement was for a 75-foot cap, but I wanted to leave room for discussion.
No is not always no. It's just this is part of the deliberative process, I think. And I'd like to see. I have a good feeling where all this is going, but I move that we move forward with option 1, as presented by staff, with the additions and corrections and improvements that they've made in the present ordinance, and then we'll see from there. Maybe there'll be additional to conversation if that doesn't move forward.
Great. So was that a motion? Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and we can go ahead and vote. Ms. Blankenship, could we get a roll call?
Councilmember Robbins.
No.
Oh, sorry.
I said, did you guys hear that out?
Yeah, I heard that. I'm sorry. I'm trying to use my system here.
It is working.
Mayor Pro Tem Roberts.
Yes.
Mayor Bass.
No.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Yes.
Councilmember Horgan.
No.
That motion fails.
Okay. So we're back again. Okay, so yeah, we can go and look for another motion, and I just want to again, I think, bring this back. I think that there's consent to see that we do want to make changes. I think that it's important that we obviously go about it the right way. One thing I do want to bring up about the buffer, and when we did create this the first time, we were in a very unique situation compared to a lot of cities that then regulate VHRs, or excuse me, permit them and then move to regulate them. And what we were at was a clean slate. And why that made a big difference is it allowed a buffer to be put in place and actually work, because no VHRs existed, and therefore you could actually do that. When we go to remove it entirely, we can never go back. There is no opportunity to say, hold on, we made a mistake. We've allowed these clustered all around places, and that's the problem. Well, you can't go, well, excuse me, Mr. Jenkins. We can't then go back. And so that is going to be an issue, right? If we go back and take a property right away that was then given, we are up against a taking. When we are not allowing it, because the primary use of a residential zone is not overnight rentals, it's residents living in the primary use of it. So with that being said, we do have the right to 100% regulate a secondary use all the way through banning it entirely. And that has been upheld, that local governments may ban VHRs. So I just want to put that out there.
Can I just clarify one point in your legal statement there? Part of the holding in the published opinion we got in the South Lake Tahoe Property Owners Group was that Measure T did have the right to extinguish permits by not renewing them, and it did have that 3-year amortization period. So I would say it is certainly true that it's more difficult once there's a permit issued to not renew that permit or take it away, but it's not a taking.
It's a license, not a property right, I think is what I've been told in the past. So a license is something that can be removed. It's not something that a property right, where when you buy the property, you have an inherent right. There are some cities where that occurs with vacation rentals. This is not one of them. So that's, and thank you, Ms. City
And
Attorney.
understood it as the same, that they expire every year, and we don't have, it's not like a vested right that we have to renew it. It's not automatic because it's not part of the property you bought. It's not part of that right. So that being said, again, I think that's one of the things about the buffer and just removing it altogether is, as Ms. Stroud said, it makes it much more difficult to then reinstate. You could go, yes, I mean, we can absolutely make motions.
I don't know where this will go, but we would like to make a motion, or I would, to bring back the ordinance amending the vacation home rental regulations to reduce the 150-foot buffer to 75-foot buffer with no cap. And that's the motion.
All right, great.
And including the other changes made.
All right, great. We have a motion. Is there a second?
A second so we can get a vote on it.
All right, we have a motion and a second, and we can go ahead and vote.
Councilmember Horgan. Yes. Councilmember Jenkins.
Yes.
Councilmember Robbins.
Oh.
Mayor Bass.
No.
Councilmember Roberts.
No.
That motion fails.
All right, so here we are again. So we are back we'll be on now our fourth round here.
May I make a suggestion?
Sure, just let me finish up and then I can come back to you. Yeah, again, my no votes on this are around the fact that I think we need more time and those type of things. And so I think I'll just put it out there. You're going to probably see me continue to say no, not against one side or the other, against the fact that we've only been here 6 months and we need more time. I'll just put that on the record. Mr. Robbins.
I'm concerned on two levels as a process issue. I think I've made my positions on the merits perfectly clear at this point. I don't need to repeat that, as much as I do love repeating myself and hearing myself, no doubt. I admit it. Don't ever say I'm not self-aware. Egotistical, yes, but aware of it. Anyway, as a process, as a process matter, in terms of the city council function, I'm concerned with the idea of this coming back the meeting after next to have another 3-hour agenda item on this, and it keeps pushing off other work that we really need to do, just so we can find out that we are still not in agreement or that we are running around in circles on this issue. I suggest we provide direction to staff to do some community outreach. That will take time. That will not get done quick. That's not something that can be done in a week. And to talk to the groups about, I understand that they're probably unlikely to find a compromise position in that, but they can bring at least the concerns back. And then we could try to find compromise, but we would have more information that comes to us from just in terms of public outreach, that we would get just from who shows up at these meetings for public comment. Because I think it's obviously that's very, very one-sided about who has a financial interest as who is showing up. And in that time, we will also have more data to work on in terms of knowing what utilization rates are, knowing what complaint data is once we've actually had at least a full year and a summer at least. When we are the busiest, this winter with no snow has been abnormally quiet, or we've had very low levels of activity. So I think my suggestion is that we not bring this back quickly, because I don't think we're going to find ourselves with a lot of either new information or new changes in position. So my suggestion is let's have this issue not come back at least for another 6 months, if or at least until the end of the summer, the fall, and then between now and then request that staff conduct some outreach with not just special interest groups, but with the neighborhoods and residents, and reach out to people who are neighbors of Airbnbs in the area and see if they would like to weigh in as well. Since we know where the Airbnbs are, we know where the neighbors are. It gives staff a lot of that opportunity to go collect that information and bring it back to us, just so that we're not here in only 2 weeks with the same meeting and the same 3 hours over again. And we can actually maybe focus on some other issues.
Sure, go ahead, Mr. Roberts.
I would like to pass a motion that we bring this back for a first reading of number 1, as is, with the exception of changing the 1,200 to 900 on the cap.
Second. Did you second?
Well, it's okay. I think, but that's an identical motion to the motion that already failed.
That motion was already made. And
Ms.
failed.
Morgan made it with 900, right, Ms. Blankenship?
Yes, that's correct.
So it is-
I would say that given the
How about 899?
efforts council are making to find a compromise, and I don't think there's anything barring a second motion that's the same.
All right, well, I guess we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion and a second.
Hold on. Let me catch up.
Ketchup and hot sauce.
Okay, Councilmember Horgan.
Yes.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Yes.
Councilmember Robbins.
No.
Mayor Bass.
No.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yes.
That motion carries.
Great. All right, we have now gotten the motion passed. I will look to council. We
10 minutes.
didn't really have a lunch. Do we want more time? We have 2 items left. They are potentially going to take a little bit longer. Do we want a little time to go possibly get something from Flight Deck? I'll really look to you guys. I personally didn't have a huge breakfast, and so I wouldn't mind like 20 minutes to try to get a sandwich or something from Flight Deck if everybody's okay with that.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think, and not a topic for discussion here, but I think this is the reason with people who are working every day that it's good on important items for public hearings that there be a set time on the agenda that says when that matter is going to be heard, so those people don't sit around all day while we deliberate, and that's for a protocol discussion later, but that's just a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Okay, with that, let's come back at 3:10. 3:10, we are going to go ahead and call this this meeting back to order. We are now moving into regular new business. This is item number 13, the South Lake Tahoe Improvement District Annual Report for fiscal year 24 and 25. And this will be Mr. Andrew Black.
I'm going to introduce this item and answer some questions that council may have. Then I will pass this on to Rich Bodine, who is currently the board chairman of the South Lake Tahoe Tourism Improvement District. The Lake Tahoe Visitors Authority is also here, and they would like to share their 2025 sizzle reel, and they will also be available to answer any questions from council. So before you today is the South Lake Tahoe Tourism Improvement District Fiscal Year 2024-2025 Annual Report, including fiscal year 2026 budget, as well as financial statements for the 12 months ended October 31st, 2024, and the 9 months ended July 31st, 2025. The South Lake Tahoe Tourism Improvement District, or SLT-TID, is a partnership between the city and the lodging industry. It has been in existence for approximately 19 years and is composed of lodging businesses located within the city, including hotels, motels, and vacation rentals under management contracts. Services provided by the SLT-TID include marketing and promotions and activities designed to market the South Shore of Lake Tahoe as a unique year-round destination. The goal is to impact the South Shore economy through increased overnight stays and tourism spending. The present SLT-TID assessment district was renewed in 2019 with Resolution 2019-059 for a 10-year term which will expire in December 2029. Current assessment rates are $4 per room night on hotels and motels and $5.50 per occupied room night on timeshares, condos, duplexes, triplexes, and vacation homes under management contracts. These rates went into effect during the second year of the renewed agreement on December 17th, 2020. An optional increase of $1 starting in the fifth year of the current term, fiscal year 2024, is outlined in the management district plan to be approved at the discretion of the board. This optional increase was discussed at the August 2025 board meeting where it was tabled for discussion at a future date. There have been no changes to the agreement. Boundaries are the same and the method of assessment is the same. Between $2.8 million and $3.3 million of revenue has been generated each year since 2018, with the exception of fiscal year 2020, where actual collections totaled $2.2 million due to the pandemic. The TID revenue budgeted in fiscal year 2025 was $3.1 million, and budgeted revenue for the current fiscal year 2026 is also $3.1 million. Approximately 63% of the budget is for marketing and promotions program. The city retains 1% of the revenues to account for administration, collections, and other financial support services. This money goes to the city's general fund and is budgeted at $32,000 for the 2026 fiscal year. The South Lake Tahoe Tourism Improvement District is made up of a 9-member board of directors, of which Rich Bodine is currently the board chairman. LTVA also consists of a board of directors, of which Mayor Bass serves on. With that, I'm available to answer any questions before I pass it on over to Rich Bodine.
Great, thank you so much, Mr. Black. Council, any questions from council that's here? Before I go to Mr. Robbins, just one. Did you say that what was our highest ever collection, or if you don't have that, it's okay?
I think it was about 3.3 million.
3.3, okay, just wanted to clarify. Mr. Robbins, any questions online for Mr. Black?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Great, thank you so much, Mr. Black, and we'll go ahead and invite Mr. Bodine.
Mayor Bass, City Council. My name is Rich Bodine. I am the current chair of the TID. I have been the chair for about 2-3 years now. We did just hold elections this past December. We did get a couple new members to the board. We do have one vacancy that is up for board appointment at our next meeting in March. That was due to Dania at the Margaritaville resigning from her position and leaving town. So we do have one. If anybody is interested, please reach out to me. Like Andrew said, our current budget for 2025 was $3.1 million. We did finish for 2025 fiscal, we did finish at about 3.2 and change. So we were about 70,000 ahead of budget, which is great because that just means that we were about 15,000 room nights ahead of what we had budgeted for, which is great to see. We did keep the budget for 2026 flat versus this past year. A lot of that was due to the fact that the beach retreat, with the beach retreat and lodge closing, which was one of our largest contributors, and kind of still the uncertainty with how the VHR rollout was going to work, we didn't want to have kind of a negative kind of contraction of our budget, so we kind of left it flat year over year. Over the last, since we met, or since I saw you guys last time, which was November of 2024, the TID has funded about $175,000 worth of events. A lot of that is with the Heavenly Holidays, the Midway Labor Day celebration, and then we have given money to Valhalla Arts, their arts project, and the Chamber of Commerce for Sample the Sierra. We do have a really great makeup on our board. As usual, we are represented by just about every. We have a 1 through 50, a 51 through 90, a 91 through 130. 2 members of the 131 and above, which is a little rough right now because we only have 2 properties that fall into that category. One is Margaritaville, and they are in search of representation at this time, and the other was the Beach Retreat, which. We are holding that spot for them once they do come back online, but I think, as you guys know, we are not 100% sure when that's going to happen. Most of our money, the 95% of what we collect, does go to the LTVA and straight to marketing and driving room nights. So I will, unless there's any questions for me directly.
Great, thank you, Mr. Bodine. Questions from council for Mr. Bodine? Mr. Robbins, any questions for Mr. Bodine before we move on?
How many TID dollars have ever been spent on July 4th, it's July 5th, the day after July 4th, beach cleanups?
How many TID dollars from the TID directly from our money? I don't believe so.
Correct, directly.
Most of our money goes to the LTVA, and their funds that we have passed through the TID have gone towards the beach cleanup. But the TID directly, no. I mean, we've never been asked to sponsor any of that or anything.
Great, thank you, Mr. Bodine. I think Ms. Chaplin may be
Are
able
you
to
aware
answer.
that that's? I had a follow-up question. Yeah. Are you aware that that's an allowed use of TID funds?
Oh yes, we definitely are.
You know, you are aware that
I'm sorry, sir. You're breaking up really badly.
Yeah, Scott, I'm sorry, your microphone is breaking up pretty bad.
I'll look.
All right, so yeah, we're not able to hear you. I will, thank you, Mr. Bodine. I think Ms. Chaplin may be able to answer the first part of your question, which is in regard to dollars put towards the beach cleanup from LTVA.
Said good morning here, but I'll say good afternoon. Good afternoon, City Council, Mayor, and Joe, thank you so much for all your work here. We'll miss you. So, but congratulations on to your next adventure. Mr. Robbins, I think you asked this question last year, and we do have a volunteer cleanup with our staff, the LTVA staff. That varies from year to year depending on staff availability. We also participate in the fireworks cleanup, but that is, we have a larger participation of volunteers, and we work closely with the League to Save Lake Tahoe on that. But I couldn't tell you how many exact hours that we, as a team, spent on that. And we also, our Blue Crew area is not at the beach. We are actually behind the event center, behind Bally's, in that forested area between the Edgewood land and Harrah's and the other land. And that's where we concentrate our efforts. Amazing what you can find. Car chains, plastic sleds, all kinds of things, so.
Great, thank you, Ms. Chaplin. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and move on. I believe you're up next for the presentation from LTVA, so we'll go ahead and continue.
Thank you so much. Again, Carol Chaplin, President and CEO of the Lake Tahoe Visitors Authority, for the record. I'm just gonna make some opening remarks, Susan, and some thanks to Susan, because I asked her how long it took her to get this video to run, and she said an hour and a half, and then I said, I'm so sorry. She goes, that's okay. You do it to me every year. So, so good for her for being IT. So good news, tourism is strong right now and shows year-over-year growth from 2019 until 2025. And the city TOT revenues increasing to 19 million this year. Room nights were also up. And I think, Mr. Jenkins, you might have a different number, but I did get those numbers from the city finance department. So we're up a little bit this last year. So LTVA has an always-on marketing campaign. Campaign drives year-round visitation to lodging, dining, gaming, retail, and recreation businesses. LTVA's campaigns are evaluated monthly via multiple reports, which inform decision-making and our ability to stay nimble as circumstances change. And as visitors seek richer experiences when visiting a destination, the LTVA campaign is going to be evolving as well to meet those needs. While this presentation is a look back over the last year, we also look forward and we'll be rolling out an invitation to our visitors to have a deeper connection with Lake Tahoe. And you'll hear a little bit more about that as we move along. Rin Muad is here, communications and public relations manager, and she'll touch on that as well. And I will talk about our efforts for this past year. So now we'll just take a look at what we have been doing this past year. And I will remind the council that when you see this video, you'll notice that it's not just an advertising campaign. It's layered with many, many different programs.
And it's not playing already.
Okay.
So hold on one second. Let me see. Let me see if I can.
Oh my gosh, I'm not. I think our law enforcement is here. They would have to carry me off if I started singing. Thank you. Bless you. of fun. As illustrated in this video, and as I mentioned beforehand, our advertising campaign is only one layer of a robust marketing effort. In addition, the numerous initiatives presented in the video, the LTVA also developed a strategic plan related to special events, as you also saw. And we financially supported a lot of different events, and I'll name a few of those. Under community events, we supported financially the Steak Cook-Off at LTCC, Music in the Park, Myers and Ski Run Farmers Markets, the Gingerbread House Competition, which is actually a city event, and Emily Abernathy helps us with our event committee, by the way. Tamba's Mountain Bike Festival, significant events like Tahoe Brew Fest and Beer Week, Sample the Sierra, Live at Lakeview, Tahoe Yoga Festival, Lake Tahoe Documentary Film Festival, and major events. You saw that we are the destination sponsor of American Century Championship. We also had the Grand Slam of Curling, the Red, White, and Brew Festival at the outdoor concert venue, the Tahoe Games Mountain Sports Festival, and Toyota Air and Apri, which will be in its second year here coming up at the end of February. Through the marketing efforts, we also support many other events, such as the Lake Tahoe Outdoor Arena concerts, which last year were 18, and the Tahoe Blue Event Center's sports, entertainment, and conventions, which attracted over 200,000 attendees last year. And with your new, very exciting rec center coming on board, we are also including the rec center in some of our outreach to youth and youth sports, and we're having great success with that. Under meetings and conventions and sports, South Shore as a meeting and sports destination includes the new recreation center, as I mentioned. We have a new campaign and strategy around meetings, Meet and Then Some campaign, expanded to reach more planners, and the database that grew 17% last year, year over year. And we sourced 20 meetings, generating 3,400 room nights. I will ask Rin to come up and talk about a few of our other wins for the community, and then we'll take questions.
Good afternoon, everyone. Under Visitor and Partner Services, we manage the Explore Tahoe Visitor Center, which is open 363 days a year. That's in the Heavenly Village. And it served 36,600 visitors last year, which is a 15% year-over-year increase. We also have an online partner portal for all tourist-facing businesses and other local partners where they can find some updates on events in the area and the conference center, the event center, and that has 150 active business contacts currently and over 1,200 logins this last year. We send a monthly newsletter for our partners called the South Shore Bulletin with over 590 subscribers. It's a really great way to stay up to date on all of our efforts, includes sales updates, industry updates, and local updates that we feel will be relevant for people to hear. LTVA remains forward-thinking and in 2025 launched an AI travel assistant, which is available 24/7 and speaks over 90 languages. I help to train that and make sure that it's giving actual up-to-date information for people asking questions. We have a trip planning app that has over 88,500 users and 8,200 downloads this last year. And visitlaketahoe.com, our visitor-facing website, has a special offers page that's currently receiving over 300 views per day. It is free of charge to post there and often only has under 30 posts, many of which are coming straight from the casinos. So that's an underutilized resource for small businesses, and they would do that through the partner portal. In domestic and international outreach, we're represented in the UK and Ireland, Australia, France, Germany, India, and China. We are very active in numerous community partnerships, including contributing annually to Lake Link. Additionally, provided communication support for the Emerald Bay Pilot Shuttle this past year. We invest in the Regional Air Service Corporation, leveraging $800,000 in air service marketing. And we participate in the Destination Stewardship Council, which is a basin-wide project. And part of our purpose in being there is to align tourism with community value and make sure that messaging around sustainability stays welcoming and inviting to visitors. We also participate actively in the Tahoe Chamber and the South Tahoe Restaurant Association to provide continuous updates and ways that small businesses can participate in those. And each year we host a half-day and then some tourism forum with last year over 100 regional stakeholders. And that's a mix of both national and global tourism trends and updates, and then also regional information helping us stay interconnected. If you're interested in learning more about the campaign that Carol was mentioning, that will be coming out very, very soon. And we will also be covering that in more length at the Tourism Forum, which will be Tuesday, May 5th. So you can save the date for that if you're interested. That is all I have and available for questions.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, we will go ahead and open this up for questions from council. Mr. Jenkins.
My question relates to how you determine from your members on both sides of the state line if they are satisfied with the marketing strategies or is there a way that you can retrieve information from them, suggestions they have where they might not think that they are being served well? Is there some what is the way to get member input?
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Actually, we don't have a membership, so we support all of our businesses on both sides of the state line. So it's not actually a paid membership. But as far as our structure goes, we mentioned the special events strategy, and we have a special events committee. Again, Emily from the city is on that. We have a Douglas County representative. We have a Tahoe Blue Event Center representative, Caesars Republic, and we also have, Heavenly Ski Resort. And they all participate on the event side, so they make recommendations up to our marketing committee. Our marketing committee has 11 people from the community across different sizes of businesses, also representing the TID, the Nevada side, and our resorts. And then the marketing committee serves up to the board recommendations. So at any point in time, anybody can come to one of those committees where we have public meetings, so you're all welcome. It's really fun after your all-day meetings. And any public member is welcome to come and give their opinions or participate with the board or the marketing committee. Does that help?
Great, thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Any other council member questions? Mr. Roberts?
Yeah, are those strategic plans up on your website now?
They are on ltva.org, which is our business-to-business site. And I believe you also have those in your the binder that we made available to you a couple of months ago. But yes, they are all up on the website.
Okay. Great work on all those things, but they all, or the vast majority of them, seem to be stuff that's already been going on for a couple of years. What kind of new events do you have coming down the pipe? Specifically, what have you got planned for USA's 250th celebration? What new stuff's coming on events?
Do you want me to start? I'll start. The 250th, we've actually just developed a logo for that, so you'll start seeing the logo come out along with our logo. Actually, Rin has been heading that a little bit with the community. We haven't had huge response to a real collective effort to do like an event, perhaps, and of course. The birthday, of course, is July 4th, so we do a fairly large July 4th fireworks program. So I think that's going to be our iconic 250th event. We're trying to do some things around cultural and historical events, although we're not 200 years old here. We can certainly draw from some of our cultural and historical, high moments. And we are also soliciting other businesses to help us celebrate that. Ren, do you want to talk about a couple of examples? Because I think you have a couple.
Sure. I'll just add that we will have a landing page coming up soon on our website that will pull together anything historical that we feel we can tie to America's birthday. So local history, Pony Express, Wagon Trail, Mark Twain, some historical articles, also inviting through the South Tahoe Restaurant Association deals that are themed around that or special menu items so that we can encourage visitation around the area. And we've also talked about doing a scavenger hunt, which would be more of like a social media thing where people could take pictures at certain spots around town, like the Mark Twain statue, and then go to the Explore Tahoe Visitor Center and get some kind of prize. So we're doing what we can for that. And we've put some invitations out for additional events, but haven't gotten anyone to spearhead an additional event, like maybe what you're thinking.
Also, what are you doing to coordinate from the different areas across the Nevada side and California side to get in more high school sports events that need several fields to coordinate them? I know we used to have those in the past. Are you actively trying to bring those back? Because it seems like that's a great untapped market.
It is actually, and we are, as I mentioned, we have a sports and meeting strategy. You'll find that up on the website as well, Mr. Roberts. We have Stuart Mouse, who's our senior director of sales and business development, has been going to a couple of the big sports trade shows and conventions. One of them is Teams. And we also have Kevin Boriski from our event center. He also attends those shows. So we're looking for, we actually have had a couple of interest in youth basketball. We have had 4 youth hockey tournaments this year. I believe our highest participation was 50 teams. We've had cheer tournaments, and we've also had, we have volleyball, and then in the fall we are looking at actually NCAA preseason in basketball.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Roberts. Unless there are questions, Mr. Robbins, any questions before we move on to public comment?
No.
Great, thank you, and thank you, Ms. Chaplin. Thank you. All right, we are going to go ahead and open this item for public comment. This is going to be item number 13 for the South Lake Tahoe Improvement District. Mr. Mosier.
Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. I follow this carefully over the years here, and of course had changes I proposed. And basically one thing that we're looking at with tourism, being a solely tourist town economy, is what's going on in Washington with Trump and the Republican policies. How it's affecting tourism. You might want to talk to your local representative and representatives. Foreign tourism is down. China, Asia, Canada. Las Vegas has taken a big hit, and a lot from Canadian tourism and stuff. So look at how that's affecting it, and get our elected representatives involved there. Not that it's going to matter, but you can spit in the ocean. It says here under it provides a mechanism for stable funding of community marketing and tourism promotion. And for years I've said that, and more recently, that you need to rewrite the TID so that it's more similar to the North Shore's TBID, where they use their money for infrastructure improvements and stuff. Here, you have Park Avenue, State Line Avenue, you're doing your thing, but you're going to have to apply for grants in order to actually do the work. And need a lot of work down there. Lakeshore Boulevard, you're looking at 12 to 14, 15 years at the pace you're going to get anything done with those streets and in there. And that's the key. That's your money. That's the big bucks. So, like I said, take $1 million from this 3.2 or whatever million they're bringing in every year to put towards infrastructure improvements, towards the streets down there. And then once you pledge that, then you can use that to fund a bond issue and get things done within 5 years. And that's what really needs to be done. I mean, it's sad. People have to walk in the middle of the street in the winter and even in the summer and stuff because of parking issues, and there's no sidewalks. And also, nothing but sand and stuff on the road down there. You need to pave by the beach. That's the first thing I would look at doing, make sure to put at least $1 million of pledge into actual infrastructure improvements down there. The McCarthy building, they sold LTVA owned and sold that. It was just about paid off, and they only used part of upstairs, so they had actually, room downstairs, and they were renting. It was actually income-producing property. They sold that on Ski Run Boulevard there to go move to Nevada to pay over there. So out of the 9%, which is about $282,000 for administration fees, I'd like to know if they would come up and say how much of that is actually used for rent there at the event center, what the share is, and through LTVA, and what LTVA is paying down there. So here they had basically almost a free space to use here for years, and sold the building and to go pay rent on the Nevada side. But as they're quick to say, there is no state line here.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Yes, Ms. Sodders.
So I'm with the same as Mr. Mosier, that I don't see any reason to give money to this agency. They are not, we don't need to advertise Lake Tahoe. People are gonna come to Lake Tahoe, and we know that our tourism numbers are down. I don't know where they're getting their numbers for, but there's very clear indications that our tourism numbers are down up to 30% this year, and that they're going to get worse because of this administration's policies. We need our infrastructure to be improved. And, we do see it on the North Shore that they do fix their sidewalks. They work on landscaping. They work on betterment of their area. And we don't see that from the TID at all. If these businesses feel that they are effective, then they are welcome to continue to donate into them. But I just don't see that we're seeing any effective usefulness for this. How much is their rent for their building? How much are their salaries? And I mean, the American Sensory Championship is great, but at the end of the day, they only donate $100,000 to our local charities. So I feel like the money that we were giving to them would be much better given to our local groups, or filling some potholes or something. I don't know. They really need to rethink their strategy.
Thank you, Ms. Otterston. Anybody else in the room? Yes, please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, staff. My name is Jessica Grime. I am the Membership Director for the Tahoe Chamber. First, I would like to acknowledge Joe for your service and your impact to the South Shore community. Wish you well, you and your family. Enjoy the sunshine, the ocean, and the new community. I'm here on behalf of the Chamber, our Board of Directors, and our membership to express support for the South Lake Tahoe Tourism Improvement District Annual Report and the tourism promotion efforts funded through SLT-TID and carried out by the Lake Tahoe Visitors Authority. The Tourism Improvement District is a strong and responsible model, one that allows lodging businesses to voluntarily reinvest into tourism promotion, visitor management, and destination stewardship without relying on the city's general fund. This year's annual report clearly demonstrates accountability and shows that SLT-TID funds are being used as intended to drive overnight visitation, support local businesses and jobs, and strengthen overall community. From the Chamber's perspective, this work supports economic stability for our local business community, particularly small, locally owned employers, while also helping maintain critical city revenues. The connection matters because TOT remains one of the South Lake Tahoe's most significant discretionary revenue resources, helping fund essential services and infrastructure and that residents depend on year-round. We also appreciate LTVA's continued focus on responsible tourism, including stewardship, messaging, and efforts to balance visitation across seasons. The collaboration between the city, SLT, TID, LTVA, and community partners has strengthened accountability, and the annual report reflects that progress. Destination level marketing plays a critical role by reaching audiences far beyond what individual small businesses can do on their own across regional, national, international markets, help keeping South Lake Tahoe competitive and visible beyond our traditional drive markets. And during periods of economic uncertainty, inflation, challenging weather conditions, consistent destination marketing helps sustain demand and soften downturns for local businesses. Ultimately, this type of destination-level promotion provides sustainability for our business community, helps smooth seasonal peaks and valleys, and supports year-round employment. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Any other members of the public here in the room? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to Zoom.
No hands raised on Zoom, Mayor.
All right, so we'll go ahead and bring this back to council. This is actually a receive and file. Unless we would like to give any direction, we could also do that. So with that, I'll go ahead and bring this back to council. I do want to make one point. You know, we have an agreement with the TID to collect this money, give it back to them. I would just point out that it's really at the discretion of the TID board to make the decisions that revolve around the direction to the LTVA, or even if there was to be changes. I just want to be clear that what we're kind of approving today, or receiving and filing, I should say, today, is just a report, and you know, the money by agreement goes from us to them, and it's the TID board that makes those decisions. So I just wanted to put that on the record. And with that, I will open it up to council members. Ms. Horgan.
Just one question, because Ms. Grimes mentioned in her public statement about infrastructure. Is there any infrastructure that the TID actually supports? Any physical property that is maintained and?
To my knowledge, not.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Would you like some property to maintain? Yeah. We have
Sorry,
some.
Ms. Horgan, will you repeat the
some
question?
streets for you to maintain.
Actually, facilities?
Infrastructure was mentioned by Ms. Grimes, that this money is important for supporting infrastructure, and I didn't see any infrastructure in the report, so I wondered if there was any that.
The infrastructure that we support at this point in time is the Lake Link service. Both the TID contributes to that, and the LTVA contributes separately. So those would be the only things. And the other thing I would mention, just from a standpoint of financial commitment to the event center for rent, we don't pay rent.
Very nice. Great. Ms. Horgan, any other questions? No? Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I think it's incredible that you have existing businesses in our community that are self-assessing themselves to market not only their business, but also to grow our economy. And I think that's an incredible, they do not currently, as I understand it, get city dollars. And although in the before formation, I understood that they did. It's an interesting conversation later. But I think it's amazing that they're not asking for money from us. They're self-assessing themselves to promote themselves and the economy of this of the city and the South Shore. The one area that, by the way, I thought the presentation was fine, excellent. I think it would be helpful to the city itself, the TID, to the extent they want to participate, or LTVA even, if we looked, as part of our BRE program, Business Retention Expansion, if we did a validated survey of our business community in the city and asked them not just about TID or LTVA marketing, but also how do they think we're doing as a city? What are the things they like? What are the things they don't like? And what things would they like to see us do better? I think it might be an eye opener. And I understand with surveys that many people don't like to comment, so there has to be some kind of outreach to them and I'm perfectly willing to support. The council would have to decide this in a budget. Is the city financing that? But maybe we can all partner to look at how we might do things better, and complement each other on how we're doing things right, to get a real sense of our business community. Because that's the only way we're going to grow our economy, is grow our businesses, we grow our jobs, we grow opportunity. I should note also, and as I'm commenting here, is that I think we all have to look at our business community and our business experience as, and the people who come here, the visitors that are important, enormously important part of our economy, that they, if treated properly and they act properly, they become our friends. And they become our friends not just to shake our hands, but they become our advocates. When issues come before state bodies, regional bodies, we have a whole pool of people that we need to cultivate to bring the attention in a way that we ourselves cannot do. I know in Catalina and Avalon, it's a small area with 1.5 million visitors, and they have lots and lots of people who are their friends and who comment. So I would like to see that cultivated here. And yes, I agree with some of the speakers. I think the city needs to look at its infrastructure and make improvements, because there's a lot more that are needed, even though we have done a lot. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Robbins, any question, or actually not questions, this is just comments or direction? We're only receiving and filing, so not looking for a motion, but any comments?
Not really, no, since there's no actual action here, so no,
Okay.
I'll save time.
Great, all right, sure, Mr. Roberts.
Yeah, I just want to piggyback off of Mr. Jenkins. I think there's I mean, it's probably unfair to assess it this way, but there is a growing discontent in the town, and our small businesses throughout the town. At least that's what I'm hearing. There's a little bit of a, that obviously your presentation was nice. I see a lot of repeat events on there, and obviously you're working hard, but there's a perception that you guys are functioning in a bubble. You're not concerned about the rest of the community. And I know I've met with Carol and your group before, and you did say that you have all these opportunities for our smaller businesses, which is great, and you have a very low participation from the smaller businesses and stuff. And I'm sure that's really frustrating, and it is frustrating. But I think the onus should be on LTVA and of the TID to go out and get the small businesses involved, not just send an email and if they don't respond, well, we tried. It's like I see the chamber doing that. The chamber functions by going out and getting companies involved, group businesses involved. I think it would be great for the city as a whole. I think you guys would achieve more if you did get the voice of the rest of the community.
Great, thank you, Mr. Roberts. I'll make a couple quick comments before we move on. I think yes, we also hear from two sides, and some sides have discontent, and I think that a lot of that is also the perception of the way you're viewing it, or the in particular business that you're in and dealing with. One thing is I like to look at data, and we definitely had a major downturn due to the pandemic from the 2019 to 2020, and then again in 2021. But as I've questioned this, being the rep on the LTVA board, is kind of, again, going back to look at data. And since the point of us kind of starting to recover from the pandemic, we have seen steady increases to not our TOT collection, but the collection out of TID, which is calculated by a per room night calculation. So kind of this idea that, well, our ADR just went way up, that's why our TOT went up, doesn't equate that way when you look at it from the $5 or $5.50 a night collection and the $4.50 a night. So what is difficult to say, hey, we need to really rethink the strategy, is the data doesn't fully support it when we've watched the kind of increase. Now, does that mean, though, that we shouldn't constantly be reevaluating and constantly be looking at, okay, what are other areas maybe that we're missing? And I think, too, for the public's efficacy, this effort of having the LTVA, I think makes a lot of sense, because we have the city of South Lake Tahoe and we have Douglas County, and we're really talking about marketing for one destination and one area of a destination, I should say. And I really believe our efforts together, combined to make that strategy work as one and together, is really so much more useful than us trying to fragment our marketing dollars with the Douglas County marketing dollars. And the effort to do that is what LTVA is about. And I think that's the right course that we should stay going forward. So with that, unless there's other comments or questions, thank you for being here, and thank you for all your work.
Mr. Mayor,
sure.
Could I just make one comment? First, I want to thank you for your service on it, and thank those on the TID and LTVA for their service to our community. And I think as you've said, there's always, for all of us, There's always ways that we can improve, and maybe we should look at ways that we improve. But it's really a credit when people do things on their own, assess themselves on their own to make their lives and the lives of the people who live and work here better. So I would just thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your service.
Right, so with that, we're almost to the final item of the day. Regular new business, this is item 14, Tahoe Valley Area Plan Amendment Kickoff Presentation, and this is going to be Mrs. Gretchen
And
Schoolman.
Mayor, I have to recuse myself for proximity to the project.
Thank you so much, Ms. Horgan. We will wait for you to leave the room and we'll get going. All right, thank you, Ms. Coleman.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor Bass and council members. For the record, my name is Gretchen Schoolman, and I'm an assistant planner with the city. The purpose of this item is to officially kick off the Tahoe Valley Area Plan amendment process. I will be referring to this as the TVAP. This amendment process will include the South Y Industrial Tract Community Plan as a non-contiguous area of the TVAP. I will be going over the context of this amendment, the projected timeline, and some of our priorities during this amendment process. The South Y Industrial Tract Community Plan was most recently amended in 2008. The industrial tract area includes most properties south of D Street between Industrial Avenue and Lake Tahoe Boulevard. The city has heard feedback from numerous businesses who have been wanting to expand into this area, but unfortunately, due to the strict use matrix of the community plans, this has been a barrier. The existing use matrix was designed to allow specific industrial uses in this area. And as business trends have changed, the city is exploring how to address the need for equitable access for commercial entities. In response, we are proposing to amend the TVAP to include the industrial tract, replacing the existing standalone community plan entirely. Including the industrial tract as part of an area plan will allow for simplified permitting and property investment incentives. The TVAP was most recently amended in 2024, and staff has noticed minor barriers and overall document cleanup, which we would want to address during this amendment process. In addition to this, council may consider the future of the airport plan area statement. Following the anticipated adoption of the proposed Midtown Area Plan and the proposed TVAP amendments, the airport plan area statement would become the city's only commercial public service zone, not under an area plan. Council may choose to, 1, incorporate the airport plan area statement into the TVAP, 2, incorporate it into a residential area plan, should it be found feasible to pursue, or 3, take no action regarding this area. Incorporating the airport plan area statement into the TVAP would be considered a cleanup action, as staff has not identified any changes that would be necessary for this area. We hope to have the amendments completed by fall of this year. The majority of outreach will be conducted during February, March, and June. February and March will be focused on data gathering. We are hosting an open house on Wednesday, February 18th at 5:30 at the Public Works Building. We will also be using an online survey format. Over the upcoming months, we will be consulting with TRPA, city boards and commissions, city departments, as well as tribal consultations. We will be focusing this portion of the public outreach to the vision and goals specific to the industrial tract area. June will be more of a community review to go over the feedback that we've received and how that's shaping policy and the use matrix and the overall transition of the South Y industrial area into the TVAP, and we will adjust where necessary. I envision outreach will include property owners and businesses within the industrial tract, adjacent neighbors, including the high school and Tahoe Verde Mobile Home Park, and prospective investors and developers. We want to have an inclusive and equitable outreach approach by advertising the public meeting in a diverse range of settings, ensuring material is accessible, and continuously updating the city's website and fostering that two-way communication to build community trust throughout this process. Once we've gathered feedback, we'll be revisiting Planning Commission and City Council with drafted amendments for your consideration, direction, and public input. Overall, city staff is excited to have a spotlight on the industrial area, engage with the community to make this area more equitable for all. That concludes my presentation for the TVAP amendments, and this is a receive and file item. However, if council has direction at this time regarding the airport plan area statement, we can incorporate this into the planning process. Thank you, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Ms. Coleman. And you said it before, this is just a receive and file. We could give direction, but we are going to have a lot of time of this coming back and input and those kind of things. So I just want to remind you of that. Mr. Jenkins.
Push the button, David. Just a question. In your opinion, we have certain discretionary non-aviation related lands at the airport. I think there's 10 acres, I believe, if my numbers are correct. And but before anything is done with the airport, are we going to be consulting with the Airport Advisory Commission, who I think have responsibility for the for airport issues, or I would certainly like to hear from them. The other thing is, I see in this document it says that all of this potential change is not subject to CEQA, or as I'm reading it, it's not subject to CEQA, and I would really question that. I think environment and land use change can be compatible. Environmental evaluation and affordable housing can be compatible because one informs the other. And so I'm a little concerned with the process when we're saying we don't have to do CEQA. I think we should always do CEQA because of where we are. And I'm not being critical. I'm just offering a thought on this. And I guess that decision doesn't have to be made today, but that'll be something that certainly I'll have an interest in. And I think people who are concerned about the environment might have a lot of interest in also. Thank you.
Yeah, to answer the first part of your question, since we would not be proposing any zoning changes or use changes to the airport plan area statement, we don't foresee too much collaboration, but we can definitely bring that to them and have them ultimately decide that. And as far as the CEQA documents go, we are going to be doing an addendum to the previous documents because the most recent amendment was in 2024. This is pretty early stages of the TVAP amendment, so if we continue and land uses become more intensified, we can always go back to those environmental documents and reconsider.
One more thing as a follow-up, and thank you for clarity, and appreciate your presentation, by the way. The industrial area is the only area we have that's theoretically for heavier uses, heavier industrial uses, and I know there's a lot of uses there. There's a lot of land there that's underutilized, which that may be a combination of reasons why that doesn't happen. Maybe it's not marketed, maybe it's too difficult to develop, maybe it's too costly to develop, and maybe those are issues that need to be examined as well. But I would hope great care would be taken in looking at taking our only in heavier industrial type use and converting it into something other than that. So that's just a concern I have, and I would hope that as part of the process that's evaluated.
Great. Let's see, Mr. Robbins online. Is there any questions you may have? This again is just a receive and file, and it will come back to us.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about parking minimums. I gather we're mostly focused on the industrial areas, but is there an opportunity here to revisit the parking minimums in the TVAP? One of the sort of the biggest tragedies of our land utilization in that part of town is that, money may be a short item, something that we're often short on, but the true limiting factor for us is land, and we have parking lots in the Tahoe Valley area that are huge and often empty, and reducing mandatory parking requirements may be one way to help redevelop that as something more mixed use and useful for the community than parking, than surface lot parking.
During the amendment process, if it is to the discretion of the council, we can definitely revisit it. During the 2024 amendments, we did have reductions available for areas in the TVAP, such as if you are within a half mile of a transit stop, you can automatically reduce it by 25%. And there's a few other ones. So it would be up to the council.
Great, thank you. Or Mr. Robbins, is that good?
Yeah, does staff need direction to bring back additional options for parking minimum reductions for that next time this comes up? Or is that something that we would ask for then to come up later? I would imagine if you got direction to bring those items back the next time, it would be more efficient.
I would say that we recently updated the TVAP that had reductions in alternative methods for calculating the appropriate amount of parking on site. It's on private property. And if it is not the desire of the council to do that analysis at this time, it would be beneficial for us to have clear direction. Otherwise, we just recently went through this in 2024, so I don't want Gretchen going and doing that if the council doesn't want us to.
Yeah, if I may, Mr. Mayor, I think Councilmember Robbins, though, does make a point that the question that I ask throughout the community is there an adequacy of parking? Particularly if you're changing land use or you're looking at modifying land use or intensifying it or decreasing intensity of land use, parking becomes an important issue because, again, not everybody takes the bus, not everybody rides their bike or takes a motorized scooter. So I think what I would think that as part of the whatever land use decisions are made, that would be clearly an item that you would consider. Is there adequacy? And am I incorrect in that regard?
We will be analyzing the existing conditions, and part of that will have to do with coverage, existing parking lots, and as part of this process, we'll be wanting to make sure that anything we're proposing is compatible with the existing environment or could be. Again, we're pretty early, so as far as parking policies for that area, we have not discussed that.
And just one last thing, and because this is fascinating, I just love this kind of engagement that you're doing in the area. As we look at better solutions to storm drainage by using basins as ways of diverting water off of people's property and off of the street into basins that then reduce the demand for coverage, which increases the opportunity for building and removing the artificial coverage requirements. And I am in my conversations with Ms. Reagan and Mr. Hester, and I'm sure you've had them too, they're very much in favor of, I'm not putting words in their mouth, of looking at that. So I would assume that those are things that we could look at too, because I know there are businesses along there that are very interested in draining their flooded properties into basins that exist or maybe could exist in the future to properly drain them rather than digging rocks and sinkholes and French drains. So I'm sure you're going to look at all those things.
Great. All right. Well, thank you, and thank you, Ms. Schofield. With receive and file, do we need to take public comment, Ms. Straub? Yes. Okay. We will go ahead and open this item up to public comment.
So before I don't know if it should be before or after. I would like to see if there's consensus in adding direction to staff to look at further options for parking reductions in the Y area. Should we do that now or after? I can't see clearly.
It would be now because we're not coming back for discussion. I think that for me, at least, Mr. Robbins, and I'll look to my other council members, I think we should go through this process, and if that's what comes out of it, then it would come back as we approve the thing. So I'm not saying no to you, I'm just saying let's go through, because either way, this has to come back with what we're looking for, if you follow what I'm saying. Like, the direction now isn't going to speed it up anymore.
Well, the indication from Joe is if we wanted that considered, he wanted direction. Joe, I don't mean to be putting words in your mouth, but it sounded like you wanted some input from council currently.
Councilmember Robbins, what I'm hearing you ask for is, do you want us to study parking reductions? And I'm not hearing that the majority wants us to study parking reductions. Rather, the TVAP regulations will address what parking regulations will be appropriate for this location.
Great. All right, thank you, Mr. Robbins. With that, we're going to go ahead and open this up to public comment. This will be anybody in the room. And yes, please state your name for the record.
Good
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members. My name's Mike Dill. I'm with Aspen Environmental Services, and I'm here today representing Jim Elliott. Mr. Elliott owns property in the South Y industrial track. He's at 1660 Shop Street. We've had an application pending with the city since the spring of 2024, and unfortunately, the existing mitigation requirements, the design standards, the policies, and all the standards in that community plan have failed the public. They've failed the city, they failed the TRPA, and in the 22 or 23 years that community plan has been in place, we've seen one project. One. And so this amendment to the Tahoe Valley area plan to bring in the industrial track is warranted, long past warranted. I think you're going to find support from the public. I think you're going to find support from TRPA, and it's long overdue. We support it, and we look forward to working with John Hitchcock and staff to refine those policies and standards, and look forward to developing our property in the community plan there. So thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Dill.
And also want to thank you, Joe, for your time with the city. Good luck in Malibu. Thanks, Mike.
Great. Any other, yes, sir?
Hi, my name is Jim Elliott. Thanks to council for your time. I own a lot in the South Y Industrial Tract, and I'm hoping that with you guys moving into the Tahoe Valley area plan, moving that in there, we can make it a little more reasonable to develop my property there. My main issue has been with the mitigation fees. When I submitted my plan to TRPA, because of the fact that that area was graded, it says in, attachment 4, item 14, that the entire tract was fully graded in the late 50s and early 60s. That's a quote from the attachment there. I feel that because of that transgression, these mitigation fees are being put upon my lot and other lots in that same area. And when I submitted my plan, TRPA came back and it was literally north of $260,000 to put a 6,000 square foot building. I wanted to build a shop building for my family business. And that mitigation fee of $260,000 doesn't include land coverage fees, doesn't include CFA, doesn't include permit fees. That was just the man-modified mitigation fee. Well, that effectively killed my project. I mean, it's so expensive, and it's, even now in these last 2 years, costs have gone up so much while we've been trying to get through this. But I'm just hoping that somehow that mitigation fee can kind of be made to go away or made more fair, which would help encourage development there, because that much fee is just kills the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elliott. Is there anybody else here in the room that would like to give public comment on this item number 14? We see none, so we will go ahead and check on Zoom.
No, Mayor.
All right, so we're, I guess, now going to be moving on. This is our agenda planning calendar. This will be item 15, the agenda planning calendar. Mr. Irvin.
Yes, Mayor Bass, February 24th is the next meeting. Couple items.
Someone want to let Heather back in the council chamber?
Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Even though you're not here, you made the suggestion. Mrs. Organ, could you please come back in the room? Very cute in there from Baja, I see.
Gretchen, that was a great report. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Horgan is back, and Mr. Irvin can continue on.
Yeah, what I'd like to highlight that's currently on the APC for the February 24th meeting, a couple things. This item that's been on the pending list for a while, second home cap housing unit replacement, as well as citywide user fee study presentation. I think that's still planning to go, Ms. Tico Marova, maybe. But obviously Hillary will have some leeway to change this APC for the next meeting. So that's all I have for now.
Thank you, Mr. Irvin. Yes, so any other council member questions? And then we'll come back for council member reports if you want to add a second. Any other?
Yeah, no, my only question was, unless I don't see it on here, did the opportunity with the senior center get pushed off indefinitely until they get their 501c3?
Yeah, so there's a couple things there. John Stark, our Parks and Recreation Director, has been recovering from an injury. And I informed him that it would just be wise to bring this as soon as he gets confirmation from Trudy that they have the 501c3.
Just checking, thank you.
Great. Any other questions on APC? Mr. Robbins, any questions on agenda planning calendar?
Nope, and just for my report, I'll give you real quick, I will be back in person for the next meeting.
All right, so that's your report. I'm not coming back to you? All right.
Affirmative.
That keeps that simple. All right, we are going ahead and moving on to updates and announcements. Ms. Stroud.
I have one that it's hard to know what to say, but I'm sad that this is the last time that Mr. Irvin's going to be sitting next to me at these meetings. We've been through a lot together in the past 6 years. As city manager and city attorney, end up in the trenches on many things that are, big fireworks in the public and a lot of, small things going off every day. So I've learned a lot working with you, and I'll miss you. And I think of you like family, so keep in touch.
Yes. Ms. Blankenship.
Just an update on the ACT solicitation for a student position. We're still waiting for any of those applications to come in, but in the lack of any applications, we will bring back an at-large member application to fill that vacancy.
Great. Thank you so much, Ms. Blankenship. And back to Mr. Irvin, if there's anything, last comments.
Yeah, no, it's just been a big love fest today. But no, in all seriousness, I said what I wanted to say earlier, Mayor, and thank you so much to this council and staff for all of your support and hard work.
Thank you so much. And yes. And then, so council member reports and comments. I'll go ahead and start with Mr. Jenkins.
First, to Mr. Irvin, I will miss you because of your professionalism, because of your courtesy to us, because of your courtesy to the public, and your ability to reach out in a very diverse community and engage. I think those are commendable and also to build a staff that is a very competent staff, responsive staff. And so I understand there are professional and personal reasons and why people make changes, and I respect that, and I respect you for the job you did. I do have some, when we get ready for items, I do have a couple of suggestions that now's the time. Thank you, Ms. City Clerk. I would like to see on the agenda in the near term, very near term, an update on what I call the BEAR protocol update. Because we have a lot of energy, a lot of work being done, engagement with interest parties that are interested locally and otherwise. And I'd like to get an update of where we are vis-a-vis with the instructions that we had given about collaboration. I'm very pleased with things that I hear. And so I'd like to see an update as soon as possible on the BEAR protocol, and so that I'll be quiet then, and you can all have.
Well, why don't we stop there to see if there
Yeah, I can second that.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank
so
you.
There we
Thank
go.
you.
Go ahead.
Go Bears.
Can I interject real quick?
Sir?
I have a second meeting scheduled March 13th. Can we do that update? For April, May? Yeah. So I can get through some of that?
Well, yeah, sooner the better, and maybe right after I appreciate the work that you're doing, Chief. The other thing is, based on earlier conversations and in line with what I'm not going to get into the debate over the issue, I'm just going to try to explain it, is I'd like to see the city engage with a validated survey of city businesses, both city and TID, and see, engage them and say, what are we doing well? What can we do better? What are the things you like? What are the things you don't like? How would you like to see us better serve you and our community. And I don't have that completely defined, but that could be a product of discussion that this council might have. And I would really appreciate it if we would do that. And I think we'd follow up on some of the stuff that we've heard this evening.
If I can ask for clarity on that really quick. I think Ms. Roverud is coming up here because some of that is happening currently.
Yeah, but let me just, if I may, Mr. Irvin,
Yes.
is that as I remember in Poli Sci 141A or B at Cal, is there's validated survey techniques and there's others. Engagement, which I understand we're doing with an intern and engaging businesses, that's a great approach. But I would like a conversation about a validated survey. Not that this is invalid, but that would be the sense of it.
Yeah, I'll just add so you're aware. We have just recently put out a survey that goes along with our in-person business outreach that we're doing, asking a lot of those similar questions. It is not a validated, statistically validated survey, but in addition to that, we will be putting out the National Community Survey that we did 2 years ago, which asks a lot of questions about economic conditions in the community, as well as gets community sentiment on a lot of other topics as well. So that one will also be going out, but we can discuss if we, maybe I can get you some information on those 2 surveys and we can discuss if there's a need for an additional one.
I'm very familiar with the national survey in good ways and other ways, but it would be, not without getting deliberation, just I would be curious what kind of questions we are asking in our business community, and if we could be provided as a council with those, it might be just helpful and informative to us so that we can speak well of what we're doing, because I think we're doing a lot of good things. You are, and the team is doing a lot of good things with outreach and economic growth and development, so on.
Yep,
So
we
thank
can
you.
get that for you.
Great. Thank you. And I think you're done, Mr. Jenkins. Miss Horgan.
I don't have anything specific to add, but I do want to echo what everyone else has said about Joe. I just love when I can learn from people, especially in leadership and in new endeavors. And I only just grieve that I won't have the opportunity to work with you more. But I hope that you'll stay in touch. And I don't have anything to add.
Yeah, you've got a new place to visit. Thank you so much, Ms. Horgan. Mr. Roberts.
Yeah, I hope this is appropriate. I don't want to put words into our city attorney's mouth, but I did want to just make some comments on the closed session hoopla earlier in the meeting. My impression of what took place in that and why I was there in that meeting is the city attorney calls us a closed session. The city attorney made a recommendation. City attorney felt that recommendation provided the least amount of exposure and liability to the city. The city attorney thought it was the most neutral, which is consistent with our position on this issue 6 months prior. And 2 people disagreed and 3 people agreed. And that's really all that took place. The vote and whose names are attached to each vote would have came out, as well as the information about what transpired in the brief once the litigation was ended. There wasn't anything nefarious going on.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts.
Also, I don't know if there get any agreement on this. it's been eating away at me a little bit. I think our verbiage of workforce and affordable housing has been diluted. They're all different dynamics to each one of them. I wonder if we could ask the staff to bring back suggestions of breaking it up into different groups. We saw the example today with Sugar Pine where it didn't support our workforce housing exactly. So there's it looks like it's working great for one demographic, but not for another. And we should give them all different names and start to address them separately. Because, as we have conversations now, we have all this conversation today about the affordable housing, but it didn't address anything for the nurses and firefighters, their needs. So, and when we're talking about the nurses and firefighters, we're not talking about the you know, the people, yeah, so I think it's time to just break it out and be more, you know, laser focused on what the needs are with
Second.
each one.
Second.
Thank you.
I'm summarizing it as a discussion of affordable housing terms and what we call them.
The only thing I would, and you've got the second, so I don't need to add much, but do you want that to coincide with, TRPA has defined a ton of these different achievable, middle, and all these different things, so I'm just wondering, do we want to have that come back, or are you looking
Yeah,
for the city? to
that would
have-
be helpful for me because, you know, having moved here as a nurse and been involved in the hiring of many nurses at Barton, I know what their salaries are. I know what their income is. I know what their challenges are. And Sugar Pine is not even, for our nursing assistants, it's not even on their possibility in terms of income. So understanding what those segments are and how we address employee housing, workforce housing, and in the public sector in all of our workforce, but specifically in professionals who maybe make more than they would qualify for affordable housing,
Mr.
would be
Mayor-
helpful to me.
Without getting into deliberate, just saying that based on the comments that were made by the fine presentation we had on the Sugar Pine, that there are ways, I think, that we need to discuss about how there might be options that would give us more flexibility because of where we are and the unique features that we have. And so that would hopefully be something that could be an outcome from the item that Mayor Pro Tem puts.
Well, I think, Mayor Bass, your comment about what TRPA is already, I think we definitely should have that available to compare to avoid unneeded confusion. But I don't know if we necessarily have to, you know, follow that.
Right, no, and I'm not suggesting we follow it. It just might be wise if we're making policies, because as we're going forward at TRPA, there may be certain things like bonus units you get if your jurisdiction has complied with this.
sure.
So anyways, just to try to
Yeah,
match up.
Mr. Mayor, I don't want to have a
Right.
discussion without an agendized item, but I understand it to be a presentation from staff on the different categories of affordable housing and then a policy discussion that can come from that.
Right.
Yep, great.
And my last thing, Joe Cowabunga, hang 10.
Nice. All right, with that, I really don't have much more. I also have said all my comments about Joe, and it's not goodbye, it's see you later. And with that, we are adjourned.